Hey guys, what's up? Probably like waiting for me, like Marlene, where were you, child? I'm here. Hey guys, I'm gonna do one topic today because I'm so tired. I thought I was cute. I tried to be cute today. I had some energy, so I was thinking a little too highly of myself, and I went outside. I went to Walmart. I went to Ulta and Sally's. When I tell you, when I got home, I had no more energy left in me. Oh my gosh, I was so exhausted. But hey, we're here. Happy Thursday, you guys. Happy Thursday. Tomorrow I'll do a full show. Today I'm only coming for one topic. Hopefully it doesn't take me too long to cover this one. Make sure you come in. I need a little intro. Hey Lacey, hey Sonia, what's up? I need a little intro. I need an intro song. I need a little jingle or something. Yeah. Yeah, I'm say Queen. I am so tired. I'm so exhausted. But I was like, let me just do one video. I'll do one topic today. Hey for me. I'll do one topic today. And this one seems pretty interesting because people are going crazy. Hey, Bruna, people are going crazy over this white boy for what he said. I was like, hey, Janet, I was like, people love to be fake. People truly, truly love to be fake. People love to be fake outrage. Hey, Precious, people just love to be fake, you guys. People would love to be fake. And I'm like, y'all only mad because, hey, Abby, people, I'm like, y'all only mad because he's white. This is a white man. He's a white Christian man and he's rich. That's why y'all really be in your feelings. Because otherwise, like me, I listened to that part, like this part he said about the woman, like you've been sold a like bunch of lies and stuff like that. And I'm like, where is the lie though? Like, where is the lie? Like, where is the lie? I'm like, how many women have gone to school? How many women have gone to college, right? Like, got all types of loan. Some majored in like useless degrees. Some also majored in like good degrees, right? But today, they're truly unfulfilled. They're truly miserable. Okay? They are truly drained and tired. Okay. How many women today have left, especially since quarantine? Like, how many women have left the workplace to be like, you know what? I'm just going to stay at home and focus on my kids because it gives me more joy. It gives me more fulfillment. Okay. How many women today have degrees that they're not using, myself included? Okay. It's like, stop. It's okay. It's okay to admit that a man is right sometimes. It's okay to admit that a white man is right sometimes. It ain't going to kill you. Okay. So I'm like, people are doing too much. People are really doing too much. People are doing too much. Plus, I'm like, he's Catholic. What do you expect this man to say? Like, what? He's Catholic. And I'm like, he's giving a commencement speech at a Catholic school. Yeah, a lot of women are not using their degrees. I'm like, why are we acting so brand new like this dude is lying? He is not lying. He is not lying. All these lies about, oh, get an education and you'll go out there, start your career, and then you're gonna climb the corporate ladder, and then what is it called? You'll climb the corporate ladder, and then you gonna make all this money, and then you're gonna use this money to go to Beard of Goodman and go to Neiman Marcus and blah blah blah. You know, they put all these movies on you, like, oh, hey Gigi, you know, you go like have all these dudes and have all this casual sex and bunch of one night stand, etc. etc. I'm like so many people try that. Today, the ladies are drained. They're tired. They're exhausted. All kinds of lawsuits for like sex harassment, okay, sex assault. People suing their employer for gender pay gap. Okay, it's okay to admit that. We've been lied to. How many girls grew up watching Sex in the City thinking you were going to be like Sarah Jessica Parker? Okay, the whole time. You grow up. Okay, you grow up realizing that Sarah Jessica Parker, she was broke herself. They're like, girl, you barely had any money, but you spent all your money on shoes and bags and clothes. What is wrong with you? Right? Okay. And at the end of the day, does she even become a big writer? No, she has to go marry like that big dude, Big Papa. Okay, she got a fancy wedding. And who pays for it? A rich white man. A rich white man. Okay? Like, child, please. The old lady, the older one, in Sex in the City, who's always what's her name? The one who's always having like hookup, like she's the cougar, right? Where is she today? Like the entire series, she's just hooking up with all kinds of young boys and acting like her life was so interesting because she was having all this, you know, intimacy with bunch. Who Samantha's the young one. I think Samantha and Sarah Jessica Parker. Right? They're cast. There's another one. She was older and she was always having all kinds of with the little boy. She's like a cougar. Even today, the lady became a Christian. So that's why when they did the I guess like 2.0, like the new version, whatever, she didn't want to be part of it. Because she felt like it didn't align with her values anymore. You know? But like that show, Samantha's the cougar. No, hold on. Oh, okay. So Carrie Bradshaw. Okay. All right. So the whole time, right? If you remember, she's a broke writer who can barely pay her rent, but she spends all her time buying shoes, buying bags, things she can't afford. Okay, Samantha, Kim Cattrall. Okay, yeah, this one. What happened to her life? Okay, but ultimately, what is her financial plan? Mr. Big. Doesn't like Mr. Big come and save the day? Because he pays for the wedding and he gives her this luxury lifestyle and blah, 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 blah. Was it even her book that made her famous? Like, did her books pay any of her bills? Like, no. Like, please, stop lying to people. Okay? Stop lying to people. All kinds of lies they sold people out here, these people. They sold so many lies. Even this whole lie about like, oh, you should be an entrepreneur, be a boss, okay? The other one, what's her name? Sophia Amoruso. Telling people, oh, be a boss girl, be a boss this, be a boss that, whatever. Child, bunch of foolishness. This woman too, huh? How many women did she encourage? Oh, be a boss. Have your own business. Start your own business, right? The whole time, her businesses were running at a loss. Okay? She was like, being a white woman, having all these white men behind her and all these white investors, white male investors behind her, right? She was pitching, be a boss, be a boss, be a boss. But she forgot to tell y'all that she had all kinds of white male investors, right? Like, go somewhere. We are tired. We are really tired. Hold on. So I have a few people here so we can start the show. Welcome, you guys. Let's start the show. So this guy, I didn't even know who this guy was. But apparently his name is Harrison Buckner. Is that his name? Okay. So he is a kicker for the Chiefs, right? Okay. So he's 28 years old. Oh, he's quite young. He's 28 years old. Girl, it's too much work. You barely have time for yourself. You don't sleep. You don't eat. Look at me. I gained so much weight. You have so much fatigue, right? It's a myth. Like, oh, be your own boss. Work for yourself. Be an entrepreneur. Girl, it is exhausting. Okay? It is so exhausting. It's exhausting. Like chasing money, honestly, it's exhausting. It's just draining. It really is draining. So this young man, I guess he was invited to it because he's Catholic. So I guess he was invited to a Catholic school to give a commencement speech. So he gave the speech, and part of the speech is him saying this. So
as a group, you witnessed first, I think it is you, the women,
hold on,
who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Mm-hmm. Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. Mm-hmm. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. By making it to this moment through all the adversity thrown your way from COVID, I hope you learned the important lessons that suffering in this life is only temporary. As a group, you witnessed firsthand how bad leaders who don't stay in their lane can have a negative impact on society. Mm-hmm. While COVID might have played a large role throughout your formative years, it is not unique. Bad policies and poor leadership have negatively impacted major life issues. Things like abortion, IVF, surrogacy, euthanasia, as well as a growing support for degenerate cultural values in media, all stem from the pervasiveness of disorder. Our own nation is led by a man who publicly and proudly proclaims his Catholic faith, but at the same time is delusional enough to make the sign of the cross during a pro-abortion rally. He has been so vocal in his support for the murder of innocent babies that I'm sure to many people, it appears that you can be both Catholic and pro-choice. The world around us says that we should keep our beliefs to ourselves whenever they go against the tyranny of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We fear speaking truth because now, unfortunately, truth is in the minority. Congress just passed a bill restating something as basic as the biblical teaching of who killed Jesus could land you in jail. I am certain the reporters at the AP could not have imagined that their attempt to rebuke and embarrass places and people like those here at Benedictine wouldn't be met with anger, but instead met with excitement and pride. Not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it, but the true God-centered pride that is cooperating with the Holy Ghost to glorify him. I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
Okay, so let's start with this first part first, right? Let's start with this first part, because I thought this was the part that triggered the people, because he said that some of you guys are excited, even though some of y'all, but it doesn't matter, Diana. It does not matter. Like, if they're divorced in 10 years, because y'all love to speak negativity on people's marriages because you want to see failure for people, but it doesn't matter. If she divorces him in 10 years, Harrison is worth $20 million. And most likely, being that he's Catholic, they don't have a prenup. So if she divorces him in 10 years, she's going to get half. And because she's a stay-at-home mom, he's going to have to pay her alimony and child support. He's going to have to maintain her lifestyle. So she will take half. So like either way, she wins. If she gets half of 20 million, that is $10 million. Like, what kind of job, what kind of degree, how many years of experience would it take for this woman to come out with a payday of $10 million? That's like being the CEO of a tech company. How many women have that type of luck? The majority of women don't even make $100,000. So it's like, I'm like, don't want to talk about that. Why would you say, oh, let's see where she'll be in 10 years? Like, why are you speaking evil over her marriage? What if you had a husband who could take care of yourself? And you're like, oh, you know what? I want to be at home with my husband. People say, oh, well, let's see where Diana's going to be in 10 years. You're speaking evil over their marriage. You don't know this man. You don't know the lady. So it's like, why say, oh, let's see where they are in 10 years? I got married at 25. I'm almost 40. I'm still here. Not everybody's going to have a divorce, but I think it's kind of sick when people don't agree with you or agree with your husband because you're a stay-at-home mom to a rich man. Automatically, it's, oh, well, let's see what happens when. Let's see, nothing's going to happen. And if something does happen, she's going to be taken care of. And she'll still be richer than any girl with a PhD, 12 years, 20 years of career experience in a boardroom. The girl's going to make all types of money, and she can go ahead and get remarried. So, like, don't speak evil over people's marriages. You don't have to agree, but don't speak evil. So I wish them the best. But to say, oh, let's see where y'all be in 10 years. Like, where are you going to be in 10 years? You might be worse off than they will. You never know. But I'm like, what's so evil for a man to say, you know what? As a woman, your wife, your job, like, is to be a wife. Be at home with your kids. Be a wife. Because that's probably where you'll find the most joy and the most protection. Exactly. So then what's the problem? If life is more than money to you, then what's the problem? Right? Because what he's saying here is they're telling these young girls, focus on your career, get degrees. But do degrees really bring joy to a person? Do degrees really bring joy to a person? I want you to call your mom today. Okay, I want you to call your mom today and ask your mom, between being your mother and a career, which one she would have picked. And I'm sure she will always pick you, because nothing compares to having a child. If something was to happen to you today, your mom will never recover. You can lose a job and be upset, but God forbid something happens to your child. You could lose your mind. Let something happen to you. If something, we knock on wood, just give an example. But if something was to happen to you right now, you have no idea how your mom would just lose her mind, because there's nothing that compares to being a mother. Nothing compares to that. Nothing at all. And I'm like, the man lying, he's not lying. All these young people getting upset on social media. I'm like, have you called your mom and asked your mom, when did she really feel like she had purpose? Is it when she had a college degree? Was it when she started her first job? Or when she had her first paycheck and she was able to buy some Louboutins? Or was it the first time she actually held you in her arm? Like, wow, like, that's my child. Like, I'm responsible for this person. I have to fight for this person. I have to live for this person. You know, like, you can tell people who don't have children, because like the day you hold your child for the first time, your life, it really does change. It really does change. Like, it is crazy what happens to you. You're like, whoa, these degrees, they really don't mean anything. Who says she here? Hey, Miss, she said, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Ruva. Hey, Ruva. You know what I'm trying to say? That's the thing. It's like, it's real. These people have lied to women. They have truly lied. And today it's like, well, like even like today it's like so many women are damaged because of that. They are unfulfilled because of it. Because careers don't make you whole. You know, we sat here last time. We saw, look at Susan, huh? Susan's the whole CEO of YouTube. Look at this woman right here, child. The CEO of YouTube. Do you know how much this woman is worth? How much money she makes? Her son went and he took his life. He took his life. I'm like, you're like, what the freak? You think, I'm like, if she had to give everything up to bring this boy back, she would. And it's like, I'm like, this is like, it's so damaging. You really start to see like what truly matters in this life. It really is family. Like me, that's where I stand. What truly matters in this life, it's your family. It's your family. Everything can come and go, but it's like as long as you have family, you're the wealthiest person ever. And what they have done to us, even me, I used to prescribe to that foolishness also. I used to be part of it. I used to be young and stupid. Okay, I used to be so young and stupid. Oh, degrees, education, honor society, like write the papers, write the essays, all kinds of goofy stuff they put into your head. You're gonna go out there, you gotta be the smartest and have the highest GPA and wump. Girl, the whole thing's it's all smoking mirrors. It is all smoking mirrors. Money don't bring no joy. Degrees don't bring joy. You can run all kinds of papers. It doesn't bring you joy. Because it's like these people, it's like what they want you to do is to feel like you always need something. You need this, you need that, you need this, you need this, you need this. Always making you feel like you need something. Life is really simple. Life is so simple. But when you live in a capitalistic society, they constantly have to make you feel like you need more money, more accomplishments, more degrees, more title. And then the more title, more degrees, make more money. You make more money, buy a bigger house. Like it never stops. You buy a car, no, buy a bigger car. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a relationship, no, have more relationships. They were roasting Bubble yesterday because Bubble said that, oh, polygamy, what's it called? Abstinence or celibacy is not the way. So I'm like, oh, so you, Bubble, that this dating app, y'all really want people out here to be promiscuous. So your dating app is for people to have casual sex with random people. Okay? You know what I'm saying? But like, that's the thing. Ruva, you got to decide what you are. The man is Catholic. Now, I think that's a problem in America, right? I think that's a problem with America. I think that's a problem with social media is that when people hear somebody talk, they feel like, oh, he's talking to me. You're not his audience. I'm like for real. See, me, hold up. Me, I'm a Christian woman. I'm not Catholic. I'm a Christian woman. I am not Catholic. But I understand where he's coming from. Because as a Christian woman, you understand that if you say you follow God, you believe in God, part of your ministry as a woman is motherhood. So, of course, he's talking to me. I'm not going to be offended. I'm not going to be offended. Because it's not like this man is standing up there and what he's saying, he's not standing behind it. Harrison is 28. He's 28 years old. On top of that, he's worth $20 million. Hold on. Harrison, where you at? Okay. The boy makes $3.6 million a year. He is worth $20 million. He's not out here sleeping with a bunch of people. He's not impregnating a whole bunch of people. He's been with this girl, the girl Isabel that he married. He's been with her since like college or high school. Okay? So like he's always been there. So he's like, what he's talking about, he's standing behind it. He got his life in order. He got his career in order. His money's in order. He provides for his family. The lady wants for nothing. So he's still on business. If he's a gigolo with a bunch of kids, tattoos everywhere, getting drunk everywhere, doing all kinds of foolishness, having all kinds of sexual harassment lawsuit, then he says that type of stuff. Okay, that's crazy, right? Just like when it comes to over here, you have a lot of black dudes who always want to have these podcasts, talk about marriage, talk about what a woman should do for marriage, but they themselves are not married. So it's like, what are you talking about? Who are you providing for? Who are you sacrificing for? Who are you committed for? The work that you do, who you're doing it for? You can't say that when it comes to Harrison because he's still on business. Been with the same girl since what? High school, college, didn't cheat. He's not out here getting drunk in the NFL. He's not out here being a party boy. He not messing around with no stripper. He don't have a porn addiction. He's taking care of his family. 28 years old, 20 million. He could be like, oh, I'm so young. Like when they were asking the boy, what's the Simone Biles' husband? He's like, oh, I don't know if I wanted to commit. I don't know if I was ready. Different mindset. So his faith, he stands on it. And I'm like, Isabel, she don't, because I looked him up. I said, hold up. Do you have the money to be saying this? Do you have the money? I said, oh, dang, Harrison, 3.6 million a year. So I'm like, imagine his wife. He gives her like 200,000, 300,000, or $400,000 a year. Let's be for real. That's 400,000 without taxes. This girl probably drives a Porsche, all kinds of, maybe she don't, maybe she has a truck, I don't know. But my point is, this young lady, if she wants to spend 300,000 a year, 400,000 a year without taxes, you think he's gonna have a problem with it? No. If you were to go apply for a job that costs that where you can make $300,000, I'm asking you, how many degrees would you need to make $400K a year as a woman? How many years of experience would you need to make $400K a year? How many birthday parties you have to miss on? How many vacation? How many holidays you have to miss out on? Because you have to prove yourself in the workplace. You got to stay your butt there overnight. You got to do all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Because you got to be married to a job. Because that's the thing, y'all. For real. Whether you marry a man or you don't, you gonna marry somebody. You either gonna marry a man or you gonna marry your career. Point blank, period. And the same way, people might say, but what happens if the man leaves you? I'll say you the same thing. What happens when the job leaves you? Okay? I was talking to Econom today. She was like, oh, Marlene, guess what? I said, what happened? Her boss was fired after 10 years at being at that company. They let her go. No flowers, no goodbye, nothing. They send you an email and then they just stop your passwords from working. Your pass don't work no more. Okay? So you're going to marry somebody. That's how it goes. You're going to be in partnership with somebody. That's how America goes. Okay? Oh, the man. You're going to be married to somebody. You're going to serve some type of man. So either you're going to pick you a husband or you're going to pick you a career. And the majority of the time, your career, who owns the company? Most of the time, it's a man. When you pay your taxes, who takes the money? It's the man. If you don't pay your taxes and they come after you and they're going to lock you up, who gets to lock you up? It's the man. When you go vote for a president, who you voting for? It's a man. It's like you're not escaping. You're not in the, and there's no system where a patriarchy where you are escaping the man. Okay? You're going to marry some type of man. Whether you want to see it that way or not, it's fine. But you're going to be married to someone. So you have to decide, right? Especially if you're a Christian woman. If you're not a Christian woman, it don't apply to you. I don't even know why people want to respond to stuff. Don't apply to them. You're not Christian. Just like if I hear Muslim people talk, I'm not getting involved. I am Muslim. I don't read the Quran, and I don't prescribe to that, right? But the reality of it is you're going to have to marry somebody because you cannot do it by yourself. You cannot do it by yourself. And the truth of the matter is, a lot of women will grow up and realize that these degrees are useless. They are truly useless. There's a sister here. She's black. Her name is what? Politics something? Fashion and politics? Right? Is that her name? Where's she at? I was watching her video the other day. This video right here. Right? This sister right here. I was watching her video the other day. She's a lawyer. She's not using her degree no more. She stopped law to do content creation. She's not doing law. And she said like it was not fulfilling because I think she was doing like public law, public policy, like she was that type of lawyer, right? She stopped doing it. She was like, no, I don't like it. Imagine how much money she spent to realize that this is not really for me. Okay? This is not really for me. Imagine how much money she spent. From undergrad to the MCAT, to the LSAT, the application for law school, the hours you spend stressing, then you go to law school, you pay for 3 years of law school. Sis probably got student loan debt from law school. And she's like, don't really want it. I don't want to use it. Right? What about the other girl, the girl that's on TikTok? What is her name? This one. Any Given Sunday, is that her name? Right? This one right here. This girl right here, right? Did she not also go to law school? Then she also go to law school. She's not using her law degree because now she want to do fashion under TikTok. She chose when her employer said, "Oh, you get to choose between being a lawyer or being an influencer." She chose being an influencer. Like we need to stop. We truly need to stop. People need to start being real for real for real. People need to stop. She went to Columbia. That's an Ivy League, right? So first she went to, I guess, like some prep school in New York to get into an Ivy League, right? Then she went to some, I guess, some Ivy League undergrad, but ultimately she goes to Columbia Law School. She gave up her law career to spray perfume on TikTok, okay? To play with clothes and play with makeup on TikTok. Like, we need to be for real. Like, be for real. Yeah. And that 6-figure you make when you're done when you take out all the taxes, especially if you're a single woman, right? When you're done taking out the taxes, right? How much do you truly bring home? How much do you truly bring home? If a woman is fortunate enough for her husband to say, instead of you working 100 for, you get hired 100,000, right? By the time they take out taxes and all that kind of stuff, you're only left with 70,000. If you have a husband who has the means to say, wife, I'll just give you the 70. Stay home. Let's raise our kids. Make sure our kids are good people. They're well-rounded. They have great activities, and you can do the things that you enjoy, and you can be a woman of many hobbies. F the job. F the job. Who wants, honestly, who wants to work? Like, who truly wants to work? Every day you go on YouTube. Every day you go on YouTube, you hear all kinds of YouTube, TikTok. You hear all kinds of women say, I quit my job. Hold on, let me see if I can find another one. Okay, let me see if I can find this one. This part was like really quick. Kevin's gonna come for Kevin. Like, Marlene, you didn't do it. Oh, Kevin, child. I'm sorry, Kevin. Hold on.
Shire from Politics Creator is under a larger umbrella for me. It is going to happen. And I decided that I was going to take matters into my own hands and use this time to pour a point where it is now May of 24 and I've done no like one-time DEI trainings, and I was doing trainings consistently. So between a slowdown in brand deals and non-existent DEI consulting, what was I going to do? Girl,
I'm gonna find
what is we going to do?
I'm gonna find the piece where she talk about this. She's a lawyer. And there's many of them. There's another girl here too. There's another girl here on YouTube. She's Nigerian. She's a doctor. She has like a really small face and she has like sister locks. One day she came up on YouTube talking about, oh, I don't want to be a doctor no more. I want to be a YouTuber. I said, huh? You gonna give up on med school to be a YouTuber? Hold on. Let me go find this video. You guys, I was so shocked. I quit medicine. Yeah, hold on. Where is she? I was so shocked. Like, oh. Let me see if I can find her. She has a small face like this. Like I think her husband's white. Forgot her name. What is her name? I know she has a white husband and they have kids. Like she's petite, like she's skinny-ish. And she has like sister locks. Oh my gosh. Hold on, you guys. Oh goodness. I cannot find her. But anyway, she was like, yeah, I'm quitting medicine to do content creation. I'm like, you're going to quit medicine? Have you told your mom that you're going to quit medicine to do YouTube? Are you Adana? Is that her name? Yes, her. You see this? Like, I remember, like, it was years ago. Oh, it was 4 years ago. I was floored. I said, you're going to do what? Yeah, she said, oh, you see, I quit my job as a doctor. I'm like, you people are crazy. You are crazy. You are really crazy. Made that video had me shook. I said, hold up, wait a minute. What? I'm thinking like undergrad, med school, residency. Then you actually were a doctor. You're not going to do it no more? I want to do content creation. I said, oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus. right? So I'm like, no, let's stop. We need to stop. We need to stop. Okay. Here we have Michelle Obama. Do you know when the last time was that this lady renewed her law license? Do you have any idea what decade we were in when she actually renewed her law license? Another one, right? Undergrad, Princeton, grad school, law school, Harvard, right? Eventually she has a job at some hospital. I guess like she runs the hospital somewhere in Chicago, right? What does she do? She quits her job and takes care of her family. She quits her job. She becomes the first lady. Have you seen her work? She writes books, okay? She writes books. She's a woman of hobbies. She does not work. She leisures, okay? Okay? She writes books. Becoming, okay? Becoming, okay? The best version of myself. Yes, we will. That's the, Kevin, that is the truth. Oh, Kevin, you don't even know. The number of women who quit their job every day, Kevin, you even have ladies on here who quit $300,000 jobs. They are quitting $300,000 jobs. They are quitting $200,000 jobs. Hold on. I quit. Y'all think I'm lying. Hold up. Wait a minute. I quit my $300,000 job. The stuff I see on YouTube, no, it's crazy. Okay. Look, you see? Look at this one. Nisha. What Nisha say? Let me make myself smaller. Nisha said, I quit my $300,000 banking job after learning 3 things. Okay? Look, they're all quitting their jobs. You had this one girl, she quit. She was making like all kinds of money at, you see this one? She had a corporate job. She said, I quit my 9-to-5 job, choosing significance and sanity over success. Okay? She tired.
Your child needs these
She's
3
tired.
key factors to get into
An
Ivy League
don't
or
lie
top
to us.
25.
No.
It doesn't control me anymore. So I have to let it go.
No.
I have to
Well,
let it go.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This video, to be very clear,
Mm.
is not a justification. I feel like it should be justification enough to want to get out of something in pursuit of happiness,
You see?
in pursuit of more autonomy. So
Exactly.
I'm not trying to justify myself or make
Mhm.
my reasons
You see?
seem reasonable to every single person out there. I've already made the choice and it's already happened. So this is more of a healing video. It's helpful to say that out loud, to contextualize this, because a lot of videos out there that talk about job quitting, which, while it can be very exciting to live vicariously through that person, it is so important to realize that, like, we have different levels of privilege.
She quit her job. Okay? Quit her job. Making over 100,000. Quit the job because she's like, I want my sanity. Okay? And that's a very feminine thing to do. Nisha quit her job.
I'm about to resign. I'm also letting go of a 6-figure bonus, a 6-figure sign-on that's due to be paid to me in March. I've just sent my manager, I'm shaking. I've just sent my manager a message to have a chat this morning. So let's see how it goes. I spent the last 9 years climbing the corporate ladder, getting promoted, taking on more responsibilities, asking for pay rises, negotiating bigger bonuses, and then
You see what she said? That's what I told you in the beginning. Oh, you're going to get a degree. You're going to climb the corporate ladder. You're going to make all this money, buy yourself everything you want, the luxury goods, right? But then you realize what this corporate ladder really looks like. Okay? You got to work like crazy. You have to fight with people. You got to fight to prove your worth. You got to fight for promotion. You get overlooked for promotion. You might have to people might try to touch you. You might have to go to human resource. They might play in your face. Like, it is hard. It's hard. That sometimes the way you might have to negotiate with human resource or your manager to prove that you deserve a raise, child, you got some husbands, they'll just give it to you. They'll just give it to you. You know, but what the heck? What was I struggling? This is so ghetto. This is ghetto. This is ghetto. This is so ghetto. He said she looks lighter since she quit. Okay. Nisha quit her job. And do you know how much she makes on YouTube? Do you know how much this girl makes on YouTube? I said, girl. But I think she has like a finance degree from some like bougie school in London. She's like, I'm tired. I'm going to go make some videos for YouTube. Okay. Ciao.
And earlier this year, I decided to walk away. I decided to leave investment banking for good. And to date, it was the hardest decision I've ever had to make. And making it just 2 months before receiving what would have been the largest bonus of my career probably makes it seem like I had lost my mind to anyone on the outside. The truth is that even I didn't know if I was making the right decision or if everything would turn out okay. But what I did know is that if I didn't take the chance, I would live to regret it. As a
boom, she quit her job. Okay, next, who quit their job? Bola. Bola, that's my baby right there. Bola used to work at Google, okay, making all kinds of money. She lives in New Jersey. Bola's like, I'm gonna quit my job. I want to make an app. I'm gonna make an app. I want to make an app. I said, oh my God. Bola, what? Bola don't quit the job. She's like a software engineer, a systems engineer. When I tell you Bola quit the job, she recorded the stuff where she's talking to her manager like, girl, this is too much. This is too much, okay? Go ahead, Bola. Bola,
If you're looking to get a degree in IT or cybersecurity, UMGC is waiving their application fee through May 31st.
Hey everyone, what's up? Welcome back to my channel. As you guys know, I recently quit my job and I'm taking a 6-month sabbatical, which I'm really excited for. I got so many different questions from you all about like how I prepared for my finances, healthcare, and a lot of other questions. And in this video, I'll share how I financially prepared to take a long break from earning any income, take a long break from work. So if you're currently experiencing burnout, if you always wanted to take a sabbatical to travel the world, or
there's a burnout. People get tired. People get tired. So Bola was working, and the whole time, you know, she was like planning her YouTube channel, like trying to build, I guess, like another income and then saving money, whatever. Right? Okay, you see? And look at this one. Look at this one. This is Bola, y'all. Look at her life.
about myself was that I was chronically online. The free time I now had because I wasn't going to work, I was absolutely wasting it on social media, basically, especially TikTok. When I started making more TikTok content, I was finding myself scrolling for hours on TikTok, and I felt like it was low-key becoming an addiction. Basically, I just didn't want this valuable time that I had during my sabbatical to be wasted on social media. And anyone who uses these social media apps knows that social media is extremely addictive, and it's so difficult to manage your screen time on these social media apps because they're wired to keep you on there for as long as possible. So to manage that screen time, I think the first place people go to is using Apple's screen time restrictions to help limit their usage on those apps. But for me, I found that it was not helpful at all. Another thing people do is they just delete the app. I felt like I can do that. You know, I make social media content, I enjoy social media, I still wanted to enjoy it, but just in smaller amounts. So that's why I decided to create an app that kind of extends screen time's functionality. And
really, I'm creating an app. So Bola she quits her job to create an app. I'm like, you people are crazy. You people are really, really crazy. But she said, oh, I just want to make an app. I want to make an app so people can manage their screen time better. I'm like, Bola, there's already an app for that. But Bola got money. She got money. You see, guys, I need sabbatical. People are tired. The woman is tired. The women are tired. They are exhausted. This man did not lie. He did not lie. Okay. So now it's like, she sits there during the day. She works on her app. She takes more classes. Okay. Then she's like designs her app. Then she goes downtown. She went down. Oh, see, now she's eating. You guys, when I tell you, Bola be living her soft life as an entrepreneur, like I'm just out here just laughing. Like, what is going on? That the ladies do not want to work. They are exhausted. They are drained.
Hey everyone, what's up?
And my thing is, I feel like even like the quarantine, it opened people's eyes. Okay. Yeah. You are exhausted. Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. Look at this one. What'd she say? I quit my $250,000 job. $250,000. This lady quit. She's like, F them degrees. Forget the job. Okay. I'm going to go make some YouTube videos. Let's see why she quit her job. 3.8 million views. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
I quit because of 10 words that changed my life. I was making over $250,000 as a corporate lawyer, was one of the highest paid lawyers in the world for my age, had spent a decade working hard to get to where I was. And with one phone call and hearing those 10 words on the phone, I knew I was going to quit and walk away from it. Those 10 words taught me everything I need to know about money. And this video is the hardest one I've ever made. I've been planning it for a year, but I've just been too scared to post it. It's really personal, but if you're watching it, it means it's out there and I haven't deleted it. So right after my first year of law school, I got an offer to work in what's called big law. And it means
another lawyer. She quit her job. So first we had our sis, our black sis, right? Fashion and politics. She's like, yeah, I'm out of here. She quit the law. You have this one, she quit law. You have this other one, she quit law, right? The people, they are tired. These ladies are exhausted, and I get exactly where they're coming from because I feel the same way, okay? The way, y'all, I was so burnt out. You didn't see how, like, I've been sleeping for like 2 years, y'all. I swear, I had mental burnout. You guys, I swear, I really could have had a nervous breakdown. Like, it's not even a joke. It is not a joke. You can be so stressed. You can be so stressed. It can seriously become an illness. Like, I wasn't sleeping at night. Like, I was overweight. Did you guys not see my videos? Like, I posted, like, I'm gonna go on my page. You'll see how much weight I gained, y'all. I was 220 something pounds. Like, fat all over me. Like, no time to take care of yourself. You don't sleep. Like, during the day, you're doing American business. Nighttime, you're doing China business. You know what I mean? You always have to answer customers. Money coming in and out. I'm like, what is happening? Like, what is all of this? When I left New Orleans, you guys, I was just so tired. I was physically tired. I was mentally tired. I was just so empty. Like, Ronnie, what have you done to yourself? What have you done to yourself? It's like, it's exhausting. Oh, entrepreneur. Oh, this, because it's never enough. It's always get more, get more, get more. One day, you just say, you know what? I need to unplug. This right here is not healthy. Okay? This right here is not healthy. It is truly, this is not healthy. This is not healthy. We're going to die. We're going to die. You know, you guys, one time my mom even had a job, right? My mom used to work, right? My mom used to work. The corporate job. Okay, my mom worked for an airline. Okay, she worked for Air France. I don't think it's a big deal to say that, right? And so the lady that she worked for at the airport here, she was so mean to her. Like, she was stressed my mom out so much, you guys. One day, my mom had her woman stuff. When I tell you, the bleeding would not stop. It would, like, it starts off, it didn't stop. When I tell you, my mom was bleeding for almost like 6 months to almost like 6 or 9 months, like that, right? My dad said to her, sis, this ain't it. This ain't worth your life, sis. He told her to quit. Okay, he's like, what kind of money you making there anyways? Okay, as soon as my mom quit her job, maybe one day she'll tell y'all her story. As soon as she quit her job, Kevin, the bleeding stopped. The bleeding stopped. One day I will have her sit here and make a video for y'all. She was bleeding. But y'all, this lady was, and I'm not talking like, oh, it's like a little bit of bleeding. No. The lady was bleeding for almost 6 to 9 months, maybe more. My dad had to tell her, you need to stop. Because you want to, like, occupy herself. Like, it's not worth it. Like, it was so stressful. That lady was such a bully. Like, they would just bully my mom so bad. And that's what I'm saying. This corporate ladder, woman empowerment does not exist. A lot of times when you work and your manager is a woman, she will bully you. Especially if you have a life, if you have children, and she has nothing going on for herself, she'll resent you because you're married, you have a family, you have children. So, like, they punish you for that. So many of these career women are evil. The lady was bleeding, you guys. I won't lie to you. Bleeding, back to back. Did all kinds of tests. They couldn't see anything. My dad said, you know what? You need to stop this job because it's getting ridiculous. She stopped the job. The bleeding stopped. I was like, oh, my gosh. A job can kill you. Okay, you see? Yeah. A job can kill you. A job can cause you to have stress. A job can cause you to have excessive bleeding. A job can cause you to probably even have cancer. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, these jobs out here, they will exhaust you. That's why I said sometimes, like, you might have to weigh the pros and cons. Some people do happen to have nice husbands. Not everybody's evil. Now, it's kind of rare, but some people do happen to have nice husbands. So it's like, if you have a nice husband and he can give you the lifestyle that you want without you being tortured by all kinds of people, being bullied, having to work people you don't like, having to code switch and do all kinds of weird stuff. Yeah, stay your ass at home. There's nothing out here. Just like when we tell people who are married, like, if you can work it out, work it out, because there's nothing out here. It's the ghetto. Yeah. She said, yeah. Nikki said, OMG, that was my last job. I love it because the work was super stressful and the manager was the worst I ever had. I wish I could quit now too, but I'm single. Yeah. Like, you can have jobs that make you physically sick. You can have a job where when you think about going to work, you just want to call off for the day because your manager is so evil. You know, I had one of my other sisters, right? Her mom was really sick. Yo, her mom had cancer, right? Her mom had cancer. So she had to leave North Carolina and go to New York to take care of her mom. The way the lady was so insensitive. Even me, I was floored. I'm like, does she not hear that your mom has cancer? And like her mom was like, it was metastasized. So like, it was like the last days. Even me, I was crying. It was so sad. You know, like, because it happened so fast because she went back home. By the time she came back, the cancer just spread, you guys. Sometimes you call her, you can hear her mom just crying in the background. I'm like, oh my gosh. So even like, I'm like, even I was overwhelmed, okay? But I'm like, to see her go through that, she's like, oh, you got to submit this and you got to submit that, like doing the most. Oh, so when are you coming back? Okay, well, you don't have enough leave. I'm like, F your leave, B. F your leave. I'm like, what the heck? You telling these people your mother has cancer. She's in the last stage of cancer. It has metastasized through her body. This heifer calling you back to back to back. Oh, when are you logging in? Oh, because she was asking her, because she's going to work from New York. She's like, well, let me see, because you need to ask for special permission. I'm like, what the heck is this? Okay. Then she's like, oh, she had like different type of leave. Like, cause I guess like you got like leave that you can like sick days type of leave. Then there's some other type of leave, right? So she had to submit all this paperwork while she's going through like her mom is going through cancer, you know. Then eventually the doctors came and they're like, well, there's nothing they can do because it metastasized so much, you know. Either we're gonna take her to a hospice or y'all gonna have to take her home. So I'm like, even having to deal with, I'm like, this is just madness. Imagine your mom is your mom is going through the last days of her life. You have to make a serious decision. And you have a manager on the phone asking you about your timesheet. My timesheet, you goofy. Sure, I couldn't do it. You gonna get cussed out. Okay? You gonna get cussed the F out. Yo, I was like, these people are so insensitive. It's like when you work a job, you belong to these people. Oh, you got to make sure you have enough leave. You got to make sure you have enough hours. You got to make sure that you have permission to go here. You always have to ask for permission. These jobs, they put a leash around you. Like, what? I was like, girl, what? You know? But I'm like, these weird ish. Meanwhile, that same manager she has, her mom was also sick. And when her mom was sick, she was asking everybody in the office to have compassion for her. But when somebody else's mom is sick, you want to be a bitch. You know, I cussed this lady out so many times in my mouth and in my head. Y'all, please. That was so gross. I'm like, girl, I pray that you have a husband. This is ridiculous. Because if you had a husband and a two income, you'd have told this heifer to go F herself, if you'd have quit that job. It's ridiculous. Like, you're telling them she knows why you're in New York. She knows what you're there for. It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Like, who would lie about something like this? Like, you're sick. These people are sick.
You work for one of the top law firms in the world, and you're making more than $180,000 your first year. Fast forward a few years, I've graduated from Georgetown Law. I'm working in big law as a corporate lawyer in mergers and acquisitions, doing these billion-dollar deals. And it is very glamorous. You're working with the best of the best from Harvard Law, Stanford Law, kind of like a real-life Suits. We take our interns on helicopter rides of the city and go out to fancy dinners where the bill is thousands of dollars. Yeah. And it's easy when the world is telling you you've made it. You're in the most prestigious job to lose sight of your why.
And that's what he said, that they're going to tell you all kinds of lies. They put you in helicopters, the fancy dinners. It is a lie. Meanwhile, how many hours do you have to do? Okay? Because when you're a lawyer, you got to do your billables. You might never have a life. You might mergers and acquisition. This thing is so time consuming. You will never have a life. You will sleep in the office. You spend all your time ordering all kinds of food. You will never make it home. You barely see your apartment. You barely see your family. All kinds of fools. It's not glamorous. Even in Suits, Jessica could not keep a relationship. You know what I mean? She could not keep a relationship because you got to work. You got to babysit. What's his name? What's that white boy's name? Mike and whatever that white boy's name is. Got to babysit them people. And Donna, okay? Lewis, you know? So first you got your own cases to worry about. Then you got to worry about Harvey Spencer, Mike, Donna, Lewis. What they going to get into? Couldn't keep a single relationship. Did you see? And once her father passed away, what happened? She quit because she realized this ain't it. I went to law school for way more than fancy suits, nice cars, nice shoes, and to be in a fancy high-rise office. She goes right back to where she's from, trying to help her auntie out from getting evicted. because you realize there's more to life than dressing nice, dressing fancy, being a boss, whatever, walking in power heels. There's more to life than this. No. It's a scam. It is a scam. And that's exactly what that man, I'm like, this man is not lying because he's white. He ain't lie. What he say? Say it again. Say it again, Harrison.
I think it is you, the women,
Yes.
who have had the most diabolical lies
Yes.
told to you.
Yes.
How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career?
Yeah.
Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
Exactly. It's a beautiful thing to be a mother. Huh? They told us a lie or birth control. Oh, use birth control so that way you don't get pregnant and it won't affect your career. Use birth control. Hey Val, use birth control, use birth control. And then some people, they've been on birth control for so long that when they finally get ready to be married, they finally get ready to have a family, the body does not work. The body doesn't work. I'm telling you, just because you think you're going to get pregnant when oh no, I'll do it later. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. If you had birth control in your body for years and years and years, for a degree, for a career, for whatever, the day you take that stuff out and you said to yourself, oh, I'll get pregnant by tomorrow. I get pregnant in 3 months. I get pregnant in 2 days. No, it doesn't happen because all the toxins of these birth controls are in your body. These people, like they've done like the programming they've done to women. It is evil. It is so evil. It is so damn evil. Hey, Nessa, it is evil. Oh, have multiple sex partners, and somehow that's empowerment. Your career, right? When we were younger, they pushed Condoleezza Rice on us, right? Condoleezza Rice, right? This lady had no job. All she did was her career. She had a PhD at 27 years old. 27. She had a PhD from Notre Dame. Yes, PhD from Notre Dame, right? If you guys remember when she was in office, when she was Secretary of State for George Bush, she was always calling that man her husband. I don't know what. I don't know if she was in love with him, if she was his mistress. I don't know. But he seems like he has a thing for black women, though, right? She will always call George Bush her husband. Oh, my husband. She'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Lusting after somebody's man. All she has is her degrees. That's all she's known for, her degrees, being the first black woman to be Secretary of State, being the first black woman to go kill people in Iraq. Besides that, who remembers her? Who's going to show up at her funeral? Ask yourself that, okay? Because the majority of her friends going to be dead, okay? Who's going to show up at her funeral? Condoleezza Rice. With all she's accomplished, everything the world says to accomplish. But guess what? What really does matter is family. She has zero, no children. No husband. This woman gonna die. And should be remember what? PhDs, because she had a PhD, or because she was the first black woman to be Secretary of State. We do not care. hey, Adrian, we don't care. What's your legacy, sis? Meanwhile, George W. Bush, he got his kids. He has his wife. He has his twins, right? One of them, she's on TV. She does Good Morning America. He sees her every day. Sometimes he goes up there. They'll interview him, whatever. He has his family. Right? And meanwhile, even the wife, Mrs. Bush, what's her name? Mrs. Bush Jr. What's her name? Laura Bush. Yes, Miss Laura. Miss Laura, come through. Okay? Here, Miss Laura Bush. Let me find her. Let me show you her picture real quick. Okay? Miss Laura Bush. You know, all she ever was a school teacher. Okay? Okay? Miss Laura Bush, all she ever was nothing more than a school teacher. Okay? She wasn't out here trying to pursue the biggest degree, have a PhD, have a wump. No, girl. She said, I'm going to go raise the children. Okay? She was a school teacher. She trained little kids. Okay? She was going to be a teacher. Very feminine type of stuff, right? She gets to be the wife of George W. Bush Jr. She gets to be the first lady. Okay? So meanwhile, what Condoleezza's out here trying to be a boss woman, the first black woman to bump it up. Girl, when it's all said and done, Miss Laura Bush, she made better choices. Okay? Do you see Miss Laura Bush out here being by herself? Going home by herself? Looking at a bunch of papers on the wall, degrees, honorate diploma, doctorate diploma, bachelor degree. Don't nobody care. When it's all said and done, no one cares. Even look at social media. Okay? Even look at social media. When you get out of college, you get out of grad school, the people who are most popular, the people who make the most money are usually not the most educated. Because even society doesn't even care about your degrees. Society cares more about your personality. Okay? Me, Marlene, I have a math degree. I have a statistics degree. I have a master's statistics degree, right? But Jada Waiter has more money than me. Okay? Jada Waiter has more. She got more money than me. She has more followers than me, right? Ari Lennox. Oh, not Ari? That girl, Ari, the little girl, right? Ari has more followers than me. Ari has more money than me. There are a lot of people who don't even have my qualifications. There are a lot of girls who don't have my brain, don't have my intellect. But guess what? They have more money than me. They have bigger houses than me. They got bigger cars than me. They got bigger pockets than me. They got all kinds of stuff bigger than me, right? Because that's the real world. When you're in school too, let me tell you this. When you are in school, when you are in academia, you are very sheltered. You are very sheltered. You think the world is all about fairness and who works the hardest and who's the smartest. Nope, it is not. Nope, it's not. When you go into the real world, fairness is out the window. Personality, who can cheat, who knows who sleeps with who. Kim Kardashian is a sex worker, right? No degrees. She has more money than us. She's more relevant than us. She has bigger houses than us. She has all types of stuff. Okay? So it don't matter. All she had to do was put her whole butt in a video. She gets to go to the Met Gala. We're not going to the Met Gala. She gets to be on cover of magazine. We ain't going to do that. Right? Look at how society treats people who even have degrees. Let's be honest. Nobody values people with education. People value people with a talent or personality or lack thereof. I don't know. Emma Chamberlain. Emma Chamberlain dropped out of high school, if I'm not mistaken. Right? Now she does all these red carpets, womp. She ain't got no education. She ain't got no education. The majority of women today who make a lot of money, especially with social media, influencing, advertisement, brand, many of these girls have no education. Did Beyonce even finish the high school? Did Beyonce graduate high school? Cardi B, a stripper. They made this girl to a mega influencer. Okay? So I'm saying it's a bunch of lies. So you're like, oh, if I knew what I know now, I don't know. Maybe I would have. I mean, I don't think I would regret going to school, but I wouldn't have looked at it. Oh, this is what's going to open doors for me, right? I probably would have started doing YouTube a long time ago. Okay, I would actually do what I'm really passionate about. And many of us, we went to school not out of passion, but either family pressure, feeling like, oh, I got to be able to have a career, a job when I get out, right? I don't want to be seen as a bum. If you're Nigerian, you even have way more pressure because your parents are just crazy, right? But my thing is, a lot of us don't really go to school because we really want to have those degrees. We pursue education for other people, right? Because we go to school and we study things that we're not passionate about. That's why it's easy to walk away from it. Because it's not a real, yes, I can do it, but I'm not really passionate about it, right? Spend enough time with me, you'll recognize that I could talk for hours. Maybe I should have focused on that a long time ago. Just be somebody, just sit here, just talk for hours, right? But you're thinking like, no, I got to have something that can impress people. I got to show people I got a big brain. I got to show nothing. Okay? That's the part. That part. It's hard to find a good man, mature, respectful, who wants to provide. That's the part. Exactly. So I'm like, let's be honest about that. Otherwise, people don't want to work. But I'm like, you compare Laura Bush to Condoleezza Rice. Who would you pick? I'd rather be a Laura Bush. Let me be a school teacher, have me a small degree, and be kept for the rest of my life. This woman will always go down in American history as the first lady of the United States. And all she ever had was a teaching degree. No offense to my teachers, though, but it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Condoleezza has a PhD in something crazy. But she ain't got no husband. Never had a husband. Don't have no children. Don't have no grandchildren. You know, Mr. Bush, he left the White House. Now he has his family. Got his wife, has his kids, has his grandkids. He's busy. Who does she have? Who does she call? Who checks on her? Nobody. If Condoleezza Rice was to die today, who will go to her funeral? If she dies 10, 20 years from now, there might be no one because people her age will be dead. They'll be dead. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, listen, you see? think the ones that have the less education are the ones that are more likely to get married because they're not trying to compete and do all this career stuff. Hey, Erica, what's up, my love, right? They're trying to do all that kind of stuff. You know? It's the same. I'm like, yeah. I'm telling you, look at Michelle Obama. Go look up the last time Michelle renewed her law license. She has not renewed that thing in over like more than 20 years. But the lady went to Harvard Law School. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Now she writes books. She's out here making movies for Netflix. You don't need a law degree for this type of stuff. She don't care about the law degree. Out here with all kinds of fashion, the knee-high boots with the Swarovski crystals on. Okay? Like, nah. I'm like, y'all, I'm not lying. I would mislead you. I'm like, look at Susan. Her son is gone. How much was she making? Hold on. What's her net worth? Jesus. You see? This lady is worth $765 million. Her baby took his life. Look at that. $765 million. The baby is gone. That little boy is gone. He's not coming back. Okay? What's her education? What'd she study? Girl, what'd you study? Get to the point. Education. Oh, she went to Harvard. So she had an undergrad from Harvard. She went to University of Santa Cruz for a master's, and she had an MBA. So she has like 3 degrees, right? 3 degrees. And the son unalived himself. He's addicted to drugs. Okay? And his life is gone. Now, I promise you, she'd be like, man, maybe I should have worked less and spent more time watching this boy, right? Career my behind. Career my butt. But stop.
To that, you've just spent $200,000 on law school and you need this job to pay it off. You get very caught up in it. I wanted to become a lawyer to help people, but at these big law firms, all you're doing is helping large faceless corporations. Your clients are the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, the Amazons and Apples of the world, and it's easy to get complacent. In the back of my mind, I knew I wanted to do something that had more of an impact on actual people, something entrepreneurial, but I was too scared to leave, and I was worried that I'd fail miserably on my own. And it was just one phone call, 10 words that changed everything. That phone call was with my boss, a senior partner at the law firm. So earlier that week, I found out that my 89-year-old grandpa was hospitalized and his condition was deteriorating. So I told my boss and asked for some.
You see this? You see this, y'all? You see this? Family. When it's all said and done, you have to choose between your family or a job. You're going to choose your family. Like, I'm out of here. Y'all crazy. You people are crazy. You are crazy. You are really crazy. I'm not doing this.
Some time to go see my grandpa. My boss agreed, so I made the 5-hour journey to my grandparents' house. That first night, my boss kept giving me time-sensitive assignments, so I couldn't even make it to the hospital during visiting hours. 3 a.m., still working frantically. The second night, I decided to work up the courage to ask my boss.
Working at 3 a.m. How's this not toxic? How you see? And the thing I find to be so fake, you guys, it is. Oh, Lord, hold up. Wait a minute. Okay. Can I get into it, you guys? Can I get into it? The thing I find so fake with these liberal women in America, right? If a boss, whether it's a woman boss, a man boss, tells them to work until 3 o'clock in the morning, right? That's not abusive. Oh, no, I have to prove my worth. That's my boss. I got to show my boss I'm not lazy, right? Let a man tell his wife, hey, you wake up. Go make me breakfast at 3 o'clock in the morning. He's an abuser. He's a narcissist. He's a misogynist. Girl, leave him. He's no good for you. Right? The same women who have issues about patriarchy, toxic masculinity, how you should not let a man dictate what you should do, how a man should not be waking you up at 3 o'clock in the morning, are the same people who would stay up until 3 o'clock. And we're not talking like, oh, she started working at 9 p.m., so she's up until 3, right? She told y'all she does mergers and acquisitions. So it's like you start working at like 7, 8 o'clock until 3 o'clock the next day. So you're like up for 24 hours, but that's not abusive though, right? Because that's for your career. You know, it's your career. It's your career. You're going to make more money. You're going to have status. You're going to have a bigger office. They're going to promote you. You see this? Pride, ego, right? You know what I'm saying? That's the pride. It's the ego. It's the vanity, for the vanity of it all. right? But then if your husband says at 3 o'clock in the morning, oh, wife, I don't feel so well. Do you mind making me some tea? Do you mind making me some breakfast? Oh, you can make it yourself. Girl, don't you ever let no man tell you what to do. Girl, don't you ever let no man wake you up in the middle of the night to go make him some coffee. He can make it for himself. But you'll do it for a job. That's why I say you have a man either way. You have a man either way. And what these people, what these mean liberals, I'm gonna tell you, a lot of these women who are liberal, feminists, whatever, they hate your guts. They're a bunch of haters. I've learned this. When a woman does not have something, she'll spit on that thing to make you not want it too, because she doesn't have it. Therefore, she don't want you to have it. Right? A lot of women will sabotage you and pretend that they are empowering you. They're looking out for you. They're concerned for you. They ain't concerned worth a damn. Okay? A lot of women are jealous. So if I can't have it, let me sell her a story, a narrative, a scary picture so that she doesn't pursue the things that I don't have just yet. Don't have to argue with me. That's how I feel. That's where I'm staying at. Right? But this young lady said her boss is making her work until 3 o'clock in the morning. That is crazy. That is out of line. That's abusive. But the majority of these women will never see this as abuse because they've been trained to only see one type of evil. And the evil is the man in your relationship. He's evil. The man in your intimate relationship, he's evil. But the man who writes your check, he has the right to do whatever he wants to do, right? Make you work at 3 o'clock in the morning, make you work. You told this person, my granddad's about to pass away. You would think a person would say, you know what, this is serious, because if her granddad dies, she will never see him again, right? What is it that you can't find somebody else in the office to do it while she deals with this? No, because they feel as though since they write you a check and they know that you have student loans, they can take advantage. Because like she said, when you go to law school, you got undergrad debt, you got student loan debt, you got grad school debt. So they know you need this money. So what do? They increase the pressure. They become ridiculous with their demands. Their timing is ridiculous. Their expectations are ridiculous because they know you are desperate for a check. So I'm going to ask you this. Between the man that's employing you and the man that you're in a relationship with, who's more abusive? Who is more abusive? Okay? Oh, please. They want to demonize people. I'm telling you, this country, every time they want to demonize somebody or demonize a thing, you should do your own research. Like, why are they trying to demonize that? Because everything they demonize in America usually is for your own good. These are the same people who promote hypersexuality. They promote hypersexuality. They promote promiscuity. They tell you to sleep with a man that has a left hook, a right hook, this type of hook. Let any type of man put all kinds of tire marks in your vagina. That's some type of empowerment. They tell you to put a camera in your vagina right like this, and then record it and then sell it on OnlyFans for $5. And anybody with $5 can come look at your vagina and take screenshots and save it in their phone. They telling you to create a storefront for your vagina and your desperation, and they call that a dating app. And anybody can be in bed and swipe left, swipe right on you. You turn yourself into a commodity. You turn your desperation into a commodity. You don't even see how pathetic you look being on these goofy ass dating apps, showing how desperate you are for attention, how desperate you are for some type of company. I'm like, this is just madness. These people are insane. They are truly insane. They're gamifying having access to women. They're gamifying being able to sleep with a woman. Anybody can be in a bed and go left, right, just like that. You mean nothing. You're just another face, another number, another user with another coochie and her desperation. Because you have to be quite desperate to be on a dating app. Any woman who goes on a dating app, you are letting the man know you are desperate. You are so desperate. When you create a profile account on a dating app, it is no different than having a store on Shopify. You're selling something. Your desperation. Because why the freak are you so educated? You have so much money, such a great career, but you are on a freaking dating app praying that somebody swipes left and makes a conversation with you. Okay? Stop. Stop the madness. Stop the madness. Stop the madness. It is a pathetic thing to have a profile on a freaking dating app. You know, a friend sent me a thing yesterday about that girl, Chelsea. Oh, Lord, I'm pregnant. Okay? And she was like, oh, Marlene. Y'all know Chelsea. Hold on. Look who Chelsea's up. So y'all can see who Chelsea is. Hold on, y'all. I can't even breathe. Ooh. Chelsea, where you at? Okay. Chelsea, what? Chelsea, something. What's her name? Okay, right? So she sent me a picture of this girl, Chelsea, right here. And she's like, oh, Marlene, I feel like her husband is stressing her out. As a girl, she's stressing her damn self out. What kind of serious woman? Okay? What kind of serious woman? What kind of high career, high selling real estate? Oh, I sell $1 million real estate, darling. Darling. Shut up, Heifer. Every time you watch Selling Sunset, okay, Chelsea out here dressed like a damn streetwalker. Okay, and I was like, this girl, she gives escort. I'm like, she gives off escort. Like, there's nothing serious about this chick, right? And she was like, oh yeah, I met my husband on Tinder. I said, Tinder, okay, with her little fake ass British accent, right? So this Nigerian chick went and hooked up with this white man or this Peter. I don't know if he's white. He might be Peter. Okay, he looked Arab to me, right? But she met this Peter man, okay, her lobster and Peter on Tinder. Now, if you don't know this, Tinder is the heterosexual version of Grindr. It is pretty much a hookup app. It is not a serious app. Okay, it's not a serious app. She's like, oh, Marlene, because she always tries to be like, she wants to be so different than me. I'm like, girl, you're pathetic. You wish you had my intellectual propensity and you had my intellectual boldness. She's like, oh, I'm not gonna judge how people meet. I said, me, I'm judging. Okay, I am so judging. And I keep telling her this all the time. I don't understand why you keep sending me stuff. You know I have an opinion. When does Marlene not have an opinion, right? But you keep sending me stuff, knowing dang well I have an opinion. And mind you, she's an Aquarius, right? But she refuses to elevate to the air, okay? She wants to be an air sign, a water sign, some, but besides being a real Aquarius, right? So I said, no, I'm judging. You brought this for me to have an opinion, right? So I'm gonna give it to you. I said, I'm judging. Right? Because what kind of serious woman, especially a Black woman, an African woman on Tinder looking for old rich white man is giving sugar baby and sugar daddy? I'm judging. I don't care. Because Tinder is not a serious app. Grindr is not a serious app. And I have shown y'all on so many occasions the number of people who have contracted HIV by being on Tinder, by being on Grindr. These apps are nothing but hookups. And after you sleep with someone, you can just delete and nobody can ever find you again. You can't contact them again. The company cannot reach out to them again because the way they write their algorithms, there's no way to trace it back. So like the number of people who have contracted HIV on Grindr, the number of people who have contracted HIV on Tinder, oh my gosh. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Okay. Let me see. Okay. It's all over. It's all over YouTube. It is all over YouTube. I will never lie to you. The number of people who have they got HIV from being on that goofy app. Okay. Then you have it, and it happens for the gay men too, because Grindr is for the LGBTQ and Tinder is for hetero people. Sorry, the number of people who have gotten HIV from Grindr, the number of people who've gotten HIV from Tinder, and once they get infected, they have no way of finding the person. These are the sick realities, right? Of when we take family out the equation, we try to change roles, we try to be smarter than God, we try to replace careers for family and things like that. Everybody starts acting loopy. Everybody starts acting crazy because we think we're so smart. But what we're truly doing is we're becoming so much harmful to ourselves. We have lost how to communicate with people. We have lost the art of courting people, of being patient with people. Today, every date means that you got to sleep with someone. People are so obsessed with pornography, masturbation, all kinds of weird vices because we are so against things that are traditional. But not everything that's traditional is bad. There are a lot of tradition that keep people safe. And a lot of things that are traditional that also keep women safe. But this new age, this new way of thinking, of progression of this, it has caused so much harm. It has caused so much harm. And we think everything can be fixed with abortions. Oh, just abort, just abort. No, there's a cultural problem. There's a serious cultural problem. But I'm like, this myth of trying to tell women that, oh, if you have a degree, if you have a career, you're fine. No, you will not be fine. You will not be fine. And for a lot of women, myself included, I will say that there's a certain purpose, there's a certain meaning to your life that does get added when you do become a mother, because it's something completely different. And nothing will ever drive you like the love that you have for your child or the love that you have for your children. Nothing will ever drive you like that. Nothing will ever motivate you like that. But that's a fact. So, that's what it is. But you can look that up, though. Hold on. Where's she at?
So that I could actually have a few hours to see my grandpa in the hospital. In my years of working for this boss, I had never asked for an extension. It didn't matter if I had to work 20 hours on my birthday while on vacation and miss my own birthday dinner, true story. It didn't matter if I had to pull 2 all-nighters in a row and felt like my body was shutting down. I just never asked. And the culture of these law firms is all about...
But if this young lady, and even that too, right? This is the culture. This is the culture at law firms. You miss your birthdays, right? Because you got to satisfy your boss, a man or a woman, but maybe it's a man. But that's okay, though, because you're doing it for your career, right? But if you have a husband and he tells you to miss your birthday, he's a narcissist. He's a narcissist. You see? So when it's a career, it's okay to be abused because, eventually you'll get money. Huh? And then it's not even like, you're pursuing money so you can start a non-for-profit. You're pursuing the money to make a better place. No. They want you to make more money so you become more of a consumer, right? Buy more shoes, buy more bags, buy more this, fill up your closet, turn your closet into a shrine, right? Money. You're going to make more money. And you'll do nothing purposeful with that money besides trying to remind people, like, this is who I am. This is who I am. That's how much money I make. That's my title. Nobody sees this type of behavior. This is toxic. This is unhealthy. It's never that serious, right? She said her body was shut down. You have to work back to back like this. Your body's going to shut down. But if a woman said, my husband made me have sex with him, he wants me to have sex with him every day, the point that my body is shutting down. Oh my gosh, this is abuse. It's abuse. It's abuse. It's abuse. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Girl, run away. Domestic violence. Sue him. Right? But it's okay for a boss to work you so hard that your body actually shuts down. But no, it's okay, girl. Put more makeup on. Okay? After all, you'll get a bonus. Right? You get a bonus. Right? But if it's like, no, girl, I know it's like he's asking for too much sex, but think about your family. Think about your children. No, girl, don't think about your family. Think about you. Think about you and what you want. Okay? Don't ever let a man tell you how to feel. Don't ever let your children come in the way of your happiness, girl. You deserve to be happy, girl. You deserve better than this. Okay? You deserve better than this. You don't need no man. Okay? But the majority of your friends, your sister friend, if you say, girl, I got to work up until 2 o'clock for my boss. Girl, I get it. I'll talk to you later, girl. There's no problem. You call this other girlfriend. Girl, I haven't slept in 2 days because my boss wants me to turn this thing around. Girl, I mean, it's asking too much, but think about how much you're making. Plus, we got this trip to Mexico. We got a trip to Tulum. Hey, hotties. Okay? You see that mindset, right? Because there's money. When there's money to be made, it's okay to be abused by a system. But God forbid somebody says, take a little bit, be uncomfortable because you want your children to have a 2-parent household. Oh my gosh. Okay. Divorce is not the end. There are many women who've had a divorce and they were able to start over. And when I had a divorce and I had to work at Bloomingdale's, divorce is not the end. I don't have to put up with this. I don't have to put up with this. Okay. All right. Divorce is not it. Okay. After divorce, you can reinvent yourself. There is purpose after divorce. There is a way after divorce. There is reemergence after divorce. Okay. Don't tell me to stay with a man for my children. That's not okay. I deserve to be happy. I deserve to reinvent myself, right? Because they have been told that marriage, children is diabolical. And that's how the majority of women are. The majority of women. No, but it's true. The majority of women, that's how simple-minded they are. That's why they keep getting scammed. Okay? Because they're trained to see life as black and white. Because the majority of women grow up on fairy tales. Right? Because when you watch Snow White, you know that's a damn witch. You're like, this ugly bitch. She's about to kill you, bitch. Don't you eat the apple. Her dirty hands, right? Okay, right? That's how most women think. They're so simple-minded. It's like, do you understand the word nuance a bit? Right? You see? Right? So when you watch Snow White, you can easily tell who's evil and who's good because the heifer looks bad. Right? So, oh no, this girl, yeah, she's demonic, right? You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. When you watch what's the little girl's name? Sleeping Beauty. Okay. And Maleficent, right? You can tell there's something wrong with Maleficent, right? You can tell, like, oh, this heifer right there, right? She ain't about no good. Aurora, stay away from Maleficent. Aurora. Okay? When you watch what's that little girl name? Okay, little wet mermaid. Right? When you see Ursula, there's something that says, this lady right here, she's nefarious. Okay? Right? Okay? You don't need to have a great career. Your family can be your career. What's the big deal? Your family can be your career. Your career needs to be what really brings you joy. If your family brings you joy, if your children bring you joy, then that's your career. That's your ministry. And we wish you all the best. You know what I'm saying? If you also say, I want family, but I want to work outside because I'm really passionate about children, non-for-profit, the arts, cool, right? But the problem is the majority of careers that women are taking, they're not taking them because they're truly passionate. They're taking them out of pride. They're taking them out of desperation. They're taking them to prove to people, look at who I am. Look at what I accomplished for myself. And when you do stuff like that, you are drained because you're not doing this for yourself. You're doing it for what other people going to think of me. And it's like, who cares? Who truly cares? You understand? It's like, what do you want to do? And that's why today, a majority of women are throwing away some very expensive degrees. I'm like, a law degree, even if you go to a ratchet law school, it's still expensive. Like, I'm like, you got to take the LSAT. That's expensive. You got to write all these applications, write all these essays. Every school charges like $100 to $300 for application fee. Then you got to make it in there. You got to pay all these people, pay for your food, pay for your lodging, pay for your classes, pay for your books. You study law school. You study so much. These people, they study nonstop. Medical school. You are broke for for 10 years of your life. You're broke. You have no money. And you study every day. You wake up, you study. You eat, you study. You shower, you study. Okay? Only for you to say, you know what? I'm going to quit being a doctor. I'm going to be a YouTuber. I'm like, what is going on with these people? Because the whole time you were doing it for other people. It's not something that really pleases you. You didn't really want to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's how I know. Like there's a lot of people who are miserable because the only reason why they're doing medicine because it's to please the parent. So your mom can brag. Like you'll see a lot of Nigerian kids, they become doctors and lawyers, not because they want to. Very few truly want to be doctors. Very few truly want to be lawyers. They're doing it for their parents. Otherwise, they're miserable. They are truly miserable. They want to do something completely different. You understand? Like they want to do something completely different. But the pressure, the cultural pressure of being Nigerian and being a doctor, being Nigerian and being a lawyer, being Nigerian, have a big title. It's like the pressure. There's so much pressure. So you're like, okay, fine, I'll just do it. The whole time you're suffering. You're miserable. So once you get a little bit older, you get more money, you're able to kind of, okay, my mom has because pretty much you go to school for your mom or your dad. Like, oh, it's actually their degree. So you just give it to them. It's not really your degree. You're doing it for them because they want it. They need it. So once you start making a little bit more money, you start to affirm yourself a bit more. You're like, okay, look, girl, okay, thank you. I didn't start living my own life. But a lot of Nigerian kids don't really start living their own lives until they get into their 40s because they have a hard time having boundaries with their parents. They have a hard time having boundaries with their parents. Because everything is about the family, my mom, my dad, my mom, my dad. What will people think? Then the aunties get on the phone. They start doing competition. Who got this degree? Who got into Harvard? Want. The whole time, the child does not care. This is not what she wants to do. I had one of my little sis, for example, right? She's getting married. And so her dad was like, oh, he doesn't want a long engagement. So he wanted them to be married in December. I said, how can he want y'all to? Because she's in one school. She's in med school in one country. The guy lives in a different country. So he was like, yeah, he doesn't want a long engagement. So he wants them to be married in December. But I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Because I'm like me, I've talked to her almost like every day, right? Especially like quarantine, we talk all the time. So I know her. I've gotten to know her. You know, you talk to people every day, you start to see who they are, right? And she's very sensitive. She's very, very sensitive. And I was like, you're not going to make it. Because if you go and you get married over Christmas break, first of all, Nigerian weddings are exhausting. Okay? Because Nigerians don't do a 1-day wedding or 2-day. It's like a whole week. Okay? It's exhausting. It's really, really exhausting. And once again, the whole wedding is about other people. Nobody's wedding needs to be this extraneous, long-lasting of a journey. It's a journey. It's an experience. Like, it's exhausting. It's really exhausting. You're gonna leave a foreign country. He's gonna leave a foreign country. Y'all gonna have a whole week-long type of wedding for other people. By the time you're done with the wedding, you're gonna be so tired. It's not even a joke. By the time you even recover, it's time to leave. And imagine you just got married, and within 2 weeks you leave your husband. And then you got to come back and you got to study for the medical school stuff. I'm like, your mom's not going to be there. And I'm like, I don't think your dad truly knows you. But you have to tell him you can't do it. It needs to be over the summer. And you also have to tell your mom that based on the way I am, I can't get married and then leave my husband within like 10 days. Because by the time you come back, you're not going to be able to study. She's like, oh, Marlene. I said, okay. But I think in life, it truly matters to know yourself. And you have to make sure that your parents know who you are, right? But I didn't push it. You know, sometimes people think I do too much. I'm like, okay, I live alone, right? Spin the block. She said, oh, Marlene, we get married in July. See, I told you. It makes more sense because you're very sensitive. You know, you're very sensitive. She likes all that lovey-dovey stuff. So I'm like, if you have to leave him, it's going to really crush you. By the time you come back, your mind's not going to be here to study. It's not going to be here to study because as a woman, you're going to miss your husband. You know, I'm like, it's really hard. This is crazy. Right? So I'm like, it makes more sense to do it over the summer. Your dad does not like long engagement. It's not like y'all can be having sex anyways. You live all the way over here. He lives all the way over there. Like, no one's getting pregnant. He's doing too much. He's trying to be controlling. And it's not up to him to really tell y'all when to get married. That's not his place. Like, seriously? The last time, too, her mom got involved because she didn't like some of the pictures. She's like, oh, they're too sexy. That's a girl. Make 2 websites. Because she's like, she does it. She's like, oh, because she saw the pictures, but then she didn't say anything. But her friend got to her, and when her friend made a comment, then she started feeling uncomfortable. Then she reached out to my little sister. I said, girl, you know what you're going to do? Make another website. Give this lady her website for her friend, and then have your website where you want to have your pictures. Like, what are we doing? Okay. But I'm like, it's real. But it's like, when I talk to her, I can tell she's reached the age where she wants to be married. But med school is so important to the parents. She has to do med school, right? I don't know if she's the place. I didn't ask her. But she's very sensitive. She's very sensitive. She's very, very sensitive. And she's very, she's very loving. Like her name matches her for real. Like, it's in the Bible. Like, it really matches her. And I'm like, it's sad because I feel like your parents don't really know you. But me just talking to her, we never even met in person. I'm like, we just talking like the social media. We just talking to DMs. But just talking to her through the DMs, I've learned who she is. And I'm like, you're very sensitive. I tell her all the time, you're actually too sensitive, and I need you to be a bit more of an asshole because you're going to be a doctor one day. And if you keep being this sensitive, people going to bamboozle you to write all kinds of medication scripts to get drugs from you. Okay? Stop being so nice to people. Right? But that's just who she is. And ultimately, you have to accept people for who they are. But I'm like, this is not going to work for you because if you do it this way, by the time you come back, and it's almost like your last semester, your grades are going to go nosedive because all you're going to think about is him. So let's just wait until the summer. You do it over the summer, and y'all can spend the whole summer together, right? And when it's time to leave, your tank is actually full, and you can actually leave. He can leave. You get yourself in order. He gets himself in order. Y'all can finally come together whatever country y'all want to live at, okay? But I'm like, the thing with a lot of women is that they have been trained. Like, you know, society trains you, especially if you live in a Western society, especially if you live here in America, right? They will train you to see marriage as your downfall. They want you to fear marriage. right? They want you to fear marriage. They want you to fear partnership. They want you to fear motherhood. Like it's the worst thing that can happen to you. Children are so awful. Womp, 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 womp. Right? Because they need more people to work. And they need more single people to work so they can keep taxing your ass so you can pay more money. You gotta think about this stuff. Right? They need a sick society. They need a sick society. And when you don't have families, healthy families, when you don't have healthy marriages, you will have a sick society. Individuals will be sick. You see how pornography is taking over? You got girls addicted, men are addicted. There's so much violence. There's so much sexual violence. So much money being wasted because people are not building together. You have your bills, I have my bills. You have your, I guess your whatever, your whatever. People waste so much money. Right? People eat outside all the time, get bigger and bigger and bigger. They want you to have all types of addictions. Find other things to replace the true beauty of the peace and the comfort that family brings you. Right? But the majority of women who are career focused, I'm telling you, they're miserable. They are miserable. Right? Even Kamala Harris. Okay? Take Kamala Harris too. They try to position this woman like she an icon. Hold on. What's happening here? Right? Hold on. Right? But this lady too. I mean, I guess she got a husband, but before she had a husband, what's her track record? For her to get to where she is today, how many people's husbands did she have to smash? Okay? How many? And they like to hide that stuff about her past, right? But notice how the majority of these career women that they want you to look up to, they want you to be impressed with, the majority of them were professional women with careers who were professional side pieces. Okay? To get her job as a district attorney, she went and slept with that lady's husband, Mr. Willie. What he had? Child, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay? Willie Brown. Exactly. What's his name? Let's see if I can find him for you. Career. My career. Go sit down somewhere. Hold on. What's this man's face? This man. He was her lover. Her position, allegedly, let me say that, okay? Her position, allegedly, for her to have this position, she had to smash this man. And Mr. Willie was married. And I guess the deal they made was, if he stepped down as the district attorney, she was going to take over for him. Because she was his what? Allegedly, okay? Back in the day, too, who was she hanging out with? Hold on. Let me see if I can find the video for y'all. Okay?
He dated some prominent men, including in 2001, former talk show host Montel Williams. Back then, he was the famous one and had to introduce her to the paparazzi. Now, the whole world knows who she is. Long before she met Doug Emhoff, she dated some prominent men, including in 2001, former talk show host Montel Williams. Back then, he was the famous one and had...
Right. So see, she was a city girl too. Yeah, she was a city girl. I mean, all kinds of foolishness, right? Even now, she's the man she married. He's somebody divorced. He was divorced. He has children. Who knows if she got him by being the side piece, so then the wife followed divorce. Well, we'll never know. I don't know, right? Same thing. You look at Oprah Winfrey too. I don't think I can find the person, but that white man she was messing with too, if I'm not mistaken, the white man Oprah was messing with too, she was also his. Okay? The majority of these so-called career women have laid on their backs, okay? Barbara Walters. Hold on. Here's Barbara Walters, okay? Barbara Walters. Talk about how she used to smash. She used to smash her bosses, allegedly. I can't remember like who she smashed exactly, but she smashed to get the Fidel Castro interview. Who else is, hold on. Let me see if I can find on TikTok. Let me see if I can find on TikTok. Okay, so you see, she had an affair with Richard Pryor. Hold on. She was smashing a whole lot of people to get these interviews.
Just when you thought you knew everything about Barbara Walters, a new rumor surfaces.
Sherry Shepard, former co-host on The View, recently reignited rumors that Walters had an affair with comedian Richard Pryor. This rumor was initially spread by comedian Paul Mooney, who claimed to have walked in on them. While Walters never publicly confirmed the relationship, she did speak warmly of Pryor in past interviews. She described him as more than a comedian, hinting at a deeper connection. Pryor had been interviewed by Walters multiple times in the 70s and 80s, and their warm interactions over the years add fuel to the speculation. Just when you...
Okay? She also had an affair with the senator. Like, I think from her book, she even, because she wrote the book, she put it out there. I think she even like confessed that she slept with somebody else to have her Fidel Castro interview. If she wanted to have like certain times on TV and things like that, she would smash. She would smash. Career. The majority of them don't even achieve the top of their careers because they worked hard. They go through a man. So they're like, I won't do this for a man. My career. Many of them, they lay on their backs. A lot of these powerhouse females laid on their backs to get to the top. It was not their brain. It was their back. Okay? All right? Like, child, please. Child, please. Let us go find out how Anna Wintour got to be editor in Vogue of editor-in-chief of Vogue. Let's go find out. Okay? Oh, please. It's a lot of them. It is a lot of them. Oprah did it. That white man, I don't think he was hers. I don't think so. But I can't find the receipts right now. I don't think he was hers. That's what it takes to be at the top like that. You have to smash these people. The majority of these female entertainers, they are smashing the label executive. They are smashing the person who owns the label. They smashing management. They smashing somebody in A&R. Womp. Then they want to sit here and tell you because they worked hard, because they were focused, because they were dedicated. Girl, you sure was dedicated to giving some good head. Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Look at this one also. Another one. J-Lo. How did she get to the top? From one man to the next. From one man to the next. From one man to the next. Okay? This lady, oh, child, please. From one man to the next. Every time she wants something, she finds a man who can open a door for her. She wanted to be J-Lo from the block. She wanted to mess with Diddy. She wanted to have access to the Latin market. She wanted to mess with Mark Anthony. Mind you, Mark Anthony was married. Mark Anthony was married with children when she decided to go mess with this man. He had a wife, Miss Puerto Rico, right? Hold on. Yeah. So he was married to this one. Yeah, her. Yeah, the beauty queen, right? He was married to her. He was married to her. J-Lo was like, I don't care. I want to cross over. So she started messing with this man while he was married. This is how these girls get it. That's why when it comes to Hollywood and the entertainment world, they really can't judge Kim Kardashian. They really can't judge Kim. Because all of them be laying on their backs. Okay? It's just that Kim, her stuff is out there like that. It's like it's really, really out there like that. Right? But every time she wants something, she'll find a man to open that door for her. She's not self-made. Right? To get on TV, she had to go mess with the Wayne brothers. And maybe she smashed the older one. Okay? And that's why. What's that lady's name? What's the like team? Susie, that Desi Perez, right? That's why Desi Perez don't like her. Because J-Lo she don't play clean. She does not play a clean game. Okay? Desi Perez didn't like her for a reason. Right? So, wait. How you write their name? Oh, like this. Right? Right? So we will not be surprised. Maybe she smashed this one. But we'll never know. Right? So you go from that. Then from this, she also has what? She has Puffy, right? She messes with Puffy, gets that little street credibility, right? Once she's done with Puffy, she goes to Mark Anthony, right? Messes with this man while he's still married, right? After she messes with Mark Anthony, now she wants to go into Hollywood. She goes and messes with this man, another man, right? Ben Affleck. There's nothing. Hold on. Oh, whoa. Yo, y'all missing out. Hold up. I thought y'all was watching this page. My bad. Okay? So like I was saying, When she wanted to get into music, hey, Lib, with no rhythm, nothing, she's messing with this black man. So did he open that door for her, give her an image, give her a name, solidify her, right? When she had what she wanted, she moved on to who? Okay, Mark Anthony, because now she wants what? She wants the Latin market. So she goes and mess with this man. He's married. He has kids. I think he had like twins with her, if I'm not mistaken, but they had like 2 kids, right? So the guy's married. She messes with him. Once she's done getting the Latin market, now she wants to go mess with this dude, right? She messes with Ben Affleck because now she wants to go to Hollywood. She wants to have that wide audience. So she uses this man, right? These are the same people who gonna come up here and tell you, oh, you don't need a man and patriarchy is toxic. I'm a strong woman. I'm an independent. Independent where? What path have you forged for yourself? Like seriously, what path have you forged? What has Jennifer accomplished for herself? Every time she wants to break a new frontier, she gets in a relationship with a man who can open the door for her. But then she'll try to tell you, oh, she a strong Latina. She J-Lo from the block. She from the Boogie Down Bronx. She don't play that. Wump, wump. Oh, girl, shut up. You're full of crap. You're full of crap. Okay? Another man, right? When she wanted to get into investments and know about the money, she went and messed with your boy. What's his name? Alex. Okay? Right? Because Alex also, he's good at business. So she went there too to know about how to invest her money, how to make more money. Okay, she can't do nothing without a man. I bet you if she had a man who knew skincare, her skincare line would do better. Okay, this woman is not, she's not creative. She's not independent. She's not, I'm a forge this. She ain't forging nothing but laying on her back. And even, do you know? Before she left Diddy, she didn't even tell him she was leaving. He took her on a shopping spree. She spent $250,000. After she spent his money, then she ghosted him. So she made him buy all the stuff she would need for her next adventure. Okay? For the next adventure. All right? The majority of these women that you see out here, and they put them in front of you like, oh, look at her. She's self-made. She's independent. She works so hard. Even Kim Kardashian. The man who opened the biggest door for her was Kanye West. And she was what? His wife. Kim would have never been on the cover of Vogue if it was not for Kanye. Right? All right? All these Met Galas, Vogue cover magazines, womp. Nobody thought nothing of this girl. She used to wear BB. She used to have collaboration with Sears. Nobody took this girl seriously until the black man came through. Okay? It was another man. And now it's like cover after cover after cover. Even her skims. Her line of skims. Who made skims for her? Kanye. Kanye made the whole business and he gave it to her. What business sense she got? What business sense she got? How this girl knows how to source fabric? Go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Let me see if I can find a video for y'all. Okay. What did she say?
Our packaging was one way and I thought it looked amazing. And then he walked in and had about a 2-hour conversation with my whole Skims team about why it was not so amazing. But it was really inspiring and really, when you look back, it was really trendy, the old packaging, and I would have been sick of it by now. And he really gave us like amazing advice on how we want it to be classic and timeless, and all the packaging that the team was bringing us of other products in the marketplace. They were saying, isn't this better than that? And Kanye's main advice was, why don't you go get packaging that you think is the best of all time? It doesn't have to even be in the marketplace, but any product, and you should strive to be on that level. Why are you striving to be better than the worst? And it really clicked to the whole team. We all went back to work.
You see? So when you sit there and you look at Skims and they tell you, oh, Skim is valued at $1 billion. Kim Kardashian created Skims. Kim Kardashian, nothing. Kim Kardashian, nothing. She's an idiot. Okay? She's a freaking idiot. This girl was never smart. She don't have 2 neurons to rub together. Okay? Kanye made this heifer. Like, oh no, Kris Jenner is such a boss. Kris Jenner is such a mogul. Mogul where? She's such a mogul that her daughter had to steal $100,000 from Miss Norwood to start their business? No, it's a family of dum-dum. It's white mediocrity on a stick, okay? Let's be so for real, okay? These are white mediocre. These people are these are Armenian mediocrity, flagging people, whatever, okay? Hey, Ace, what's up, right? These girls would be nowhere without Kanye, a man. And if she was not Kanye's wife, he wouldn't have gone as hard as he did for her. Because when Nicki asked Kanye to help her with her line, he said no. He said, because I got to help my wife. I can't help you. But these are the same people who going to sit here and tell you, oh, you should not have a husband and don't have a husband and marriage going to hold you back and marriage this. But yet they understand that if I marry this man, because I'm married to him, he going to do this and this and this and this and this and this for me. And even if we're no longer together, I get to keep the business, get to keep the children, get to keep his last name, get to keep his sperm. She still has Kanye's sperm. She still has his sperm, right? But I thought family didn't matter. I thought, motherhood. Oh my gosh, that's so demeaning, motherhood. But these girls are out here saving people's sperms without their consent, right? Jeannie Mai, another one, right? Jay is so evil. Jay is so violent. He walks around the house with an AK-47, but she has his sperm. Okay? The man had to be the one to file for divorce. It's the same Jeannie Mai who was sitting here saying, oh, I don't want to be married. I don't want to have children. Wump, 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 wump it up, bump it up. Right? Now you meet this man, the snowman. Allegedly, he's violent. Allegedly, he's so scary. Then let the man go. Let him go. She don't want to. She don't want to let him go. As soon as he told her he might want to file for divorce, she starts doing IVF treatment without his consent. She's using his sperm without his consent. So they understand the value of having a man. They understand the value of having a marriage. They'll sit here and be like, oh, we went to the Ritz-Carlton and he pushed me down the steps and I was so scared for my life. And I told the man, please walk with me. He's so scary. I'm so afraid. But the next day, you calling your IVF doctor so you can have more babies with this man's sperm without his consent. Ladies, don't you allow these people to cheat you out your spot, okay? Because they'll tell you, oh, I don't want marriage. Oh, I don't want kids. They're so offensive. But when they find the man they want, when they find the one that they truly want, they throw all that strong woman, career-minded education out the window. They start saving sperm, paying 10 grand a month to keep some sperm in the freezer. Okay, do you know how much it costs to save the sperm in the freezer? Okay, but I thought man was not necessary. I thought motherhood was expendable. Like, do I really want to be a mother? Okay, I am more than that. I'm more. No, you're not. No, you're not. You see all these celebrities now in their 40s having all kinds of twins. Okay, they be having babies. Twins are coming out of everywhere. She got a twin. This one has twins. This one has twins. This one has twins. Because they understand. After accomplishing all of that, my real success doesn't happen until I'm a mother. That boy didn't lie. Yeah, you pay rent because you got to keep it in the freezer. You pay a lot of money to keep it in the freezer. Oh, I'm in agreement with him, Ace. I agree with him. I absolutely agree with what the man said. Because what he's saying is no lie. I agree with him. And we see it here. Even Beyonce almost died. First and foremost, when you had Lemonade, she talked about how hard it was to conceive Blue Ivy. Remember there's a song of Lemonade? Heaven misses something. It's like a song, and the song is called Blue, right? And she's like walking somewhere, right? Remember? She cried because it was really hurting her because she could not conceive. Imagine her, Beyonce, the girl everybody wants to be like, okay? The Beyonce. Hey, okay? She can have everything. But when it came to motherhood, it was like, nope. So for Blue, she cried. She cried for Blue because she kept having miscarriages after miscarriages. Oh, I have Grammys. Who cares? No, she was crying. Okay? Crying. Maybe that's why she was crying and she was so depressed that she had to go listen to Kim Burrell, and then Jay-Z called Kim and let her know, like, my wife is really depressed. Because imagine you can have everything, but that one thing, fertility, you ain't got it. That's why I said last time, because, oh, you're jealous of her. Jealous of what? I said, me, I don't have fertility issues. And that in itself makes me a very wealthy person. I don't care what anybody says. I'm like, do you know how much IVF costs? I don't have to spend that kind of money. Okay, I've never had issues getting pregnant. Okay. Okay, so just by that alone, I'm a very wealthy woman. My stuff works. Thank you, Jesus. Even yesterday, when I went yesterday, she was like, oh my gosh, your blood pressure is so amazing. She's like, pregnancy suits you well. I was like, I told you I carry well. Okay, all right. Like God got me when it comes to, and I'm like that right there. When I see how some people, what they go through to get pregnant, I said, Lord, okay, I can't relate to none of this stuff. And that in itself makes me a very fortunate woman, right? But Beyonce was very broken for Blue Ivy. Then I guess Blue Ivy came, no problem. For the twins, I don't think the twins were easy too. Because when you watch the homecoming, right, she had preeclampsia. I think when she went to deliver, like her blood pressure was spiking, all kinds of weird. I mean, Beyonce could have died. She could have died having those twins, right? And it's like, so you realize, like, you know, how, like, look how much, like, look at how much being a mother meant to her, where she was willing to die. Preeclampsia, it's high blood pressure. Like even me, because I'm like, I have a gestation, what's it called? Geriatric pregnancy, because I'm over 35, right? So I have to take low dose aspirin every day to make sure that my blood pressure is good, right? But I'm like, preeclampsia is bad. They might have to induce you early and things like that. It's really, really bad. So when you watch Homecoming, there's a part like she's laying there like this. I'm like, oh my gosh, Beyonce, you would have died for these kids. You know what I mean? I'm like, girl. So like you see it. Even today, it was like, oh my gosh, Miss Tina Knowles, we love you. Hey, Mama Tina. But what is Miss Tina Knowles' biggest accomplishment? Huh? What is her biggest accomplishment? Let's be also for real. Why do people love Miss Tina? Because she's a great hairstylist, because she's light-skinned, because she used to have a big hair salon in Houston, Texas. Don't nobody care. This woman is, I guess, respected, especially in the Black community, because she's Beyonce's mother. Her biggest accomplishment is being Beyonce's mom. Because without Beyonce, there is none of this. And shout out to Solange. I'm sure she's very proud of So-So. But So-So is not as like, you know, like Beyonce is, right? Makes sense? But I'm sure her biggest accomplishment are her daughters, especially Beyonce. Like, you're the woman who birthed this person, right? And because of that, she gets a lot of respect. She gets a lot of money. She gets a lot of invitation because she's Beyonce's mom. So I'm like, so how you going to tell me that motherhood is not something that I should seek after? How? How? When you see all these basketball players, you see all these NFL players, as soon as they get paid, as soon as they get drafted, who's the first person they bring on stage? Who's the first person they be thinking, I want to thank my mother? Who's the first person they buy a house for? Their mom. Who's the first person they buy a car for? Their mom. Like that one time when Russell Wilson bought his mom a house. Hold on. Sure, go somewhere, you crazy. I was like, oh my gosh. Let's talk about the video. Okay. Well, look at Russell Wilson. So this lady right here, what do you think her biggest accomplishment is? Her career? Child, please, go somewhere. Please, okay? Please. Look at her house.
I like them because they what's this?
Yeah. Key to your house. It's the key to your house.
My God. Yeah,
Ryan.
Are you serious?
No. Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Are y'all serious? For real? Carmen!
Try it. See if it works.
For real? Congratulations. Oh my God, I know the
I have toilet paper in the car.
Oh my God! No! No! Are you taking the film for this? That's not funny. Oh, you're not so cute for real.
We love you.
Tammy.
Does she go inside the house or she just hold on, let me see if she goes inside the house. Okay. Russell bought his mom a big old house. Okay. No mortgage, honey. And no mortgage on that house. It's all paid for. Okay. Go ask this woman if she had to choose between her career and raising Russell Wilson, which one would she like to do all over again? Okay. Because I'm like, no, I like you raised him for like how long? Like you raised him for 18, 20 years, right? that he becomes a multimillionaire and your whole life is paid for? Tell me what job you can do 20 years at the job, and when you check your 401k, you got $2, $3, $4, $5 million in there. You could go buy yourself a house. Sometimes a child, most of the time, a child is a better investment than a 401k. I said what I said. Okay. Meanwhile, here's the career. My career. Okay, my career. You can do 5 years. You can do 10 years. You can do 20 years. This is all you'll get. Okay. While this woman over here gets a house from her son. Okay?
Yeah.
He said, all these years, you have never asked me for anything. The only thing you've ever wanted for me to love. Well, thanks for loving us the way you do. This one's for you. I love you, mama. Happy Mother's Day. God is good. You see, this woman got keys to a whole mansion, all paid for. She ain't got to worry about the water bill, the power bill, this type of bill, nothing. Okay. Her son's paying for it. Okay. Her son is paying for it. Right? Because she was a mother. Her son's paying for it. You can work a job for 10 years, for 20 years, for 30 years. And this is what you'll get. A box. They'll give you a brown box for your plants, and that's if you are allowed back in the office. Okay. Because some people are not allowed back in the office. Right? But if they let you back in the office because they have some type of respect for you, that's about what you get. A little box to put all your little belongings in, your little pictures, your little lamp, your little plant. Then they'll say, oh, we want to say thank you for your hard work and your years of service. I hope you enjoy retirement. That's it. The next day, there's somebody else that comes in there, sits in your seat, and the show goes on like you never existed. Like you never existed. So yes, they sold us a bunch of lies. They sure did. Now go, please. Go somewhere. We go back to this girl here. Hold on. Where's she at? What was it?
How hard you can work. Overworking is glamorized, and it's like this badge of honor when you say that you had to pull an all-nighter at work. We all had extra clothes in the office for those all-nighters, and if you don't bill enough hours, it's basically the unspoken rule that you'll get fired.
So, like you said, it's a badge of honor to be overworked and underpaid, right? But somehow it's so evil to consider that you'll be at home raising your kids. And you know what? He might divorce you. And you know what? You might not be paid, right? But you can go to a job, be underpaid, be overworked, okay? One day you're going to leave that place. Like I said, you're going to leave that place looking like this. But it's, oh no, it's okay. Risk it all for this. Risk it all for this potential outcome. But don't risk it all to raise your own children. Like, do you see how sick this society is? They make you think that if, let's say, you invest in your household, you invest in your children, God forbid it goes left. You should be so afraid of that. You should never be like, you know what, even though this man did me wrong, but I'm still glad that I got to be a mother. And I'm still glad and grateful that I was able to put my imprint on these beautiful children, that one day they will be successful. And I know my kids won't forget about me. The man might forget about me, I don't know. But my kids, they're not going to forget about me. Everything they do, every type of money they make, anything they go through, they're going to be like, wow, my mom, without my mom, I wouldn't be here. What will my mom say? Right? When they get to graduate from school, they get to have their jobs to be like, yo, I got to think about my mom because without her, I wouldn't be here. Oh, no. That's no. That's so bad. That's so scary. That's not worth it. It's not worth it. Right? But it's worth it to invest it all in a company. Be overworked. Stay up there until 3 o'clock in the morning. Work so hard until your body shuts down because you got a trip to pay for Mexico, right? Only to potentially have this outcome. But this is okay because that's for your career. See, your career, it's okay. You can take risks for your career. Like, it's okay to be fired for your career. It's okay to overwork for your career. It's okay to be abused for your career. But it's not okay to take chances for family. It's not okay to take chances in having children. It's not okay to take time off from your career to raise your own children. Oh my God. I'm like, it's a derangement. It seriously is some type of derangement because I'm like, this right here, it makes no sense. Keep sharing, sis. Let's go.
After that 100-hour weeks were part of what I agreed to as a corporate lawyer. I wanted to prove myself to him and show him that I deserved a spot at this law firm. And at these law firms, you don't say no. But
so you see, so she said when it came to her boss, she didn't want to say no. A man. It's a man, right? But he's her boss. So she wants to prove himself. She wants to prove herself to him. You can't say no to him, right? Imagine if we were now talking about the dating scene. And this young lady came and said, well, Marlene, I don't have a date. I don't know what men want. He said, oh, well, it's a competition. If you want a guy to date you, like, you got to put some effort, like change your outfit, do your hair, put more makeup. Oh, well, why would I do that? Why would I change myself for a man? Why would I put makeup on for a man? Why would I wear this dress for a man? I don't compete. I am the prize. I don't compete. Why would I compete? Well, if he doesn't want to do it, I just go find somebody else. Right? But we're talking about putting forth the effort to find a life partner. Oh, no. Oh, no. Girl, you asking for too much, okay? This is giving like misogyny, okay? We are no longer in like 1950s. I don't have to prove myself to a man, okay? I know my worth, okay? I know my divine feminine. Plus, Mercury is in retrograde, Marlene, okay? I don't compete. Sprinkle. Okay, he's going to have to chase me. He's going to have to pursue me, right? Meanwhile, we are all aware you have more women than you have men. So to some extent, if you're looking for a partner, you're going to have to compete. You might have to lose weight. You might have to cut your hair. You might have to do certain things to be popping. But oh my gosh, you're shaming, your body shaming. Oh, okay, these little hens out here, right? But when it comes to a job, and now there's a man at the job who has a higher status, who writes your paycheck, who decides whether you have a promotion or not. If you get fired, now you want to compete. I got to prove myself to him. You cannot say no to him. You got to say yes, not because I'm like, and when you really think about it, what she's really saying here is you submit to him, right? Because a man you can't say no to, a man that you want to impress, a man that has you out here working all hours of the night until you burn the midnight oil, and you submitting to him. But it's okay to submit to your boss. It's okay to submit to the man at work because he has authority, he has the position, he has the power, he has the prestige. But if we say, hey, this young man that you find attractive and you do feel like he has potential, right? Let him know that you like him. Right? Make an effort to let him know that you're also serious, right? Stop acting like, you have all these options out there because you really don't, right? The list that you have, maybe bring the list down a little bit. Oh, no. Okay? Because I know my worth. But when you're in front of these bosses who abuse you, you don't say, oh, I know my worth. Okay? And if you don't give me a promotion, I'm on because somebody else will hire me, right? I don't have to do this. Right? You see this? I'm like, and then the same patriarchy, one of them, if he's your husband, you might be like, God, that I got you. I cannot sleep. Okay, cool. The other one, he will never be your man. He's your boss. And you're going above and beyond to impress him. And the whole time, he's thinking about how he's going to replace you. Or he's thinking about how he's going to make your life worse. I'm like, so when the young man said, you've been sold a bunch of lies, it is true. This whole thing about climbing the corporate ladder, working overtime, giving it your all, being competitive, always being there, being the first to get there, being the last one to leave. Most of the time, it does not pan out the way you want to. Because the majority of the time when it comes to corporate America, they already know who they want to promote. Okay? They already know who they want to promote. They already know who they want in the C-suite. They already know whose career they're going to push forward and whose career they're going to hold back. And all you're doing is going there every day, proving yourself for a game that you're not going to win. But you do it anyways. But when we say, prove yourself that you can get married, oh, no. That's where you draw the line. Because you have been trained to see marriage as evil, but career as like, oh, my career is like pretty much my God is your Messiah. Because you're being told, if you have a career, you're one for nothing. If you have a career, your boss will provide you with health insurance. Your boss will give you a job. Your boss will give you security. Your boss will do that. So like when you think about it, it becomes an idol. You worship your boss. So you say to yourself, I don't need a man because I already got a boss. You got to think about that. It's really sick. It's very insidious. But hey, if you catch it, you catch it. If you don't, you don't.
This time was different. I needed to spend time with my grandpa. So I worked up the courage to press send on an email where I explained the situation and asked my boss for an extension. I remember just pacing back and forth in that tiny room in my grandparents' house, so nervous because I'd never asked for an extension. And then the call comes and he calls me and he says, no, I can't give you an extension.
You see?
And I kept trying to reason with him and tell him why I needed to go spend time with my grandpa. But he kept responding to my pleas with 10 words. What do you think we pay you so much for? What do you think we pay you so much for? And he kept repeating that.
You see? You see? And that's okay to ask people that. Like, girl, you need to answer because we gotta go to Mexico. We gotta pay okay? But if a man says, what do you bring to the table? How dare you ask me that? 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 Can you believe he asked me that? Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe these men today. They're so sassy. They're so gay. I can't believe. Are you gay? Why are you asking me that? What do I bring to the table? I don't answer that question. I don't answer that question, right? If a man says, I don't want people with you no more, okay, fine, I need you to. But if the boss says, I don't agree, well, can I please reason with you? Can I please let you know why I think I deserve to have an extension? Right? I'm like, this is weird, right? Because if the roles were reversed and this was not a career thing, but it was a relationship thing, you would not put up with this. But you put up with it because it's a check. You're a slave. You're a slave. At least a marriage, you're a wife, you're a mother. Over here, you're a slave. They can wake you up whenever they want to. They can hassle you for stuff whenever they want to. Anytime you want to take leave, vacation, you must go ask for permission. They have to approve your time, but somehow that's okay. That's perfectly fine because this is how, as a woman, you empower yourself. What's empowering about this at all? Like everything she just described. Do you feel empowered? Like you're like, damn, girl, I can't wait. I wish I had a life like this. I wish I had your career. Like, damn, that's a lot. There's nothing empowering about what she's describing. Maybe her check is big, but look at what she has to go through for that check. That's crazy. And I'm glad she woke the hell up. This is not life. You go to school, you study this hard to be a slave to a corporation because they pay you money, because you got to go then turn around and pay back the government for student loans. Child, please, it's a scam.
Those words on the call over and over again. So defeated, I hung up. I kept working as instructed, and I couldn't get to the hospital in time for visiting hours again. My grandpa passed away shortly after, and I missed out on some of the last precious hours I could have spent with him. And it's really hard living with that regret I have. This story isn't to make you sad. It has a happy ending, happy message, I promise, because those 10 words taught me everything I need to know about money. Those 10 words made me realize that to the law.
Y'all, she missed out on her grandpa dying because this man, you see this? You see this? Is that what I told about my friend? I told you my friend, her mom is last stage of cancer. The woman is dying. She has her manager stressing her. So when are you going to turn your timesheet? So when are you coming back? So I'm like, what the heck is going on? Like, what is this? What is this? And every day I pray for her that she finds a husband. I kid you not. I kid you not. I cannot wait for the day you could just resign on this heifer. Because these people, when they know you need that check, they will abuse you for a check. They will traumatize you. Traumatize you. No, it is not glamorous. Like, oh, stop. This is not, it's nothing about it. Life is not a movie. Okay? Even in life, even in a movie, okay? Legally Blonde, okay? Elle chose to be married. Okay? Elle chose a husband. Okay, Elle, where you at? Okay, Elle got married. She's like, F this. Okay, even in Legally Blonde, Elle decided to have a husband. Like, because you remember too, when she tried to go to the whole like work for the professor's law firm, he wanted to smash. She was like, what the heck? What is wrong with this man? And that's the thing too. A lot of times in these corporate settings where there's a lot of money, you have a lot of pervs. You have a lot of pervs. A lot of these bosses are perverts. A lot of these clients are perverts. Like I said, I was sick a week ago for 2 days. My boss called me from her personal cell phone to ask me when I'm coming back. They don't care, but I'm not loyal. You see? I'm like, even in Legally Blonde, Elle was like, I choose family. Thank you, Harvard. It was nice to know you. Y'all crazy. This is insanity. I'm out of here. Leave me alone. You people are weird. Hold on. Where's the video? I'm so sorry, babe. Oh, he didn't care. You could have been there with me, Marlon. I would have been with my grandpa. Y'all don't even know me. I would have shut the phone, child, do what you must do. If you want to fire me, so be it. I'm spending the last hours with my granddad. You should not have accepted this. This man robbed you. He robbed you. And most likely because she's Asian, he felt like he could get away with this stuff. Most likely he's white.
Law firm, they would always feel like they owned every hour of my time
Yeah.
because of what they paid me.
Yeah.
And with any job, you're only as good as the number of hours you can give to the company.
Yeah.
It's active income. You're trading your time for money. And if you stop working, the money stops coming in. Money won't buy you time. Money won't buy you health. It won't buy you happiness. Money won't save you from burnout. Money might buy you external validation. And that's where the societal obsession with trying to keep up with the Joneses and being concerned about the car we drive or the house we live in comes in. But that external validation will never actually fulfill you the way you think it might. Going from making minimum wage as a bartender to help with law school.
So my thing is like she said, because she had it all. MMA, she's in mergers and acquisition. You go to Georgetown Law School, mergers and acquisition. You like every week they take you out on helicopters. You eat at some of the most fanciest restaurants in DC, I'm assuming, right? But look at this. But the day your granddad is in the hospital, there's no humanity. There's no humanity. People don't care. All they want is money, billables, money. It never stops. Family means nothing to these career people. They don't care about family. That's why the majority of them are having affairs in the workplace. They're cheating on the wives. They're having babies with the secretary. These people, they're sick. They are so sick. They are so sick. And you think if she had known that working at that place was going to lead to her missing out on seeing her granddad's last breath, she probably would have taken a job with a non-for-profit. Like, you know what? I'll take less money and have more of my time. How about that part? It's okay. You don't have to be an excessive consumer. You know, you can learn to buy things from TJ Maxx sometimes. You can learn to buy things from eBay sometimes. You can learn to use coupons sometimes. And sometimes you can just learn to not have. It's okay. Do you even need a car sometimes? Sometimes, depending on where you live, you might not even need a car. You can rent a bicycle. You can rent a scooter. Sometimes, if you really need a car, you can just rent a car for the day. They want you locked into like a life where you're constantly spending money, where you're constantly trying to prove yourself. You're constantly trying to buy identity. You always want something. I told y'all this. That's why I'm like, I've come to recognize like the biggest form of freedom is to want for nothing. Because when you don't want for anything, you cannot be pressured, you cannot be bullied, you cannot be swayed. But when you tap into the society that's like always consumerism, buy, spend, you're going to lose yourself. And now you're in so much debt, you have so much consumer credit, you don't even know how to not be a slave because you have to pay people back. You have to pay people back. You know what I mean? She said, I remember when Rihanna talked to Oprah about when she was touring like crazy and her grandma was sick. She had to wait months to see her grandma in her last days. Thank goodness she has Fenty now, right? But even Rihanna, ever since Rihanna got pregnant, do you see her trying to work? Okay, Rihanna's outside. Ever since Rihanna, hold on. Rihanna was outside yesterday, right? With ASAP, right? Ever since Rihanna got pregnant, she had a baby. She's like, let me have another baby. I ain't going nowhere. Right? Even like where's the album? She don't care. Okay. Where is the this? She don't care. Because my thing is, do you truly think when she looks at baby RZA, it was Riot, right? RZA and Riot, you think her fans, the Fenty can compare to what she gets from her children? She don't care. F the music. When it comes to Fenty, she'll have a little influencer event and she right back with her children. She's outside. Rihanna she's been outside all week. She's been outside all week. Right? And it goes to show you all these women who are doing career stuff, my music, my career. They are longing for relationships. They are longing for love. They are longing for something stable. They want to be mothers. All these Met Galas, all this money over here, this thing over here, nothing compares to you having your babies. Family is everything. Family is everything. You see, she's outside again. Okay, she's been outside. She stays outside. Because maybe she was missing that. Maybe she was missing a partner. Okay, she don't want to work. Okay, she wants to be with the babies. We saw the picture. Right? You see? What can compare to that? What can truly give a woman this type of love? All the fans in the world, you can never replace RZA, okay? The Navy can never replace RZA. You cannot replace Riot. You cannot replace RZA and Riot together. You cannot. You cannot. And I promise you, when the first time she had this first one, when she held this first one, I'm sure she cried like she never cried before. Because becoming a mother, like, it just does something to you. Like, oh my gosh, look at these little people. They're so freaking cute, right? Then you see baby Riot. You're like, oh my goodness, they're so freaking cute. Babies are beautiful. They're a freaking blessing. And they're telling you, oh no, get birth control, go have abortion, delay your fertility, because you got to answer to a boss, because you got to turn in an email, because you got a presentation, because you got to fight for the corporate this, fight for this promotion. Oh, please, it never ends. You're like a hamster in this wheel. It never ends. Every time you accomplish something, there's a new achievement. It's like a game. It's like Minecraft. It's like Minecraft. They tell you, oh, if you do this, you'll get this position. They're like, oh, well, not right now because we're facing budget cuts. But, you know, you've worked so hard. So here's a $25 gift card to Starbucks. What? I'm not going to start a family for you idiots. Go somewhere. Oh, my gosh. He said, did you hear about the 35-year-old NYC banker? Yes, he took his life. That is so true. Hold on. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I saw it on Instagram. Yeah. Yeah. This guy took his life. Yeah. Leo. Yeah. He took his life, you guys. And that's the man. So imagine if a man can be affected this way, what is it going to do to a woman? Right. So the young man, Leo Lucanus III, 35 years old, died of a blood clot earlier this month after logging a 100-hour work week for Bank of America. You see this? They deleted this woman's child. You see, he took his life. How can you make somebody work 100 hours? How can you do that to a person? This is what they do to people, y'all. This is what they do to people. Career. Go sit down somewhere. And I promise you, he was having migraines and he was not paying attention. Oh, I have a deadline to meet. Child, you got to pay attention when you're starting to have migraines and you start to feel dizzy or you start to see weird things, stop. You need to stop and get you some aspirin as soon as possible to bring your blood pressure down. And then you take your behind to the doctor, you take your behind to the ER and come to find out he has children. No, these people are wicked. They are wicked.
Hours per week kill this man. 35 did working more than 100 hours per week kill this man. 35-year-old investment banker Leo Lucanus was in search of a less grueling job with fewer hours when he died of a blood clot. The ex-Green Beret had been working at Bank of America for just 1 year and is said to have expressed the desire to take a 10% pay cut in exchange for more sleep and better work-life balance. You see? And I promise you, when he wasn't at Bank of America, he probably dreamt of this stuff. That was probably his dream. Oh, I got to get to Bank of America. I got to get this position. Then the benefits, the money, wump. Little did he know he's going to leave his children behind. Well, how can you work for a company in 1 year? You're already dead. In less than 1 year, these people have killed you already. Right? These people have killed you. So if he went in the military, he probably was deployed. He survived the military, but the corporate world killed him. And he's a man. He's a soldier. And the corporate world finished him off in less than a year. Now, you think that's healthy for a woman? You really think that's healthy for a woman? If they can do this to a man who's a Marine, Beret, whatever, and he can die in 1 year of working at Bank of America, you think, so would you recommend, oh yeah, you should go do it. Me? Hell no. And I promise you, this job that he dreamt of, towards the end, he was like, you know what? I'll take less money. Please let me sleep. Oh my gosh. Please let me sleep. It reminds me of the story of King Midas. Y'all know King Midas, right? King Midas, he was asking to have the golden touch because he was so greedy. He wanted everything to turn into gold. The man said, are you sure that's the gift you want? He said, yeah. Because he wanted gold, more gold. The greed. This is what happened to King Midas. And one day he forgot about his greed. He touched his daughter. He turned the girl into gold. The man started crying his whole life. Cried his whole life. What have I done? What kind of gift have I asked for? That's what the people say. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. Turned his daughter into gold. Now he was looking for the man to take the gift back because he wanted his daughter back. Because he realized money versus family. Pick your family. Your obsession with this money thing, being the richest, being the what. Now you have turned your daughter into a statue of gold. And there's nothing we can do because that's it. She's gone. She's dead. She's gold. But he's not, but no, I don't want that type of gold. Oh, well, that's what you're going to get. That's what you're going to keep. Right? But I'm like, think about that. If they can do this to a man who survived the Marines, what do you think this corporate world is going to do to you? What do you think they're going to do to you? As a woman, what do you think these people have in store for you? So my thing is, if there's a man out here who wants to be your husband, who has the money, the resources to allow you to devote to your family, your children, and you choose how you sleep, you choose where you go, you can drop them off, have your own personal life, do your hobby, sis, take it. Take it. And especially if there's no prenup, take it. No, but it was. But it's the truth though. Because these young girls need to know. It's the truth. Why lie to them? And on top of that, it's not a regular school. It's a Catholic school. So the people who go there, they agree with that. Like they're Catholic. You know? Like that's how it is. They're Christian. They're Christian Catholic. So he's not talking to a secular place. He didn't do this at Duke. He didn't do this at Howard University. Right? It's like if you go to Liberty University, they're like Catholic also. No, sorry, they're Christians. But he's not doing this at a regular university where a bunch of secular people, all kinds of people are there. No, he's a Catholic. That's why they invited him. So he's speaking to his audience who have the same faith as him. But I'm like, the man is not lying. These people have scammed you. These degrees, you're not even going to use them. And you still going to have to pay your student loans. And ultimately, the day you find your husband, you get pregnant, you might be like, you know what? I don't want to go back to work. The majority of women, once they get pregnant, they don't go back to work. They don't go back to work. Like a lot of them have separation anxiety. They don't want to give their baby. They don't want to drop. A lot of mothers have a hard time dropping their babies off at daycare. It's hard for them. They start crying. Even kindergarten. You'll see some moms, the first day of kindergarten, they are crying more than the child. The child's like, bye, mommy. She's like, oh my God, oh my God, you grew so fast. Oh my gosh. You're like, girl, he's okay. Like, he's just fine. Right? If you ever get to experience that, you'll see. Like the first day of kindergarten, a lot of moms will cry more than the child. Like the child is completely fine. Like this lady's doing too much. It's the mom who's losing it. Because she's like, she can't let go of her. They be like, bye, mommy. Gotta go. Play with my friends. And you're so shocked. Like, what the heck? When did they become so independent? You don't need me anymore. Oh my God. Right? It is crazy. Like it's the craziest thing ever. Baba, do not let these people bamboozle you. Do not let these people scam you. Oh my gosh, Leo, I feel so bad for you. They killed this man. They're so evil. And guess what? Like I said, he was replaced the very next day. Exactly.
Guys, this is a story of corruption in America and how people can legit work you to death.
Yeah.
So Leo Lacanis III, this person right here, was a former U.S. Green Beret who worked as a junior associate in an investment bank. And unfortunately, he passed away from acute coronary artery thrombus, which is a heart condition from working 100-hour weeks. So I'm hoping incidents like this really gets to corporate America and know that, work life impacts your holistic life. So God bless you, soldier. See you in heaven. Guys, this is a story.
I'm going to finish this one, right? There's no, they're not talking.
Did working more than 100 hours per week kill this man? 35-year-old investment banker Leo Lacanis was in search of a less grueling job with fewer hours when he died of a blood clot. The ex-Green Beret had been working at Bank of America for just 1 year and is said to have expressed the desire to take a 10% pay cut in exchange for more sleep and better work-life balance. He is survived by his wife, 2 children, and twin brother. Did working more than 100 hours per week kill this man? 35-year-old.
This is sad. They don't care. They will work you to death. They do not care.
Expenses to making multiple six figures as a corporate lawyer at this top law firm, I thought I had made it. And I was obviously very lucky to get that job. I never felt like I deserved it. I didn't come from much. So I always kind of felt like I was just this imposter who snuck in. So it was bizarre. And like,
and that's another thing too, that they do a whole lot with these jobs. They make you like you apply like crazy. Like even right now, I'll show you guys. Right now, you guys, a lot of these Gen Z people, they're applying like 100 jobs, 200 application, 300 application, no callback. No callback. Like, what the heck? Right? So they make it so hard to get in. They make it so hard to get a callback. They make it so hard to get an interview. When you get an interview, they give you another interview. Okay? Because they want you to feel like, oh my gosh, I'm so lucky to have this job. I'm so lucky to have the job. Okay? So when you finally get to the job, right, they're going to turn you into a slave because they prey on your desperation. And then they're going to give you a BS offer because they made you wait so long to get the job. Most likely, you're not going to negotiate that hard because you want the job. You need the job. You're behind on your bills, right? You see how they play with you like that psychology, right? That you need them. You want to be here. You need us, right? So it's like, it's the same thing like buying a Birkin today, like applying for a job, getting a job today. He been getting a job in the fast food industry, okay? You would think that you're on the wait list to buy a Birkin. Make it make sense because they need you to feel like you're less than. They need you to feel like you're not good enough. You are competing. There are a lot more people competing against you, right? So it's a privilege for you to even get a call back from us. You see how it works? The psychology? The whole time you have an amazing resume, but they don't want to let you know. You understand me, right? So I'm like, applying for a job, it is no different than dating. It is no different than finding a husband or finding a wife. You apply and you compete and you compete and you compete just for a chance to be abused. Whereas like for the most part, if you compete for a husband, you compete for a wife. If you find the right person, you're going to be loved, not abused. But the job though, you definitely going to be abused. They're going to overwork you like a slave. It is slavery. It's slavery, but because it's a beautiful office, you don't see it that way. Because they have like nice suits and nice clothes, you don't see it that way. Because they have a nice coffee room, a nice break room, it's not giving plantation. But when you really think about what it truly is, okay, on a higher level, child, it's a glamorized plantation. Yeah. She said the job market is insane right now. You're more likely to get 1 million views on TikTok than get a high-paying job. Okay? No, she's done. She had more power to her because the kids, they grow up so fast. They grow up so fast. Right? I'm like, your kids grow up so fast. Who has time for this?
I was being ungrateful, wanting to walk away from this job that so many people would love to have. But what I realized is the money, the prestige simply wasn't worth it. I think we all have a why, and sometimes it's easy to lose sight of that. Sometimes we let fear stop us from actually pursuing our why.
Exactly.
We worry too much about what others think, or we become complacent, or we become golden handcuffed. We become risk averse, or we've inflated our lifestyle so much that it's hard to go back.
Yep.
And we're working 60, 80, 100-hour weeks. But why?
Yeah, why?
At Enterprise Mobility, our experts always see another road. Because when there's no limit to how far mobility can go, there's no limit to how far businesses can go.
Woke up, we got here.
My why has never been about making money. But without those 10 words ringing in my ears, I don't think I would have ever had the courage to leave that comfortable job to go actually pursue my why.
Amen.
My why is I want to have an impact. I genuinely want to help people. My why is I want to be able to spend time with people I care about.
Amen.
My why is building my legal company, Plug in Law, so that people who can't afford to hire expensive lawyers can still legally protect their business. My why is that I want to use this YouTube channel to help people to take control of their finances,
Amen.
to hopefully show people that the power of money is not the things you can buy with it,
Amen.
it's the optionality and the freedom that it affords you.
Amen.
Putting your money into investments so that money is compounding and working for you, that's powerful.
Amen.
Putting time and money into building passive income so that you can literally earn money in your sleep, that's powerful. Because it's not so much about how much you make, it's about how much of that you save
Amen.
and what you're doing with that money you save to secure your financial future.
Amen.
That's where money actually matters.
Amen.
That's the power of personal finance.
Amen.
You delay gratification now so that you can have optionality to walk away from a bad job,
Yep.
or to take a break and travel, or spend time with your family, and to not let anyone ever tell you, what do you think we pay you so much for? As if they had.
And what she's talking about is lifestyle creep, because the more you make money, the more people say, oh, well, now that you have reached this level of income, your status, your house, your this, your car, everything, oh, you have to look like a lawyer that's an MMA. Like, no, I don't have to. Okay, like, leave me alone, right? But that's what they call lifestyle creep. So every time you get a promotion, you're so like there's so much pressure. Influencers, advertising, marketing, society, even family, right? To like show that you've achieved, show that you've achieved, show that you've achieved. Y'all know, no, this is ridiculous. Okay, because the whole point of making money is to get yourself freedom, and so for that you have to spend less than what you make. So when you are being abused, when you are being bullied, you can simply say, I'm out of here. Why? Because I don't spend that much money. I don't have a leash around my neck. I'm not suffocating in bills. I'm not suffocating in debt. That's why I even changed the channel name to like Girl Math and Debt, whatever, right? It's like you have to release this desire to prove to people that you are somebody. Like, forget what people think of you and truly do what truly brings you joy. You know what I'm saying? There are people, their careers truly bring them joy because they're not doing it for the money, even if they might be making a lot of money, but they're not doing it for a lot of money. They're doing it because that career right there, it is connected to their why. It's connected to their passion. But like I said, a lot of people go to school to prove that they're just like a man, can be like a man, have a degree like a man. Like, you're not doing it for the right reason. Even this degree, you are pursuing this degree out of ego. You're not pursuing your degree out of purpose, right? A lot of people, especially when you're 18, what the F do you even know about your purpose? A lot of times when you're 18, you'll pick a major because it's super easy, like basket weaving or psychology, no offense, right? Okay. Or you'll pick another major like engineering or the sciences because, oh, I want to make a lot of money when I graduate, right? But you're not picking things for your purpose. How many 18, 19, 20-year-olds truly know what their purpose is? We don't know, right? But we think, hey, I can make enough money to buy the car I want, buy the shoes I want, buy the friends I want, go on the vacation I see on Instagram. But it's like those things are those things that you really, really want. What do you know? You're young. You're stupid. Okay? And then you have a signature that can get you student loans. So you sign up for that stuff. But then you get older. You're like, oh, no, this is not what I thought it was. I don't want this. I don't like this at all. It does not make me feel good. It does not make me feel good. And I'm like, it's so true. Like me, I have degrees, but I'm like, people are like, but Maureen, why don't you do the math? Why don't you statistics? I don't know. I guess I did it because it was like a challenge. But I'm like, do I see myself doing this every day? No, I don't like it. I really don't like it. I don't enjoy it. Like, I do not enjoy this stuff. I enjoy talking more than I actually enjoy doing math and stuff. I don't want to do it. And I guess I was not really passionate about it. I loved it, but I was not passionate about it. It's not a passion for me. I can teach it to other people, but I'm not passionate about that stuff, right? And it's like, you need passion. But a lot of people have a lot of credit, a lot of debt. They have all these degrees, a lot of women, and they're not using them because they were never passionate about their major. They did it because you needed something to do. And you were told that you have to do this so that no man can take advantage of you. A lot of people go to school so that no man can take advantage of me. It's like, F the man. Pursue a major that you truly care about. You can't go to school thinking about some man trying to take advantage of you. Like, you might never even meet that man. Make it make sense.
Have power over your time like that. Because time is what you can't get back no matter how much money you have. And it's easy to get caught up in this rat race and forget that. That phone call was the day I decided I was quitting to actually go after my why. I had a lot of fears when I decided to quit to start my own legal company. I was genuinely scared I might fail. I had other lawyers tell me I would fail. I was scared I would be laughed at when I started my YouTube channel. Well, I did get laughed at. Other lawyers told me it was unprofessional. I was scared that I would run out of my emergency fund and would need to go back to a law firm. And everyone that told me I'd fail would be able to say, I told you so. I feared losing the prestige and not being taken seriously. I was especially scared of disappointing my parents, who had just sacrificed so much for me. My dad joined the military at 18, never went to college, and spent his entire life working so hard every day and never buying a single nice thing for himself. And I knew how much he beamed with pride when he told his friends that his daughter was this lawyer at this top law firm. And I was sad to take that away from him. But there is one thing I fear more than any of those things. I fear regret more. I fear regret more than I fear failure. To be honest, I don't hold a grudge against that boss. He was just doing his job, and I'm sure he was under a lot of stress. But I'm sad I didn't stand up for myself. I'm sad I got so caught up in this work culture that I forgot that time is the most valuable asset we have. I wish the Erica in 2019, when this happened, was as brave as I feel now. I wish I could have just said, no, I don't care. The deadline can wait. I'm going to the hospital to see my grandpa. But I didn't. And that's the problem with regret. Regret implies that you had the opportunity to do something differently and you didn't.
At Enterprise Mobility, we never stop looking for new mobility solutions. Because sometimes the best road forward is the one you didn't expect.
And for me, it's too late to go back and change that. I will never get those hours back, no matter what I do or what I accomplish for the rest of my life. That is why regret is terrifying. I knew I would regret not trying to take a chance on myself. I knew I would regret staying as a corporate lawyer and only helping large, faceless corporations get richer and not helping the actual people who need my help. And so I quit. And whatever your why is, don't lose sight of it. Whatever fears you have, remember that you should be more fearful of regret. I know that I've always cared so much about what people thought of me, and I've always followed this path of what I thought society wanted me to do. People want you to follow this set path, and there's a lot of pressure to do that. I had so many people tell me I would fail on my own. I had a partner at the law firm tell me that quitting would be the biggest mistake of my life, and if I wanted to, we could just pretend that I never submitted my 2 weeks notice. I had another lawyer at the law firm start spreading a rumor about how I got fired because he couldn't fathom that someone would walk away from this prestigious job on their own accord. And what I realized is that when you are trying to stray from that path, people will be very vocal about what they think you can't do. They will be quick to tell you that you're going to fail. They'll project their own insecurities onto you. But very few people, if any, will be vocal about what they think you can do. Very few people are going to be willing to stand up for you. And that's why you have to be your own advocate. I know that you're watching this and there's probably something that you've been wanting to do, but you've let fear stop you. Whatever it is, my advice is just to go for it. No one is ever going to believe in you more than you believe in yourself. This year was my year of not letting fear stop me. I founded Plug-in Law earlier this year, and it's helped thousands of people who might not be able to afford an expensive lawyer to legally protect their business. This YouTube channel has grown to 70,000 subscribers and 4 million views, thanks to you. I started from $0 in January and wanted to show that making passive income in just a year is possible. So in just this year, I've made over $100,000 from YouTube and built a course to show others the way. And I was in Business Insider, CNBC, US News, and Inc. magazine. And with this video, I've conquered my fear of posting this video and sharing my story. I'm sad that my grandpa isn't here to see this, but I hope he would be proud. So stop doubting yourself. Don't lose sight of your why.
Amen.
And you can absolutely do it. And this next year is all yours for the taking.
Amen. Oh, I'm so sorry, Erica. That's so evil. That is really evil. You're going to make somebody miss out on saying goodbye to their granddad because you need something turned in by a certain time. You know, that's crazy. Now look how well she's doing for herself. She has 2.8 million people. And that's the thing. They'd love to make you feel like, oh, you're not gonna make it. You need a job. What if the man leaves you? As if like as if the man leaves you, like there's no way for you to start over. We start over anyways. We start over anyways. We always start over. Like the seasons, they start over. Life starts over. Like, why are we so afraid and so rigid when it comes to, okay, if it doesn't work out, I'll start over. We start over anyways. If a job fires you, what you gonna do? You gonna sit there and cry? You gonna start over? You gonna dust yourself off? You gonna start over? That's it. That's that. Trying to put all this fear in this girl, and now it's like, look at this. Like, she went out to build. Her channel has 2 million followers, and she's probably making way more with less stress, right? Okay. God bless her. She saw the way. Let me see her channel. 273 million views. And she only started in 2019. So that's like in less than 5 years. Look at what she did in less than 5 years. Believe in yourself. Okay. There's more to life than having degrees and trying to go the corporate ladder. Today with social media, there are many ways that lead to Rome, actually. Okay. Who else? Let me show y'all this. So come over here. I quit my job for a year in the wilderness. Why? I quit my 9-to-5 with no backup plan. I quit my job. I quit my job. I quit my job. I quit my job as a data scientist. I quit my NYC corporate job. I've never been happier. Okay. I quit my job. I quit my dream job to live my dream life. Okay. I quit my 9-to-5 job after learning 7 things, no backup plan. Okay, we saw this one. I quit my 6-figure job as a 30-year-old Latina. I quit my job as a doctor. Okay, I quit my job from hell. I quit my job. I quit a $275,000 a year tech job. I quit my job. Okay, it's not you. I quit my job. This one, he quit his job. Like, look at this. People are just quitting. A lot of women are quitting. They are tired. They are exhausted. Life after quitting my job. Okay, they are tired. They are seriously exhausted. People are tired. So now let's play again what what's his name? Harrison said. Let's go back to Harrison.
I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you.
Yeah.
How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. By making it to this moment through all the adversity thrown your way from COVID, I hope you learned the important lessons that suffering in this life is only temporary. As a group, you witnessed firsthand how bad leaders who don't stay in their lane can have a negative impact. I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world.
And I'm like, and my thing is like, you and my thing is, you think about most of the women, like I said, think about the corporate world, like the top 100 women who are leading, the top 50 women in power, right? Look at their lives. Look at these women. Like, look, besides money and nice clothes, what else do they have? Okay, what else do they have? Like Oprah, she's a billionaire, no children. What does she have? So she goes around Africa adopting little black girls to feel like she's a mother. They're not your kids, sis. I mean, I'm sure the girls are happy you pay for their tuition, but it's like, girl, what? Okay? Like, look at the majority of women. Oh, she's a high power woman. She's a billionaire. She's this, that. Look at these people, child. Look at their lives. Besides having a fancy title, a whole bunch of money, all the clothes they can buy, all the cars. Okay, what else? You can't take none of this stuff with you. You cannot take any of this stuff with you, right? Like I told us, look at Condoleezza Rice. Look at her.
Condoleezza Rice made history as the first Black woman to serve as U.S. Secretary of State. Her distinguished career and exceptional leadership skills led her to this pivotal role in the George W. Bush administration. Rice's diplomatic efforts and global contributions not only shattered glass ceilings, but also exemplified the power of representation and diplomacy on the world stage. Condoleezza Rice made history as the first Black woman.
But it's like after that, okay, Ann.
Here's what.
It's like, okay, Ann. Like how? Like, okay, who cares? Okay, who cares? Who cares? There'll be another Black girl who will break these records. Records are meant to be broken. Okay, who cares? Me and the first Black woman, me and the first Black woman. We do not care. We don't care. And like I said, the day she dies, who's gonna be at her funeral? Nobody. She might even, and because of that, she might even ask to be cremated. Because who's gonna show up? When she gets really old, who's gonna take care of her? Her will, they're gonna throw her in a nursing home somewhere, in a hospice somewhere. That's it. And she'll just die one day. And then you'll see it on the news. Oh, former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice dead at 89. Boom. And oh, that's so sad. And life goes on. Meanwhile, people are going to be with their children, their grandchildren, doing activity. And all she cared about was her PhD, her career, running behind George W. Bush and calling him her husband. Instead of getting her own husband, right? Another one, too, is this one. Hold on, right? Look at this. Career. Tamron Hall. Career. My career. Now, she could have had some fertility issues. I don't know. But I'm like, I also feel like one of the reasons why her first baby at 48 years old, 48. We thank God she had a safe pregnancy. We thank God she's okay. The baby's okay. But I'm like, 48? She could have passed away. The baby could have been born with like issues, okay? Because you're older. Because when you get pregnant at 48, that egg is 48 years old. So this baby, this cute little baby, he was conceived with a 48-year-old egg. 48 years old. That's an old ass egg. Okay. And that's the time you're having your first baby. For what? Career. Because I'm sure the whole time she prioritized for what? Her career, my career, my career, my career, right? And now it's like, you got to be 48, right? And even her husband, look at the man she found. He's not that attractive. So you waited this long to marry this lobster and pasta? I'm like, when I saw her husband, I was like, he is not that attractive, child. Okay, so you wait long. You're 48 years old to have your first baby, right? And you have him by any white man pretty much you can find. This dude is not attractive. Okay, there's nothing memorable about this man, right? Like what kind of great intimacy you having with this dude right here? Child, please. Okay. Pooh, sorry, another one. What's that girl's name? Ebony, right? You got Ebony Williams over here too, right? My career, my career, my career, my career, my career, right? Now Ebony is about to go do IVF all by herself. Okay? She's about to go do she's about to go do IVF all by herself. She wants to have a child all by herself, raise a child all by herself because Ebony was the same one. My career, my career, my career. Okay, I need to make sure I'm financially secure. I need to make sure I'm rich. I need to make sure I have degrees. I need to make sure. Because remember, we saw Ebony with Toure, right? Right? Remember we watched this one, right? When she was sitting here with Toure, right? And I was like, look,
I am here to.
And Toure was sitting here lying to her. My career, my career, my career. Hold on.
Beauty is wrapped up
in this moment, and that's where I'm at in life, Tori. I'm taking it moment by moment.
Are you happy?
What else you gonna do?
I'm happy in this moment.
What about in general?
You know, I will answer you the way I answered my 24-year-old best friend in terms of the friendship's 24 years old. Not she was 24 years old. That would be weird because I'm 40. So like,
I'm saying, right?
that's
What do you
weird.
have to talk to you about a 24? We can't
First of
talk
all,
to
about your
24.
business, Tori. That's first of all. So I was talking to my friend of 24 years, and I was saying to her, I am as happy in this moment as I have been overall in life.
Okay.
Like meaning like professionally, my relationship with my mother, my relationship with my really tight friends, they're better today than they've ever been. And I think that feels like something to be really happy about.
Okay.
There's some things that could be better.
Like what?
My fertility journey could be going easier. but-
Now, do you think there was a time where Ebony was fertile? This is a very pretty black woman, pretty educated. Do you think there was a time when Ebony was fertile? Where it would have been no problem for her to get pregnant? Where it would have been so easy and such a breeze for her, not just to get pregnant, but to snap back. Because when you do it young, your first pregnancy, like you just snap back like real quick, right? Right? But buying into the lies of society. This is exactly what Harrison is talking about. This man did not lie. Just because he's white, he's Christian, and he's rich, and he's a colonizer, doesn't mean he's lying. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. Okay? You understand? This is what he means, the lies. Because I am sure Ebony is too pretty to tell me that when she was younger, there was nobody trying to marry her. There was nobody trying to be her fiance. I will not believe that. This is a very pretty lady. She's very pretty. I have seen worse have a husband and a faithful husband. So there's no way. But she probably thought, oh, I'm too good. I'm too rich. My career. I'm going places. Don't hold me back. I need to have this. You got to have this. You got to have this. You got to have that, right? Oh, I just want to have sex right now. I want to have casual hookups right now, right? The lies of society. And sometimes when you're young, your husband, he'd be right in front of you. Because society says, oh, you're too young. You didn't have enough sex. Don't let a man hold you back. Go fight for your career, your career, your career. Now she's sitting at almost 50, contemplating everything. Now it's harder to get pregnant. Now you got to pay for your eggs to be frozen. These things are not cheap. IVF is not cheap. And IVF is not always successful. You got to do it. Some people got to do it a lot of times. It's not cheap. And it's stressful. Because you got to monitor your body temperature. You have to get shots at a specific time. This is too stressful. This is just too stressful. There's a reason why they say a woman has a biological clock. Not to shame anybody, but there's a better time to be pregnant. And that's when you're a lot younger. God knows why he did things the way he did. But no, you go to a liberal college and you let these people put their lies and their toxicity in your head. And now she's sitting here in her 40s. She's almost 50. And now she's thinking about doing the things that she should have done in her late 20s, early 30s. By now, her son, her daughter would have been 20-something years old. You understand? But no, before that, she was dating this white man, the lobster and pasta. He was divorced. He already had his kids, and his kids were abusing her. She was willing to be a stepmom, have no children for a white man, and he's going to abuse you. It's sad. Like, I really feel bad for her. But that's what Harrison was saying. When you believe the lies, you're going to end up just like Ebony Williams. You're going to end up just like her. And it's a sad thing, you guys. It is really sad. Fertility, it can make people go crazy out here. Even the Bible, when Hannah could not get pregnant with Samuel, she was crying like she was drunk. It's expensive. IVF is expensive. Freezing your eggs is expensive. A lot of people, your insurance might not cover that. You might have to come out of pocket. And just because you do it the first time does not mean it sticks the first time. Yeah. You see, it's like, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. But they'll tell you, oh, put the hormones in your body. Delay pregnancy as much as possible. Delay building a family as much as possible. But where do you get this arrogance that the day you want to have a kid, the life, the universe, Mother Nature, oh yeah, sure, our timing are just going to line up? No, just because you decide to do something does not mean nature is going to agree with you. Your own body can rebel against you. You can decide to get pregnant tomorrow. You can decide to get pregnant 6 months. Your body be like, don't want to do it. I know people who had to wait 9 years to get pregnant. 9 years. 9 years of marriage, no pregnancy. Not even a single miscarriage. Nothing. Nothing shows up. So it's like people gotta stop being arrogant and thinking like, oh, I decide when I get pregnant. No, it's all a gift from God. It's all a gift from God. You can get on birth control, but oh, it happened in 3 months. Oh, it happened in 6 months. It might take 5 years. Because you have no idea how your body is going to adjust to like becoming back to its normal self now, because it's been on birth control and so many things for so long. Plus the stress, like if you work a corporate job, most likely you have even more stress. So the stress on top of getting off the hormones, like getting off the birth control, plus like, the stress that you're going through, it might make it really hard for you to get pregnant because your body is not relaxed enough. So like nothing stays. Like I'm like, this is not cheap.
It's called a journey for a reason.
You wanted a baby.
Yeah.
You're working on that now.
Mm-hmm.
What have you been trying?
Well, I'm in my IVF journey, so I am preparing for my embryo transfer. And second week in November right now. In a perfect world, I would be pregnant as we speak. We had a little bit of a false start situation around my estrogen protocol. Without getting into the minutia, I am still trying to get on first base with my actual embryo transfer. But I have an embryo that is healthy and in waiting, and I'm looking forward to transferring.
You have an embryo that's waiting for you.
Yes.
And you're good. Like you're ready to like.
I wish I was pregnant yesterday.
Yeah, and you can be pregnant, and you're going to be great.
Thank you.
Right?
I don't know. You're the doctor, Negro.
I'm not a doctor, Negro.
Oh, I'm ready to be pregnant yesterday. But I promise you, when she was younger, and a man said, wife, I'm going to marry you, have my children. Oh, who do you think I am? Do you think all a woman is for is to bear children? Do you think all a woman is for is to bear children? I'm more than that. Okay? You know how the trumpet be going, right? Okay, cool. Now she's like, oh, I wish I was pregnant yesterday. I wish. You see this? It's the same thing with Jeannie Mai. Oh, I don't want no kids. Right? Now you're in your 40s. You're trying to do everything you can to have all your kids by the same man, to the point that you're holding somebody's sperm hostage. How can you use somebody's sperm without his consent? In your 40s, trying to catch up, trying to have babies back to back to back to back. Right? Because you recognize like, motherhood really does matter. It matters more than your closet. It matters more than your fancy shoes. It matters more than your pristine body shape. It truly does matter. And now she's in her 40s, desperate for a baby. That she'll pay these doctors all kinds of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars for a chance to be a mother. Okay? But when the man says that, oh my gosh, how dare he say something like this? He said exactly the truth. There are millionaires. There are all kinds of wealthy women out here who will do anything in their power to be able to get pregnant. When you're able to get pregnant, when your ovaries are working, your uterus is working, your cervix is working, and you can get pregnant, even being able to have your period, having consistent period, there are people who will pay money for that. There are people who will pray to be in your shoes, yet they have more money than you. They have bigger houses than you. They're so rich. But there's that one thing they don't have, motherhood. I'm like, he is not lying. She's not the only one. It's a lot of them. You saw Tamron Hall. Look how pretty Tamron Hall is. But in order to get pregnant, she had to go be with this basic white man. Okay, he looks like nothing. I was so shocked. I'm like, this pretty woman, that's her man? My gosh. This dude is not attractive. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this man. This man is not attractive at all. I'm like, how was he able to bag someone like Tamron Hall? Because she was desperate. She's 48. She was desperate. Like all her best years where she could have had these fine dudes, she thought she was too pretty. She thought she had too much going on. She got fired, remember? She used to be at MSNBC or something like that, and they fired her. They fired her. Career. They fired her. Hold on. Let me find it for you. Let me find you. Hold on. Matter of fact, let's go to TikTok. Okay. Let me see.
Our good friend Tamron Hall has decided to leave NBC News. Personally, Tamron has been not just a co-host here on Today's Take for the past 3 years, but a good friend, and to not just me, but to all of us here. And we want to wish her nothing but the best.
In 2017, Tamron Hall vanished from our screens.
Yeah.
But why? When fans turned on their televisions to Today in February 2017, it was a surprise not to see Tamron Hall on their screens. After all, she'd been there every morning for 3 years.
Yeah.
There was no farewell episode, no final goodbye.
You see how they did her? You see how they did her? No goodbye, no final episode. They fired her like she was nothing. And I promise you, that job right there, she probably was married to her job. Okay, the CEO or whatever this is, MSNBC or whatever the ABC. No, this Good Morning, right? So it's like probably MSNBC, right? They didn't care. They didn't care. And imagine you give your whole career, you delay having a family, you delay having children, all the things that you're supposed to do, you delay that for a career. Oh, one day you're gonna be the next Oprah Winfrey. One day you go, oh, shut up. They sell you all kinds of dreams, and you work hard and you work harder and harder and harder. And you make more and more sacrifices. You sacrifice the relationship. You sacrifice your life. You sacrifice your health. You sacrifice time with your family. And then one day they just pull the plug on you. You don't get to come back. You don't get to say goodbye. You don't get to say goodbye to your staff. You say goodbye to nobody. They kick your ass out so damn far, you can't even find your way back. Okay? Now you're like, oh, wow. I gotta start a family. Because you recognize it was a bunch of lies. These people stole your life. They stole your life. And you end up with this dude. I was like, man, this man is not, I don't know. He's very basic. For Tamron Hall, I expected something more, I don't know. I expected something more prestigious.
We're going to have fun.
I'm excited.
I'm excited too. I mean, you're a father of two. Your kids are tweens?
Almost 16 and 14.
Okay, no, so it's pure teens.
Yeah.
What
Are
do you...
If y'all don't remember Toure used to work at MTV. Toure used to work at MTV. So the whole time he was working at MTV, like if you remember MTV back in the day, Toure used to be at MTV, right? So he didn't just work at MTV. He had a family. He was a father. He balanced both. So today he's sitting here. His kids are almost off to college. His kids are almost off to college. Like he's almost done, right? Meanwhile, this one over here, where's she at? Okay, this one over here, she's trying to get pregnant in her 40s. By the time she's done with her first child, like she'll be 60. Like that's your first kid. It's not even like you have older siblings to help you. Your first kid, by the time he's 18, you might be 60. What if you don't live past 70? How much time you gonna have with your child? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's really crazy, y'all.
Wait, are you ready for,
No.
for having a baby?
No, my turn. No, Negro. Yeah, I'm gonna interview you. Then we're gonna ping pong. What do you wish someone would have told you about parenting that you know now that you didn't know before they were conceived?
Guys, if you're looking to go back to school, UMGC is waiving their application fee through May 31st. They've
Try to say yes as much as possible.
Including yes to the children.
No, I mean like to the children. Like say yes to
yeah.
almost everything.
That's shocking for me to hear, by the way. I was not raised in a yes household.
You did.
I was not.
You were not.
I was not raised in a household where you were so much allowed to speak as a kid.
Yeah.
Certainly not. I was raised in the South by a very, very kind of
where?
North Carolina, Charlotte.
Yeah.
By way of a meet South Louisiana.
Okay.
Super strong single black mother, and I think of our, if I can say, our generation, kids were seen and not heard.
Right. Be quiet.
And pay attention. I was raised by a strong single black mother. So she thought, so that was like her idea. Like, well, my mom didn't have a man, so I don't need one too. And now here we are. She about to have a baby by herself. Sometimes when I tell you matriarchy can send you the wrong way, sometimes it be your own mother who sets the wrong example for you. Because I wish some people would say to their daughters sometimes, just because I was not successful in my relationships, just because your dad and I were not successful in our marriage, right? I want that for you, right? My failures don't have to be your badge of honor. You understand? But the problem is when a woman is hurt, she'll pass her trauma down to her children. She'll pass her trauma down to her daughter. So if she didn't have a good relationship with a man, if she didn't stay married to a man, she'll pass that down to her daughter. She'll pass her fear of men to her daughter. She'll pass her hysteria to men to her daughter. She'll make her daughter very afraid of relationship. It's like, no, just because she came out of you does not mean that you'll have to have the same experiences. You have to allow people to believe in love. You don't get to intoxicate the waters. Because you want to make sure that you observe a self-fulfilling that prophecy, right? That's what her mom did. Her mom did her a lot of harm. Her mom caused her a lot of harm. And I told you that's the same thing with LaToya Luckett from Destiny's Child. The majority of her horrible decisions came from her mom. I was like, girl, your mom is something else. But LaToya is a Pisces, so there you go, right? But I'm like, that's crazy. You got to be able to separate yourself from your child. Just because I was not successful in marriage, right? Does not mean that you won't be successful in marriage. Just because I didn't find the good man doesn't mean that you won't find one. And I want that for you. And I'll be very happy. At least somebody gets to experience this, right? But you have a lot of mothers, especially a lot of Black mothers, when they have a bad experience, they pass that trauma, they pass that fear, they pass that hatred of men onto their daughters. It's wicked. It's seriously wicked. Because what you should do, instead of just teaching your daughter to be afraid of men, afraid of losing herself in a man, afraid of being a divorcee, afraid of depending on a man, tell her what you think you could have done better, right? Give her the tools to not to avoid relationships, but to be better at it than you. But you see, that also requires self-awareness. And a lot of women do not like to practice self-awareness because they are conditioned to blame everything on a man, as opposed to say he had his fault, so and I also had mine. If I could do it differently, this is how I would have done it differently, right? And that's how you know when you're talking to somebody who's been healed versus somebody who's bitter. And unfortunately, you have a lot of Black mothers who are bitter. They are seriously bitter. And because your daughter loves you, because she puts you on a pedestal, because your opinion of her and her choices, mean a lot to her, she allows you to mislead her. And you take advantage and you keep pouring your venom and your bitterness into her. Instead of telling her, I give you permission to fall in love. I give you permission to make mistakes. And matter of fact, let me tell you what I could have done better. If I was to do this all over again, here's how I will do it. Because I believe that, it's a beautiful thing to find your person. And when you find your person, this is how you should move about it and to make sure that y'all stay in love, because love doesn't just stay just because you people fell in love. You have to work on it. But most importantly, when it comes to any relationship and you want that relationship to last, whether you guys end up in a divorce or not, whether you stay married or not, right? The most important thing in any relationship for your own peace of mind, for your own salvation, for your own sanity is forgiveness. Forgive, because nobody's perfect. People will make mistakes, and the people that you will love will hurt you. It's inevitable. Just like you will hurt the people that love you too. But the best way to never be corrupted by hatred or disappointment is to forgive people. And the quicker you forgive people, the better you'll be. The better you'll be. You understand? They brought up his mom. I'm like, I don't even know why y'all bring up his mom. His mom is highly educated. His mom has a bunch of degrees too. But I'm like, okay, Ann, what does that have to do with his mom? He's his own person. But the mama, maybe his daddy was an ish. Because he makes more than his dad. So maybe his dad was an ish. So his mom had to do a lot to take care of them. I don't know. The dad also could have been awesome. Or maybe his mom was not too involved in his life, so it really hurt him. I'm like, I don't understand why they're doxing his mother. I'm like, what does she have to do with anything? He's his own person. He's 28 years old. He's head of household. He has his own family. He makes his own decision. He has his own thoughts. I'm like, why y'all dragging this woman into it? It's not fair. And these are women who are going to go shame another woman because they don't like what a man said. Like, see, I gotta stop. I'm like, stop being a terrorist all the time. Bunch of bullies. You have an issue with Harrison, take it with him. What does his mom got to do with it? I'm like, that poor lady, they put all like where she went to college, everything, where she works. I'm like, what the heck is wrong with these weirdos? Okay. But ultimately, the man didn't lie. He did not lie. And it's the same thing with Ebony. You look at, what's her name? Tiffany Cross, the same thing. Her mom damaged her. Now she's in her 42, in her 40s as well, looking for love, looking for IVF. I'm like, this is sad. But it's the same thing. My career, want. And everything they're doing it out of fear. These women are so motivated by fear. There's nothing about their story. There's nothing about why they went to law school, why they majored in mass communication, why they do the things that they do that is rooted in a strong sense of purpose and a sense of passion. Everything was fear. Oh, I didn't have a dad. My mom was a single Black woman. My mom was an alcoholic. My mom couldn't take care of me. It's always out of fear. And when you do things out of fear, you will never know freedom. Because all you're trying to do is you're trying to avoid something from happening, and ultimately it will happen anyways. Because whatsoever you fear will become something that you manifest. And we saw that with the story of Job. I think it's Job like chapter 10, verse 26. For the Bible says that everything Job feared came to pass. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Right? Oh. I think, 325. Okay, I guess it's 325. So no, that was Daniel. Okay, so Job, here's what the Job the 3 verse 25 said. What I feared has come upon me. What I dreaded has happened to me. What I always feared has happened to me. What I dreaded has come true. For the thing I fear comes upon me, and what I dread befalls me. So it's like this life. When you constantly when you're doing things out of fear, and you think if you work so hard and if you dedicate yourself so hard and you do these things so hard, you're not going to have what you're fearing. It will happen to you anyways. And everything that you're doing to avoid that thing is actually creating the avenue, is creating a way for those things to come to you and to come to you sooner. So you mean well. But what you're not realizing is a person who moves out of fear is only rushing into manifesting the very thing that they fear. And before you know it, you become just like your mom. Like, it's really sad. And then you sit there in your 40s, not like now you're trying to do the stuff that you should have done in your 20s, in your early 30s. But like, it's like the majority of people now are married, or if they're not, they're divorced. They have kids. They have grown kids. Now if you want to do it, you might have to be a stepmom to some big people. You know, hold on. Where's she at? Where's this girl?
Or it can be like what some would mischaracterize as gentle parenting, but like from the beginning,
the kids get to be human.
Try to say yes to them as much as possible.
I like that term. I mean, I don't.
You don't need
like
parenting.
that.
Does not require you to be like, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that.
Yeah, and I feel like that's
like giving them
a lot
the
of the
freedom, even if they are quote unquote making a mistake. Like, and we're not talking about touching the stove, but I'm talking about like all the like just
picking wrong friend. Like, you know
let
what I
them
mean?
do whatever they're gonna figure it out.
Okay. So ultimately, here we are today too with the career stuff. She She took a job with the griot, her career, and now she's getting fired. Hold on. Okay, I gotta move on. Okay, so even now too, she also got fired. So her, Mark Lamont, they're all getting fired from the griot. Okay, so once again, she getting fired. She got fired from the Real Housewives. She got fired from Mark the griot. You know, they're all getting fired. So she just lost her job yet again. Right. So like I'm saying, like all this thing about, oh, you're gonna have a career and you're gonna go into the world and you're gonna be this, and that. Child, please. Okay. You keep getting fired. The white guy that she was dating too during COVID, he left her because he didn't want to quarantine with her. He chose to quarantine with his children. So during COVID, she was by herself because he didn't want to quarantine with her. You know, because she's not his family. She's not his blood. She's just his girlfriend or fiance, whatever she was, right? So ultimately, he chose his kids. Like there's a part where she talks about, but I can't remember. It is right here. Hold on. Let me see if this is the part. Oh, my back hurts. Oh.
Three biggest answers. I walked away because we got to a place where I wanted to create family. And it was very clear we had a 13-year age gap in addition to being...
He's 13 years younger than me?
No, Negro. He was 13 years older than me. That was cute, though. He was 13 years older than me. In addition to our cultural gap, him being white presenting Jew, me being Black American, we had that age gap. He had 3 children.
I do have to be older than you to get a date with you.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. It's true.
Okay. So that you're like, it only be these to say, I have to be taller than you. I have to be
Well,
older
I'm
than
5'3",
you.
Torre, so come on.
Go on.
And yes, I can't imagine dating someone younger, and I really struggle with dating men my own age because I really am an old soul. Like, and I'm an only child, so I'm not accustomed to talking to peers. I'm used to talking up.
Only children are different in that way.
Yeah, I only engaged with adults since I was like 7. So, yeah, he was 13 years older. He had 3 boys, ages I think like 10 to 15 when I met him. What became more and more clear as we went on in the relationship, it was 4 years total. He had his family. He had his family, and he did not have an interest in creating new family with me or even expanded family with me.
You wanted family.
And that's what I tell you. By the time you get ready to start a family, you're gonna have to do it with somebody who's been divorced and has children already. Told y'all.
Family, and he's like, I've already done that.
Correct. And this is why one of the reasons that I'm having my child on my own.
Is it?
Why?
Because the type of men that I am attracted to tend to fall into that category.
They've already had families.
They already have families. A lot of them have.
Exactly, because you waited too long. So now it's like, oh, now you have no choice but to have a child on your own. And like, once again, she's looking at having a child like it's a career thing, like, oh, it's like a job. I'm like, it's a human being. Like she's saying these things and she has no idea what pregnancy is, like what it does to your body, the moods, the sickness. Like she has no idea. If she does get pregnant through IVF or even through a man, whatever, my thing is she has no idea how her body's going to carry. Once again, this arrogance. And usually you get this arrogance from academia. Oh, because I'm book smart, I know it all. No, you don't. Okay, life will always throw a curveball at you, right? But my thing is, pregnancy is different. It hits everybody different. And plus, at her age, I don't know how it's going to hit her, but it can hit you hard. Like me, I'm really tired, right? And so I'm like, you don't know how it's going to hit you. And on top of that, when you go into labor, imagine being by yourself, going to labor. When you are in the delivery room, you'll be by yourself. When they come and ask you about the birth certificate, there's no father on the birth certificate, right? She's not thinking about that because, again, she's looking at a child or conceiving a child, creating a child as a to-do list and not so much like that's a human being. And that human being requires family. But because she can't admit to herself that, you know what, maybe I should have prioritized relationship. Maybe I should go with what I can, right? Because she doesn't want to admit that she failed in that regards. So she wants to be masculine in the way that she's approaching fertility. But I'm like, you don't know what this is. Because if you have to go into labor, let's say like they even have to do an emergency C-section or you have to push, you'll be there by yourself pushing with your mom. There's no dad. When they come and ask you to do the birth certificate, it's a whole birth certificate without a father in it. You're going to raise a child by yourself full time, all by yourself with no village, no community, nothing. You're crazy. She's really, really crazy. You are really crazy. You're insane.
vasectomies right now, if we just tell the truth about it.
Well, how many 45-year-old men have never been married and have no children? I mean, like most men have done at least one of the other.
So you're making, yes, okay, yeah, exactly.
Right? Most of the men you're going to date who are a little to a lot older than you.
Right, have already done that. They already started their families, and most of them have already completed their families. And they're not interested at 48 or 52 or 55, which is my new cap, of staying up with a newborn.
I can't be any older than 55.
And that's new. It used to be that you could be, but I found that that's now it's getting caretakerish.
So 45 to 55? Okay.
Yeah, that man is not trying to stay up with a newborn all night.
When you were younger, you probably had choices between a man that's like 27 to like 32, right? But because you wait so long, career, money, secure, vacation, hook up sex. By the time you mature in your head to be like, yo, family truly does matter. Now the people that you're trying to date are 45 to 55. So they're taking Viagra. They have to have like penis pumps and stuff like that. I'm like, do people like, I hope you guys see, like when he said that they sell you a whole bunch of lies. I hope you guys realize that the boy was not lying. Because a man that's 55, most likely he takes Viagra. Okay, a man that's 55, most likely he's using a pump. Because he's getting old. Okay, in a few years, he's gonna have to go check him for a prostate exam. Because they're gonna have to go play with it. Child, that's just crazy. That is really crazy. There are certain things, honestly, you should do when you're young. Like, this is pure madness. And imagine his muscle mass. Like, what's his muscle mass at like 45 to 55? What does he look like? Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Right. And who could blame him, by the way? I dig it too.
I did it.
Oh, you did it.
I did it.
Yeah, you already did it.
Yeah,
so you're not doing it again.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons that I find that we ended, because he did not want more family. And I love you to death. He loved me. We did not have a love problem.
Right.
We had we don't want the same thing problem.
Right.
Another problem we had was he did not do, to me, an effective job of requiring a certain level of space and respect from his semi-adult children. So by the time our relationship was on its tail end, his oldest two boys were like 19 and 22.
Yeah.
And they just were very respectful young men, which,
They weren't respectful to you?
they weren't respectful to women, period.
But your family.
No, he didn't do that though, Torre. That's what I'm saying. He didn't.
Yeah.
Did they say wild shit to you?
They just talked about, they were teenage boys and they talk crazy, and then frankly, there's a cultural gap, right? Where, sometimes white people, kids talk different. He gave me in so much trouble, by the way. But anyway, he's like, I'm not doing anything. But it's true. But also, I think kids just are different these days. So I did not feel, because I feel like the children follow suit to the adult leadership, right?
Sure.
These kids will respect me exactly as much as you require them to. Speaking to my fiance at the time. And he was a bit afraid of his own children.
Mm-hmm.
He operated, let's go full circle to how we started the conversation. He operated in a friend's first posture. He wanted to be cool like his sons. He wanted to be at the Travis Scott concert with his sons. He wanted to be, literally taking your boys to Taylor, whatever. That was his primary focus, was to be liked by his sons. I don't give a shit about no kids like me. You will respect me first, and then we'll get to the like. And so we were not aligned.
And that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
I want to welcome you back to Black Side. Tonight, Mark Lamont Hill and Ebony K. Williams has been fired from the Griot. First, I would like for you to subscribe to this channel. Hit that like button, hit that notification button, but also comment on this video. Mark Lamont Hill and Ebony K. Williams, members of
Axe has fallen at Byron Allen's The Griot.
From the Griot. They were basically
people have been laid off in their podcast and video teams, including their managing editor, Christy Oglesby. This is the statement the company released. Allen Media is making a strategic change to better position the company for growth that will result in expense and workforce reductions across all divisions. Now, Allen Media acquired the Griot in 2016. Among those cuts, they've ended all their different shows except one involving Teray. So Mark Lamont Hill, who had a daily show, airing around 6 p.m. On the Griot. That show has been canceled. They hadn't even had the show. It hasn't aired for the last 3 weeks. Ebony Williams had a show that followed Mark. Her show has also been canceled as well. Now, remember, Byron Allen purchased the assets of Black News Channel for $11 million, buying up the distribution. He then used that to launch the Griot TV. And so those shows are being canceled. And if you look at the Black-owned media landscape, other than what we do here at Roland Martin Unfiltered and the Black Star Network, that was the only daily shows on any Black-owned media outlet. And so if you look at right now, if you look at the linear cable television networks, you look at TV One, you look at Revolt, You look at Afro Channel. You look at which those are all black owned. Clio TV, TV One owns them as well. There are no daily news shows on those platforms. Even if you look at Revolt has a weekly show. You look at BET. They've got a monthly magazine show. That's all they have there. And so
ultimately, once again, putting the career first, she got fired. Okay, she got fired. So she don't have a job right now. So God knows what she's gonna do, right? Who else? So then I found this young lady. So let me play this thing again. Let me start this again. Let me start this again.
The women who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would.
And even when he was saying that, I was really thinking about like Sex in the City. When I tell you Sex in the City has harmed people, Sex in the City destroyed a whole generation of women by selling them these false ideals, this love for materialism, this obsession with shoes, Jimmy Choo, and the Jimmy Choo where Carrie Bradshaw was broke. Okay, come to find out, the whole time Carrie Bradshaw was broke. Hold on. I cannot type to save my life, right? Carrie Bradshaw was broke, right? All this thing about writing books and whatever, the girl was spending all kinds of money she didn't have, right? Dreaming of all these luxury gowns and this, that. The girl ain't got no date. I'm like, you don't have a real career. You have to go get your real job, right? And at the end of it all, what's her retirement plan? What's her saving plan? Mr. Big. Okay, getting married to Mr. Big, because Mr. Big really had the money. She's just living on credit. She got bad credit. Her and her goofy friends running around the city acting a fool, right? So, okay, Samantha, what's her name? Samantha, Carrie. I don't know this. I don't know all their names though, right? But that was the thing. And so many ladies were like growing up thinking that this was gold. This was gold, and it wasn't. Teaching you bad finances, bad money management, get into debt for luxury goods, all types of weird stuff. The girl, I'm like, what job do you really do? What are you really doing? You sing in New York. I'm like, how? Yeah, but that's the thing. They use these shows to mold people's minds. They use these shows to tell women, this is what success looks like. This is what sisterhood looks like. This is what this looks like. But ultimately, Sex in the City, what was it grooming women to do? What was this show teaching people to do? What attitude did Sex in the City put inside a woman, right? They even had they put on a website was like what's called Bag, Borrow, or Steal, where you could go and like get these bags that you really can't afford, right? Live in debt, live above your means, date bunch of random men, have all types of casual sex, right? Meanwhile, Sarah Jessica Parker, she's married. Sarah Jessica Parker is married. She's been married, but she's on TV playing a thotty with bad credit. Yeah, living in NYC, right? I showed you the other girl who's living in New York. She can't afford it. She's getting evicted and she won't leave the apartment. I wonder where she got these ideas from. That it's okay to live in a big city with no money, right? I know this is pure madness. Hold on, where is he?
I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. By making it to this moment through all the adversity thrown your way from COVID, I hope you learned the important lessons that suffering in this life is only temporary.
Amen.
As a group, you witnessed firsthand how bad leaders who don't stay in their lane can have a negative impact on society. While COVID might have played a large role throughout your formative years, it is not unique. Bad policies and poor leadership have negatively impacted major life issues. Things like abortion, IVF, surrogacy, euthanasia, as well as a growing support for degenerate cultural values in media, all stem from the pervasiveness of disorder. Our own nation is led by a man who publicly and proudly proclaims his Catholic faith, but at the same time is delusional enough to make the sign of the cross during a pro-abortion rally. He has been so vocal in his support for the murder of innocent babies that I'm sure to many people, it appears that you can be both Catholic and pro-choice. The world around us says that we should keep our beliefs to ourselves whenever they go against the tyranny of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We fear speaking truth because now, unfortunately, truth is in the minority. Congress.
And like even when he spoke about abortion, right? Some people want to sit here and be like, "Oh my gosh, be quiet, okay? Be quiet, right? How many black children, how many black babies are aborted, right? How many black babies are aborted every single day? Hold on, the numbers here. We read this before. Hold on, because I know like overall in total, see, okay, look at this right here. They say what? Read this right here. Okay, they say consider this. If those 10 million of children had not been aborted, the voting power of the black community would be at 60% nationally rather than the current 13%. Because I believe over 16 million black babies have been aborted. Abortion is the number one killer of black people. So that's the thing. And then for me also, like another reason why I also like I mess with I stand by Harrison, because I'm like, when you're a Christian, stand by your beliefs. Stand by your belief. In America, hoes are allowed to stand by their beliefs. Gang dealers, gang members, drug dealers are allowed to stand by their beliefs. Thotties are allowed to stand by their beliefs, right? People who want to do all kinds of weird stuff to their bodies are allowed to stand by their belief. But somehow, when you're a Christian, when you believe certain things, you have to hide. Why must I hide? Why must I hide? Why do I have to hide? Somebody needs to tell me that reason why. Okay. What's it called? Right? We live in an age today where a man can go into a woman's bathroom, right? And say that, oh yeah, he identifies as a woman. He can undress in front of a child.
This is a 400 million.
The man can go into a woman's bathroom and say, oh, I identify as a woman in front of little girls, take their clothes off, shave their pubic areas in the sink in front of children, right?
Planet Fitness lost.
And that's okay. There's all I'm like, where is this man lying? Right? There's all kinds of perversion going around here. But it's like, it's okay for them people to express themselves. It's okay for you got to be patient. You got to respect it. You got to use the right pronouns. But when it comes to your Christian faith, you're the problem. You have to hide how you feel. You have to hide your conviction. Stand on business. And if people don't like you based on your faith, they can go somewhere else. They don't have to hang with you. Why is it that it's always Christians or people like, if you're Muslim, if you're Christian, anybody who has a faith has to hide how they truly feel. Like, you're not allowed to stand on, my faith says this. Like, my faith tells me this is wrong. You're not allowed to do that. But people can push all kinds of perversion on your face. People can put pornography in your face. People can put all kinds of abhorrent behavior in your face. You're not allowed to say anything. You have to clap for that. Right? You have young girls now recording themselves, talking about they slept with 100 men in a week. They had 200 bodies in a week. And like, oh my gosh, I'm so happy for you. Because if you say, but why would you do something like that? Oh my gosh, you're shaming her. You're shaming her. Well, duh. Like, what the freak? Okay? What the freak? They're talking about, these people are sitting here, these people are sitting here promoting late-term abortion. Okay? What's it called? Hold on, wait a minute. Right? They're sitting here promoting late-term abortion, where a baby is inside the mother's womb and the baby gets cut up into pieces like a piece of chicken. Okay? Like, they're going to cut off his left. They cut the legs off. They cut the arms off. They cut the baby's head off. Right? But somehow you're not supposed to say, oh no, I'm not okay with this. You're supposed to be okay with this? Why? What if this was you? What if this was you? What if this was you and you were being, the U.S. government was treating you this way? Why? Why is it that when you're a Christian, you don't have the right to say, I don't stand besides this? I think this is murder. Why I can't say it? You don't see that's murder? How can you cut a child like he's a piece of chicken? 27 weeks, 30 weeks, 36 weeks. This is how they do these abortions. This is how they do these abortions. Even you, the people who are so pro-abortion, would you have the courage to do this? If somebody put you love abortion so much, would you have the courage? If somebody gave you the tools and you see this baby first, because before you do it, you have to do an ultrasound. So when you do the ultrasound, you see the baby's moving in there. You see the heartbeat. You see the brain. If somebody gave you the tools, would you do it? I bet you wouldn't. You would have the stomach to do this? A lot of people who are so pro-abortion, pro-late-term abortion, you've never even cut chicken. You don't even know what it takes to even kill a chicken, boil water, put the chicken in the water, pluck the chicken, and cut the chicken into pieces. Because you're so accustomed to going to the grocery store and everything's already cut up for you. But you're so pro-late-term abortion. Like it's okay to do it at 27 weeks, at 30 weeks, at 31 weeks, when this baby can live in an incubator. You will take it upon yourself if somebody gave you the tools to say, okay, cut his left leg, cut his right leg, cut his arm, cut his right arm, cut his torso, cut his spine, crush his skull. Like you would have the courage to do this. You would not be doing this. You couldn't dare to do it. And people just love to talk because they have no idea what stuff is. Just like war. People don't really know what it takes to go to war. People don't know the devastation of war because it always happens somewhere else. Because it always happens somewhere else. But if you had to see war for yourself every single day, you will pray God for it to stop. That's why I say I stand with these kids on these college campuses because war is wrong. There's always a better way for this. Dropping bombs on children, like seriously, that is. I'm like, look at how they're handling this baby. Why? What has he done? What has he done? Huh? You didn't know you were pregnant? It takes you 27 weeks to make up your mind. It takes you 30 weeks to make up your mind. You need 6 months to decide whether or not you don't want this baby. You couldn't decide the first month, the first 2 months, the first 3 months. You let the baby grow into a full human being. Then this is what you do. It's pure madness. It is pure madness, and we're supposed to be okay with this. And you don't have the right to say this is excessive. This is excessive. If you don't want the baby, at least make up your mind in the first trimester. Make up your mind as soon as possible. You don't want children, get on birth control. But I'm like, people have the right to say they're not okay with abortion. It does not make you a bad person. Because even me, I had no idea that this is how they did oh my gosh, this is how y'all do it? This is insanity. Okay? This is insanity. And these are the tools. These are the tools that they use to get the baby out of you. I'm like, what about this looks like reproductive health? Okay? This looks like torture. This looks like torture. What about these tools right here is giving, this is about my reproductive health. They trying to tell me what to do with my body. Girl, you are insane. You really want to put these things in your body? You are that afraid of motherhood? You really want, how is this safe? Imagine if the person misses or they scrape too hard and they rip the lining of your uterus. What are you going to do? Right? This other girl, she just had an abortion recently and they left a piece of the baby in there. I said, oh my gosh. Because usually when they do the DNC, they're supposed to they cut the baby inside the body to take him out. So they cut the leg, they cut both legs, they cut the arms, they cut the spine, they cut the head. But when the doctor does it, he's supposed to put the whole body back on a tray to make sure he got every single piece out, right? So this girl, she went and got the abortion, the DNC, where they cut the body up like that, and they left a piece of the baby inside the body. And I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my Jesus. Right? Like why? Like, why does that make you? I'm like, people need to really explain this to me. Why does that make you a bad person to say, as a Christian, I don't stand besides late-term abortion? This is murder. You wouldn't even treat a dog like this. They will send you to prison. You couldn't even cut up a dog. Mike Vick was training dogs to fight. He went to prison. Now imagine if you cut a baby into pieces. Why would you ever say you agree to something like this? This is pure madness. I'm not agreeing to this. You could have gotten on birth control. Even we looked it up. When the person had sex, hold on, let me show you, right? How long for a sperm to fertilize to get to the egg, right? We looked it up one time. Right? Look at this. They act like all this stuff is not preventable. After ejaculation, the sperm can reach an egg within 15 to 45 minutes. However, the process can take longer if you haven't ovulated yet by the time you have sex, because the sperm can live inside a reproductive tract and wait for an egg for up to 5 days, right? So you have like up to 5 days to even like, oh, I've had sex. You have 5 days. When it comes to the morning after pill, okay? When it comes to the morning after pill, right? The morning after pill, it works between 24 hours to 72 hours after sex. You see, you have all these chances to prevent this. You can really prevent this. You can, like why are we acting like we're slow, right? If you have sex with someone, you have up to 3 days to take care of business. Then if you're not sure, you can always go see a doctor and get a sonogram to make sure nothing is in there. But I'm like 6 weeks to 8 weeks, you can know. Then you can decide. Why do we have to wait until 30 weeks? Why do we have to wait until 40 weeks? Like the 40 weeks. Some people even do it at 36 weeks, you guys. There are certain states where you are allowed to have an abortion at 36 weeks and the baby is completely healthy. Like, how is this not murder? How is this not murder? And why are you a bad person for saying, I don't approve of this? I don't want you to cut up a baby like a chicken. It's a human being. You've waited this long. Push him out. Somebody else will raise him. Why do you have to kill it? Because he's in your body? So that gives you the right to murder someone? Because you ultimately you have more power than him? Because he's defenseless? Right? But like, what about us though? We also belong to the US government. The government is way more powerful than us. What about the day they turn on our asses too? Does that mean, oh, you get to abuse the weakest people over here? Right? Isn't that why we have laws? And that's why we have, like, we elect politicians and we try to have some type of moral code in society to protect the most vulnerable? But when it comes to a baby, because he's in your body, you think you can do whatever you want to his body? Pure. I'm like, that's pure madness. That is madness. And I'm like, for a woman to be okay with that, of course, she's been told all kinds of lies. Because if she wasn't her sane mind, she would not agree with this. She would not agree. She has lost her mind. She would not agree with this. We are living in a country where they are performing. Yes, there are certain states where you can have an abortion at 36 weeks. That's what I'm saying. They don't tell people the truth about this abortion thing. Oh, it's about men trying to control your bodies. Who trying to control your body, sis? You don't even have control of your body. Why do you have a pregnancy that you don't want? You're like, oh, but what about the instances of grape? Okay. But when you're grape too, do you have to wait 36 weeks? Like, if you're grape, you know, right? And a lot of people over here in this country are products of grape, and they turned out to be good people. Booker T. Washington, okay? Frederick Douglass, all right? It's a whole lot of civil rights activists who were conceived by grape on the plantation, okay? So there's a world also where a child can be conceived by grape and be allowed to live, but it's about having mercy. Because ultimately, the child didn't do it. The child didn't do it. And just because something happened through an evil act does not mean that the child is doomed to be evil. Booker T. Washington was not evil. Frederick Douglass was not evil. It's so many people, it's so many civil rights activists who were conceived by grape. You see a man who's light-skinned with green eyes, they don't make them that way in Africa. Okay? Like where he come from? Okay? Like, seriously, where does he come from? How? Okay? He was not brought on a slave ship with hazel eyes and light skin. Okay? So where did he get these eyes from? Where did he get his complexion from? Okay? And he's a product of grape. But nonetheless, Booker T. Washington, he used his life to do something. Without him, you don't have the Tuskegee Institute. Without him, you don't have the Tuskegee Airmen. Okay? This man's legacy is crazy. But he was conceived through grape. He's born on a plantation. He's a slave. He gets to be free. Like what? He's like in his 20s or something like that. Okay, make it make sense. So I'm like, even this whole, oh, but what about grape? What about grape? White Americans have raped Black women on this soil in order to have more labor for centuries. It never bothered you. So miss me with your fake ass morality. You don't really care about that stuff. Okay, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Me and all this stuff does not work on me. The majority of slaves, the majority of the enslaved, okay, were produced via what? When they passed the law in the 1800s that you could no longer import African slaves in this country, how did y'all make more slaves? How did you make more slaves? Okay, we're trying to know something. So like, go sit down somewhere. So just because a person is conceived through grape does not mean the person cannot become somebody great. That's not, that's crazy. Okay, if you didn't know, Frederick Douglass too, it was grape. He was conceived with grape. It's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. They were conceived via grape. The mama was great. Okay, you go to Louisiana. What's her name? This one too. What's her name? Okay, you go to Louisiana too. Okay, this lady right here. It was what? It was grape. It was grape. But the thing about Marie Laveau, she'll go on to be an icon in Creole culture in Louisiana. But how was she conceived? It was the grape. Okay, it was also grape. All right, all right. They don't make them like okay. These people did not come on a slave ship looking like this. Okay, so it's like yeah, whatever. Go sit down somewhere with your fake morality, your fake righteousness. You care so much about grape, but you won't pay reparations. You are so like you're so indignified by grape, but you won't pay reparations. How did you make all these people? Because after a while, you passed a law. You stopped importing Africans to this land. So how did you make more black people? How'd you make them? Right? You are so shocked. Oh my gosh, grape. You are so disgusted by grape, but you won't pay for reparations. Like, go sit down somewhere. Go sit your fake behind down somewhere. I cannot take people and their two-step level of righteousness. Like, I just can't do it. Right? Because this country right here was built on all kinds of evil stuff. And as long as y'all made money from it, you had no issue with it. Go sit down somewhere. But I'm like, people have the right to say, if you're a Christian, you have the right to stand by your faith. If you are a Christian, you have the right to stand by your beliefs. We are not living in a country where young people are getting double mastectomies at 15, right? They're, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of young people now are detransitioning, right? So many young people now are detransitioning. They are detransitioning. And they were misled. They were absolutely misled. But when people spoke against it, oh, you're transphobic. Oh, you're against what? Gender affirming care. Gender affirming care. You call cutting off the boobs of a 15-year-old affirming care? A child. You're going to do a double mastectomy on a child. A person who hasn't even lived life yet. But no, you can't say nothing about that because if you do, you're hateful, you're this, you're that. And now today, so many young people are detransitioning. And they're in tears and they can't go back. They can't go back because a lot of these surgeries you cannot go back. And it's so sad. And they keep it so hush-hush because they don't want to admit that, yeah, we made a mistake or we're trying to make money off these children. Sometimes like turning your vagina into a wee-wee, I think it costs like $90,000. All they want is to make money from these young people, but you can't say nothing about it. Hold on, let me play this one.
If you hate wearing bras, you should try me instead. I'm the Under Outfit wireless bra.
How are you feeling? Give me how you're feeling the night before.
I thought that I was going to feel like a normal person for once.
You're excited?
Yeah. Like, this is the promise that my family and I have been sold since I was a kid, is that we will make her into a real woman.
Lies.
She doesn't have to deal with what older trans people go through. She won't have to look in between. We will do it all young and it will be perfect.
Lies.
Like, I mean, my mother and I to this day.
That's what he said. They sell you a bunch of lies. Yes. Turning a clitoris into a penis is like $90,000. It is a lot of money. So when they're like, oh, we're here to support young people, we're trying to give them gender affirming care. Yeah, right. Gender affirming care at $90,000 plus the medication, plus the therapy. So these people are going to be on drugs for the rest of their life because you cannot do it. It's not feasible. It's just butchery. Like they're just butchering these young people, selling them all kinds of lies. You cannot turn a man into a woman. You can do surgery, but it will never be a real woman. It's a trans woman. There's one trans woman in Spain. She has a vagina and she has a prostate. So I'm like, so you have to go see an OBGYN and you're going to have to see somebody to check your prostate? Like what kind of life is this? So now she's trying to teach people to not do it because she regrets it. I'm like, you can't live like this. Imagine having a vagina and a prostate. You have a vagina and you got a prostate. Like what? No, but these people, like, they're just wicked. They're so wicked. And I'm like, there is wickedness. And the wickedness needs to be called out. There's pure perversion. Hold on.
Truly believed that up until recently.
Yeah.
So your mom's excited. You're
Yeah.
excited. You're thinking this is like an answered prayer.
Yeah.
Everything's going through. The insurance
Yeah.
has gone through, and you're going to come out and be a woman.
Yeah. I mean, it was, they were ready. He made it seem like I would, and he also, and that's something I think we can get into further, is there's a lot of conflicting information within gender healthcare. One thing that I was told directly by the doctor, and the surgeon, Dr. Roth, had actually privately called my parents and had conversation with them, telling us both separately that it's best for me to do this as young as possible. So that way I recover better and I'll heal better and I'll look better.
Wow.
He had told my mother and stepdad that privately. And then he had also told me that in our appointment.
So you trusted this doctor?
Yeah.
Yep. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
These are the professionals.
Yeah.
Why would they want to harm you? Why would they want to put you at a risk for anything? They just want you to be happy.
Yeah.
So what happens during the procedure?
The procedure was 7 hours. And immediately I woke up. I could not walk for the entire duration I was in the hospital. I had severe pain all over my body. I actually had an epidural in because of the pain. I could not use the restroom. And just a few days later, I had blood clots in my legs. I had a DVT.
DVT?
It's a deep vein thrombosis.
You see, that's not, look. So they're saying, look at this. According to WebMD, the cost of phalloplasty or bottom surgery can range from $25,000 to $35,000, but some can cost as much as $150,000. So they're telling you, oh yeah, you can go and you can have the whatever, you can be a woman turn to a man, whatever. But the problem is you're gonna have to go into debt. You're gonna have to go into debt. Imagine paying $150,000 for a penis. Why? Why I can't just like my clit? It's free. Loving your clitoris, your labia minor, your labia major, is free, right? It's free. But that's, no. You're right. There's something wrong. There's something wrong. Not the child is like, yeah, I really want this. But if the people don't have the money, you're going to go into debt $150,000. But when the man says you're being sold lies, oh my gosh, he's so evil. No, it's the truth. They lie to people out here. They lie to people. Okay? 150,000, and that's not like the rest of you. Like that's not. It doesn't help you for the rest of your life. That's just for the surgery. What about your medication? What about your mental health after that? Like if you need therapy or you need extra things, right? What about if you get infected or something does happen? What happens? You don't have to go do what? Go find another $100,000. So just for a penis, you're gonna go into debt like the rate of a mortgage for a penis? Like, seriously? Do you know what you could do with 150 and a whole lot of self-love and self-acceptance? Right? You understand? And the thing that is so sick about this, like the thing that is so sick about this quote unquote, what's it called? This care, whatever thing they call it, right? Is the thing like if somebody's overweight, right? If a woman is overweight and she wants to lose weight, they'll be like, oh my gosh, you don't have to change. You're perfect the way you are. There's nothing wrong with you. Why would you want to be skinny? When you want to be skinny, you're being fat phobic, right? So when you're fat, you're supposed to remain consistent. When you're fat, you're not supposed to lose weight. When you're fat, you're supposed to love yourself, accept it, because BMI is racist, weight loss is racist, exercise is racist, trying to lose weight is inherently it's fat phobic to want to lose weight, right? People who are overweight, who could easily lose the weight for not even $3,000, right, are consistently shamed for wanting to lose weight, right? How many people that used to be part of the whole body positivity movement, and when they started to lose weight, they got made fun of, they got excommunicated, they were shunned, right? Because you're not supposed to lose weight, because you are supposed to love being fat. You're supposed to appreciate being fat. You're supposed to be proud of your fatness, be proud of your fupa and things like that, right? God forbid you want to change. God forbid you want to lose weight. Oh my gosh, right? But if a child says, oh, you know what? I think I was born in the wrong body. Oh, of course, you need to change, right? If a child says, oh, I don't think I should have my boobs, I think I should have pecs like a man. Oh, of course, there's nothing wrong with that. Let's do it, right? If a child says, I want to turn my vajayjay into a wiener. Oh, of course. You know what I'm saying? Think about that. Think about how sick this country is, and think about the lies that people are told. People are told lies. Women are told lies. They truly are. They truly are. But say, oh no, your worth is not valued by how much you weigh. Your worth, it doesn't matter how much you weigh, you are still as valuable. Shut the hell up. The majority of women who are famous, are they fat? No, they're not. Okay, but they'll tell you, oh, don't exercise, don't change, eat more food, don't count your calories. That's too much. It's too restrictive, right? But it's okay for a child to go and get her boobs cut off at 15. Now, that's not restrictive. Do you see the hypocrisy? When a person says, oh, I'm coming out as a woman or I'm coming out as a man, nobody says, well, why don't you just love yourself? Love yourself the way you are. Why do you want to change yourself? Why do you want to get plastic surgery, especially as a teenager? Why do you want to take hormones as a teenager? No one says that, because this is the thing that is normalized. Plastic surgery on children is normalized, right? Right? Sterilization of children is normalized. Cutting body parts of people is normalized. But God forbid you talk about losing weight. God forbid. Like, I mean, just look, see how sick America is, and see how demonic and destructively sick these liberals are. They are sick. They are truly sick. I always say you cannot be somebody who fears God and be with these liberals. They are insane. They are truly insane. Like, they're lucky Harrison got up there. Let me get up there and speak to the microphone. They've been so shocked. Like, Marlene, yes, I said what I said. I said what I said. It is so much easier to lose weight. But when you talk about losing weight, somehow you don't love yourself. Okay? When you talk about you want to start losing weight, they'll tell you, oh, that means you don't love yourself. That means that you don't have this, you don't have this, you don't have self-esteem. Oh, you're trying to be skinny. Oh, you're trying to you're body shaming yourself. You hate yourself, right? Losing weight, fat that you were not even meant to have this fat. You just had this fat because you just eat like crazy, or maybe you were depressed, right? But it's natural for us to lose fat. That's why we have legs. Human beings have never been this fat, but we are fat because we have too much convenience, not because God wants us to be fat, right? People are 600 pounds. People are 400 pounds. Oh no, this is beautiful. Oh, embrace your fupa, embrace your fupa. Right? You have so many women who tell other women to embrace their fupa. Do you know what a fupa is? Do you know what a fupa represents? You are insulin resistant. You have too much sugar in your blood. Okay? But you see the ignorance of people. They'll praise you for being unhealthy. Right? You cannot tell someone who's overweight they're unhealthy. Oh my gosh. No, you are unhealthy. You are insulin resistant. You have too much sugar in your bloodline. And if you're not careful, you will become pre-diabetic. If you're not careful, you're already diabetic. But you're not supposed to say that. Oh my gosh, you have to love yourself. Embrace your fupa. Embrace your fupa. Don't you embrace a fupa. It is not healthy. There's nothing healthy about it. But they're feeding people lies. And so today, you look at so many of our young people, they're all overweight and they're doing nothing about it. Because society says, oh, there's nothing wrong with you. Just keep buying a bigger size. Keep buying a bigger size. Keep buying a bigger size. How are you going to be 21 years old and you already wear a size 24? Make it make sense. You got people out here who are in their they're 26 years old. They wear a size 32. Okay? But we want to sit here and pretend that we don't live in a sick society that lies to people. Everything to make people sick. Everything to make people sick. They want everybody to be sick. You're going to have a corn addiction. You're going to have a food addiction. You're going to have a debt addiction, a money spending addiction. You're going to have an identity addiction. They give everybody a disease. They give everybody some type of disease. And you don't even realize that you're being lied to, but they lie to people. This is what they do. And that's exactly what he's saying. And I'm like, oh my gosh, when he talks about people to get to be in their lane, it's true. More men should be in their lane and more women should be in their lane. But today, the women are more masculine. The men are in their soft boy era. Talk about drizzle, right? Manhood is in crisis because the roles are completely upside down. They're completely upside down. So I'm like, yeah, people are being fed lies. And I will also say, it's not even just the girls, though. Even the fellas are being fed the lies. Be a womanizer, sleep with as many women as you want, get involved in pornography, all kinds of weird stuff. But once you open these doors, you cannot close them. You cannot close them, right? I'm like, y'all crazy. Remember when I started my fitness page, I'm like, oh, but why you want to lose weight? I'm like, why would I not want to lose weight? You think being fat is an accomplishment, right? They want you to be so proud of being fat, being obese, like you walk around here like Ellie the elephant. No, I want to live. I was not created to be a depository of visceral fat. I don't want to be fat. I don't want to be fat. Nobody should want to be fat. It is unhealthy. It's unhealthy. And the majority of Black people are predisposed for high blood pressure and high cholesterol. So why would you even play these games? Why would you even try nature like that? Okay? You want to be on medication forever? That's crazy. But that's insanity. So it's very expensive. Hold on.
Thrombosis. It's a large clot that was in my leg. And they only discovered it because I had a fever. So from there, I had to be on blood thinners for 3 months, and I had to do injections every day. I was in so much pain. It was searing pain.
Yeah.
Searing pain. And I was in the hospital for about maybe 2 weeks.
Jesus.
And during my time there, I remember there was an intense fascination with what was being done to me.
What?
I remember specifically nurses at the hospital, residents of the hospital, various people there would come in. They would look at me. They would tell me, "This is so cool. We've never seen someone as young as you have this done. We've never seen this surgery done here." I remember people coming in and out. I remember Dr. Roth would bring in multiple residents to just watch me while I was sitting there.
Treating her like a freak show. Treating her like a freak show. And they lied to this person. They lied to this child. Sold this child a dream. You think they told her about the amount of pain that you're gonna be here for 2 weeks, you're gonna be bruised up, you're gonna have blood clots. I mean, she was like, you're perfectly healthy. Think about this. When you go into the surgery, you're perfectly healthy. After the surgery, you're completely sick. You have clots all up in your body. You're in complete pain. Bunch of random people walking in, lifting up the blanket to see the new vagina. Like, what the freak is this? What the freak is this? Oh, Jazz is even worse. It's so sad. Let's see if I can find it.
And I couldn't walk. I couldn't move. I was in so much pain.
Wow.
And yeah, people just came in and it was like a science class.
Like you weren't a person.
No.
Literally, like it was a science class. Like he's, Dr. Frankenstein. And
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at this. Look what I've created.
Yeah.
That is so horrific. I mean, that is
Yeah.
truly, talk about not feeling like a person.
Mm-hmm.
You're going into this because you don't feel like a person.
Yeah.
And then you're realizing that you're a spectacle.
Yeah.
Look what I did.
Mm-hmm.
It is really hard to look in the mirror or step on the scale.
Let me step on it. All right, once it zeros.
See, here's Jazz too. They don't lie to this child. Oh, we're gonna turn you into this. We're gonna turn you into that, right?
Jazz Jennings from I Am Jazz does not look like this anymore. The reality star has opened up about her battle with binge eating disorder. Jazz revealed that over the past 2 years, she's gained 100 pounds.
Is he?
Jazz Jennings from I Am Jazz does not look.
This is what they do to you. They just lie to you. Oh, this is. They just lied to you. Hold on, let me see if I can find the video.
Years ago, I was struggling with mental health issues. Now, almost 100 pounds heavier, here I am today. I have a long way to go, but they can't count me out.
I Am Jazz returns November 30th.
Is he? Lied to this child. Oh, we can do this to you. We can make you do this. Da, 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 da. And now look at this child. Now the mother out here is crazy. Hold on.
So, are you feeling like you wanted to start talking about? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
I'm gonna get them to cry.
You know I can't get out of my head.
I know. No, listen.
It just doesn't stop.
It's okay. Give me a hug. It's okay. I know what you're going through. We've been there.
No. The child is in complete distress, and all she cares about is be on a TV show. All she cares about is the check. I'm like, this child is in complete distress. Distress. 100 pounds. hearing voices in the head, can't get out of her head, cannot get out of bed, can't do anything, you know? And they knew they couldn't do this because the thing with Jazz, I think because when Jazz was a boy, that's when they started putting him on hormone therapy, right? So because of that, the penis never grew, because to turn a penis into a vagina, you need to have enough of penis material, right? But Jazz was a baby boy, so the penis was really small. You understand? So now when the person gets older and you want to turn the penis into a vagina, there's not enough skin for that because they stopped the penis from growing at such an early age. So I'm like, so when they went into the surgery, they knew they were going to butcher this child. They knew they didn't have enough tissue. They knew. Okay? They knew, and they did it anyways. And so right now, I think on her private, Jazz has had almost like 4 reconstructive surgeries on her private. So 4 reconstructive surgeries. Jazz always has to stick something up in there because it's not a real vagina. So if you don't stick something up in there, it will close on itself. After all this money and all this pain, right? Her mom threatens her with the thingy, like, oh, if you don't put that up there, I'm gonna come over there and put it in there myself. And I'm like, what the heck? But if T.I. had said it, it would have been a problem, right? I'm like, well, how are you threatening this child? That she doesn't want to do it. Let it close. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a life. But I'm like, y'all knew it was not feasible. Why are you doing this? But imagine 4 surgeries on your private parts. What person can take this, right? Then after that, you have the depression, you have the weight gain, you have the mental confusion, like all the stuff that's happening. She had to drop out of Harvard, could not focus on school. But I promise you, initially, they told her, oh, everything's going to be just fine. We can turn you into a girl. You'll be the most beautiful girl ever. Bunch of lies. Bunch of lies. It is so sad. You watch the show, you cry for the child. You cry. And I'm like, this woman right here, she will never go to prison for what she's done to the child. They knew that it's a small penis. You cannot turn this into a vagina. So why even do it? Why even do it? Or if you knew that one day you wanted her to have a vagina, then you should have let the boy grow more into a boy to have more of a skin. Because like if you only have this much skin, what can you push on the inside? You need like I'm saying, like you need like a good wiener size, then you can push it in there and then you can turn that into a vagina. But there's barely any skin because you did it at 7. Little people don't have a lot of skin like that. But that's okay. We're supposed to be okay with this. But we're not supposed to tell women that, oh, you should look out for marriage or you should want to have children. Oh my gosh, that's where we draw the line. But we have no issue with this being done to kids. We have no issue with this being televised. We're watching a young person depressed, gaining all kinds of weight, like, just pretty much like just dying. She's seriously depressed. But it's okay to turn that into entertainment. It's okay to turn that into content. And people praise that type of stuff. But we draw the line when it comes to having children and being married. Like, oh, that's where, like, oh my gosh, how dare you say that to someone? Oh, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Let me play this video. Hold on.
Might not have scholarship money. They have that financial burden. They might not have family that's involved in their academic pursuits. And to have that kind of diminish our success. And, Benedictine College, I don't know if you know a lot about it. It's very competitive academically. I mean, our professors push us a lot more than I believe that other public colleges would. To be there is to be a successful student. And so for people to get through and to graduate from this college is huge. And so I think that when he mentioned his wife and, her role in the family, it's like, yes, that might be your case, but that's not all of our journeys. So it just was hard to hear that. And I'm like, of course she's fine with where she's at. She doesn't have to struggle day to day to try to make ends meet. What's to say if a woman is in a bad situation with, an abuser or, they can't.
And they love to bring that stuff. This is the boogie monster language, right? Oh, but what if a woman's with an abuser? What if a woman's with an abuser? When we listened to our good sis Erica today, who was her abuser? Her employer. So stop making it seem like the only abuser out here is the person that you are in a relationship with. Like, go sit down somewhere, okay? We clearly listened to Erica. We listened to a host of women, right? Their number one abuser was their manager. Their number one abuser was their boss. Doing way too much. Call them at 3 o'clock in the morning. Tell them they can't go see their granddad who's dead, dying at the hospital because they got to turn this thing in and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. Your abuser can be many. It can be all types of people. Okay? It doesn't have, why is it always the man that's in a relationship with you? What about your boss? And he abuser also? But you don't want to call him that because he writes you a check because you worship money, right? But I'm like, a lot of CEOs, a lot of managers, a lot of people who are above you will abuse you. Like, let's be so for real. They will abuse you too. But somehow you don't want to call these people abuser. Why not? Because you are trained to glorify the career. You are trained to worship your employer. That's it. That's that. I'm like, girl, anybody can be your abuser, girl. Not just a man that you're dating or you're married to.
Financially support themselves. So it's like, how dare you tell women that, oh, you got your degree, but that doesn't really mean anything until you marry someone and have.
And the same thing too, you can go to a corporate world and a man can tell you, I don't care where you got your degree from. I make the rules over here. You can go to school at Harvard, you can go to school at Georgetown. If your boss does not want to promote you, oh well. If your boss wants to punish you because of where you went to school, oh well. Okay. I'm like, it can happen at the workplace also. I'm like, listen, it can happen at the workplace also. There are a lot of employers out here who are bullies. They bully people. They shame people. Okay, they have these weird initiation rituals. They do all kind of weird stuff to you, right? And you have to take it. There are a lot of employers who will embarrass you, prank you. It's so toxic. A lot of workplaces are really toxic. A lot of workplaces are misogynist. A lot of places are racist. It's all kinds of weird stuff going on in the workplace, right? So I'm like, look at Goldman Sachs. Okay, Goldman Sachs was ordered to pay $250 million to settle a gender bias suit. Okay, so I'm like, whatever you fear could happen in the relationship, you can find that at the workplace. Okay, you can find that at the workplace, and most likely you will find that at the workplace. But guess what, though? The funny thing is, when it does happen to you at the workplace, you'll put up with it because you want the check, because you want an office with your name on the door, right? Because you want titles. Like, yeah, like a lot of workplaces are really toxic. So I'm like, whatever, like anybody that has money can use the money to bully you. A husband can use money to bully a wife, absolutely. But a boss can also use money to bully a boss, to bully an employee. That's what Erica said. The man said, what do you think we pay you all this money for? Right? So it's like anybody who can hold money over you, there is a chance that they might use that to bully you, to do stuff that you don't want to do. Absolutely. So it's not just in a relationship. I'm like, don't just be so like black and white. No, there's nuance. It can happen anywhere. The bad actor can be anywhere. It can be in a relationship, in a romantic relationship, and it could also be at your job. It could be at your job. You can work for a whole bully. And even like when you think about what's it called? Right? Even when you think about The Devil Wears Prada too, right? In The Devil Wears Prada, right? Who's the bully? It's a woman, right? She's a woman. She bullies everybody. She makes this girl right here not want to eat food. But she bullied everyone, right? But somehow her bullying people is aspirational, right? Miranda Kerr, is that what it is, right? She became an icon, but she treats people like crap. Like, this woman is evil. Right? But if this role was played by a man, oh my gosh, the misogyny, but like the way she treats this girl, they can't have a relationship. They can't look at her. They cannot talk to her. Like, I mean, she sends these girls on impossible missions. She's awful. She's awful. This girl doesn't even eat food. She eats nothing at all. Right? But I'm like, this movie is so damn toxic. But nobody saw an issue with that. Oh no, it's just it's me. She's a boss. She's a boss. She's a boss, right? But you can work for a woman and have a very toxic work environment. You can work for a woman and truly be like, you can really be depressed. You can be so miserable working for another woman. Like, please.
I mean, I understand he has opinions, but like I said, I just don't believe that had anything to do with our graduation. And to hear that, I was like, wow, you have no idea what people go through on a daily basis. You only see what you see from the top.
And you only see what you see from the top. Everybody's perspective is different. Like, and I think about these young girls too. I think one of the reasons why they're upset because it's like with what he said, you kind of like, you probably feel bad. You probably have like buyer's remorse because he probably makes you realize like, you know what, you wasted your money. You truly wasted your coins. Hold on, let me see. So hold on. Oh, here is what is her name again? I forgot. But I don't, people are saying that he said this, but I don't know if he really said this. So I don't know.
Where men were men and women had more babies than thoughts. When the only
I don't know if
ladies, we have him all wrong. He's not a misogynistic man that thinks that women are just baby factories, whose only purpose in life is to serve men and their children and wait on them hand and foot. No, he wants us to go back to a better time.
But how do you know he said this? Did you hear it out of his mouth or you just read it? Like sometime with Sean, I wonder if she's happy in her marriage. Now, I've never seen a married woman with children who has so much to say against men all the time. Like, I really do wonder sometimes. Like, are you happy in your marriage though? Like, girl, like she's always mad at men. I'm like, what is going on? Or it's just like a grift for her to build her TikTok following. Because it's very bizarre. It's really, really bizarre to me. This woman is married, right? She has kids, right? I'm like, my gosh, this is weird.
But better time for who? When women didn't have the right to vote, when women didn't have bank accounts, when women couldn't buy houses on their own, when women were dependent on men. And the only way they would have
and so today women are not like, okay, so today in today's economy, you're not dependent on a man. Like Jerome Powell is not the one who sets the interest rate. Like I swear, I'm like, I don't even know if he said that, but I'm like, oh, we a world where women are not dependent on men. Women are still dependent on men. The majority of wealthy people are men. The majority of the wealth belongs to men, especially white men. Like I'm like, the world is mostly run by men. Like you're not getting away from these people. Like I'm like, that's not happening. It's not happening. And even with all the voting and the rights that you have, the majority of women that you look up to are women who are attached to men. They do things based on the gaze of a man, right? You're going to go look at Sean. You're going to see that she loves Beyonce. Everything Beyonce does is for what? A man. Okay? For the man. Beyonce got cheated on and she stayed with the man. Okay? All right. So it's like I don't get this fake, I don't get this fake empowerment bullshit. I really don't get it. Okay? I really don't get it. I do not get it. Hold on. Give me a second. Right? Let me see. Where are the latest pictures lately, right? Where's she at? For some reason, she more covered up. Right? Hold on. Hold up. Right? Give me 1 second. Let's go right here.
This is nothing compared to what you've done. And not only me, but everybody here. You taught me so many things. I was 20 years old when we first started dating. You taught me how to be a woman. You taught me how to live. You taught me how to be a friend. You've given me so much in life. And this is not enough. It's not enough I can give you. I just want you to be happy. And every year, I'm even more in love with you. And I want to spend every day of my life with you. Happy birthday. And I thank God for you every day. This is nothing compared to what you've done. And
I'm serious. Like they swear they're so woke and they're so empowered and women don't need men, but they're so obsessed with Beyonce. Beyonce is a pick-me. Beyonce is the epitome of a pick-me. This chick right here is a pick-me-sha. And she wonders why she didn't get album of the year. Okay? How you gonna make a whole album about how this man cheated? You were depressed. You had to rip pages out the Bible to turn them into a tampon, and you had the miscarriage and blah 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 blah. You said all of this just to stay with the Sean Carter. Okay? Beyonce's a pick-me. She's a very pretty pick-me, but she's a pick-me, right? She depends on a man. Jay-Z's her manager. He handles her money. He handles her bookings. He fights for her. Okay? She pays her husband. And most likely, financially, Beyonce's head of household. She makes more than this man. Don't buy into the bullshit. Okay? She makes more than him. Right? Hello, somebody. Okay? And she gets cheated on. And she stays. And he probably still doing it. And she's staying. Right? So I'm like, you make no sense. Like I'm like, you people, like you are just a melee of confusion, a cornucopia of just lost thoughts. Like seriously, like you're confused, right? You are confused. But you want to attack a man who ain't never cheated on his wife, provides for his wife, he goes home to his wife, and he fears the Lord, right? Sometimes I'm like, is it jealousy or what? Well, which one is it? Oh, you don't have to depend on a man. Some of your favorite women out here depend on a man. Cardi B, she makes more money than Offset. She won't leave him. Okay? She won't leave him. Exactly. Beyonce out here doing all kinds of naked stuff to still impress this man because maybe he's out here acting a fool yet again. Right? Right? This is what you got to do to keep this man interested. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Okay? All this is for who? For the Sean Carter? Right? Who's this for? Who's this for? This is how they want you to be. Be married, but still be single. Sell your body. Look like a sex worker while your man is at home and you help him to pay the bills. That's what they want. I'm like, yeah, I'm serious. Like she still work. Yeah. Work like a dang slave. Okay. I'm like, make it make sense. It makes no sense because it really doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, where they want you to depend on a man. Your favorite woman depend on a man. Michelle Obama. She's a what? Obama. She wouldn't have made it to the White House without that man. Okay? She wears that man's last name. Obama's not an American name. It's from Africa. It's from Kenya. Okay? She wears a man's last name. That's why she's up there. The majority of the women that you look up to, there is a man. Okay? Even Rihanna. Rihanna has all this money. They say Rihanna's a billionaire. And she went and got pregnant by A$AP Rocky, who ain't got no job. Okay? Because she wants a what? She wants a man. Okay? Because she wants a man. All right? Tell the truth and shame the devil. Okay? A$AP Rocky, what does he do? Right? Where is he at? This dude right here. Right? This woman is like, oh, Rihanna's worth all these billions. And Rihanna makes all these billions. This is her baby daddy, y'all. Okay? A rapper. When he was 16 years old, he was arrested for what? Attempted murder or murder? At 16, he was at Rikers Island. I guess he was acquitted. Even now, he has a pending case for attempted murder. Again, he doesn't learn, right? But this is the baby daddy of an alleged billionaire, right? Right? But somehow, you should not want a man. You have girls who are beautiful out here, making billions of dollars out here. They are baby mamas to people with no job, right? Like, please, everybody wants a man. People need to stop lying. Nicki Minaj, she went and picked up herself a man from the registry of sex offenders. She's like, oh, this one look good to me. Okay, I can control him. She got herself a man from the sex registry of offenders. Okay, like stop. Like stop. The majority of women that you look up to, they're a bunch of pick-me's with no standards. Okay, like stop. Stop the madness.
Is if they married into one, that they couldn't create or establish one on their own.
Who? Show me a woman who did that, Sean. Show me one. Show me a woman who created a great life of her own without a man being involved somehow. Show me how. I showed y'all earlier about Barbara Walter out here smashing to become the best of her time. She had to lay on her back. Oprah Winfrey laying on her back. Kamala Harris laying on her back. Michelle Obama had a husband. Beyonce, she lashed on to Jay-Z, that Bonnie and Clyde situation, right? Right? Rihanna, A$AP Rocky, Nicki Minaj, she got a man. Who? Kim Kardashian, she had to marry Kanye to reach another level. That's how she got the cover of Vogue magazine. Right? Right? Like, let's be so for real. And this, like, even if people are a bunch of liars. Even when a woman is not married to, when a woman is not married, especially in Hollywood, nobody takes her seriously. That's why all the time the Kardashians are always looking to get into a relationship. They told us that Kylie was a billionaire, but somehow she was still running behind Travis Scott to have a baby with Travis Scott because she knew it would make her more important. After Travis Scott, she's running behind the little French boy, Chalamet, whatever his name is. She's running behind him, right? Even Kourtney Kardashian, at her old age, she came out of retirement to go be a wife to Travis, right? Because they understand the value of being a wife. By themselves, it's not the same. The Kardashians always need a man to keep them relevant, and so do most women. Jennifer Lopez, she had Diddy to become I guess like an urban person, right? To have the land market, she had to go with Mark Anthony, right? To go into Hollywood and have the same roles as white women, she had to date Ben Affleck. She waited for 20 years for Ben to divorce and be an alcoholic, and she went back to Ben. The girl spent $20 million to tell her love story with Ben Affleck. Okay, she's making up lies about how much she used to write her letters. Like, girl, you wrote them things yourself. Okay, exactly. They're out here chasing all kinds, and she's also chasing Odell Beckham Jr. But these people are so rich. They're so wealthy. They're so career-minded. They're so driven. But every time you turn around, they're looking for a new man to claim them. Like, please, I want to know what woman built what without a man? Who? What woman can say, oh, yeah, I'm self-made. A man never helped me. Sophia Amoruso, okay? It's the man from Boho who bought her company, made her rich, right? The girl, Emily Weiss, is, what's her investor? Oh, my gosh. What's the people's name? Ben Horowitz? Hold on. Let me see. All right. Like, look at people who invested in her. Sequoia Capital, right? Look who runs Sequoia Capital. Let me show you. Hold on. These people love to lie. Y'all, please. We need men. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Here are the people at Sequoia Capital. Bunch of men, bunch of white men. Okay. They give her all kinds of money. Then she got money from all types of people. So, like, what's her name? Emily Weiss. Right? They'll tell you, oh, this woman is so rich. She's so rich. Yeah. Because bunch of white men gave her money. Okay. Bunch of white men. Because she's Jewish. Her Jewish people, they gave her all kinds of money. Right? They're going to try to tell you, oh, look, how Glossier founder Emily Weiss built $1 billion mega brand. No, she did not. She had help. Okay. They gave this girl over $100 million. She went to NYU to study furniture. The majority of these white girls who have these crazy businesses are mediocre AF, but they have a strong white man with some deep pockets behind them. Okay. It's not a joke. Go look Emily Weiss. Look what she studied. Hold on. She went to NYU. Let me show you. Right? And see what she studied at NYU? It was like furniture. She studied like furniture design at NYU. Like, imagine that. Okay? Bunch of BS. And you think she's using her degree? Is she using her degree? Did she have to use her degree to create Glossier? No, she did not. No, she did not. She used her connection. She used the fact that she was Jewish. She tapped into her connection, you see? And like, see, now she's buying a $22 million Brooklyn townhouse. And now, and she also has a husband, by the way. She had a baby recently. So congrats to her. But the baby's like probably like 1 or 2 right now, right? But God, you got to look into these white women, and you will see that the majority of these white women are made by white men. But when they come out here, they want to sell you woman empowerment, being a boss. No. They all go to these white dudes and these investors, and they write them all kinds of checks. No, the majority of white women are serving nothing but stale mediocrity. Okay. And that's why their businesses do better, because they have endless supply of money. Go look at Tory Burch. Look at Tory Burch. Go see why. Tory Burch, see why she's a billionaire too. How did she make it? How did she make it? Look into these white women. They're full of shit. They are full of it. They are so full of it. These people are not self-made. There's always a man behind them. Tory Burch. Okay? Go look into Tory Burch. Her husband, her daddy, all of them. You see her husband right there? He's the one who did the whole thing. He drafted the company. He went and looked for the investors for the company. And then he made their company go public, because her entire family, like all the men in her family, they're all investment bankers in New York. So it's not a coincidence that Tory Burch is as successful as she is. Rebecca Minkoff, go look into her also. Another one. She's Jewish. Go look into Rebecca Minkoff and how she made money and how her brother is part of her business and how her brother has helped her. Child, we're going to demystify this notion that, oh, a woman, these white women are doing this. And yeah, her too. The Spanx founder too. She's not telling the whole truth also. Child, please. Child, please. Like these white women are not successful because they're the best. Tarte, the founder of Tarte. What is her name? What is her name? I forgot her name. Megan, what's her name? Her. Maureen Kelly, another one. Huh? Maureen Kelly, another one. Tarte. Her husband lost his life in the tower of 9/11. He was a financier. He had the money. He had connection. There is a reason why Tarte made money. There's a reason why she was an QVC. There's a reason why she's at Sephora. There's a reason why she was able to sell her company for however much money she sold the company for. This is not a regular white woman. It's like, oh, I just want to sell concealer. No, white people, these white girls will always make you think like, oh, I started small. I struggled. I suffered. No, they know a lot of rich white men. And on top of that, when he died, the people in the finance world, they felt really bad for her because he was one of theirs. So they really supported her. Okay, this woman sells foundation that makes you ashy like clay or Amazonian, what's it called? Amazonian clay or whatever the freak she be selling, right? You think she has all this money because she's better than other people? You gotta be kidding me, right? Benefit Cosmetics, go look it up. 2 white women. How you think they made it? You think there was no man involved in their success? Like, please. Only black women believe these lies that you can make it without a man. No, all these white women, they have a man behind them. They have these dudes, whether they're dating them or not, okay? But ultimately, if you have an investor, you have a man, whatever, it don't matter. The one who hurt herself, Kate Spade. Kate Spade, her husband was also involved in her business, right? When it comes to Coach, the woman who bought the Coach business, it was her and her husband. Right, the lady who started the body shop, it was her. This British woman, it was her and her husband. Right, that like I'm telling you, these white women be lying. No, I did it myself. I worked by myself. I raised money. I did this. They don't want to let y'all know that they have a man behind them. Right, the white girl who stole money, the white girl who stole money from J.P. Morgan, she got 175 million. Who wrote that check? Jamie Dimon, a white man. Oh, please go somewhere on top of this. Okay. Okay. Here she is. Ooh, a white woman. Okay. Even the guy, because she sold a fake business to them. And she claimed that she had millions of users. She had to go use a white man to write a fake database because she don't know how to do it. So she needed the know-how, the intelligence, the evil mind of a white man. So there's one white man who wrote a fake database with over like 2-3 million emails. And the people who worked on her deal, the people who signed her deal, and the money, it came from JP Morgan. Okay. Who runs JP Morgan? Who runs JP Morgan? Okay. Jamie who? Jamie Dimon. Okay. So who gave her money? This white man. And even though she stole 175 million, he's not prosecuting her. Because I'm sure they're trying to get her to just give the money back because she's a white woman, right? I'm like, it's only black women who believe that, oh, I don't need a man. I can build without a man. That's why you will continue to struggle. These white girls, they always have a man behind. They always have a man behind. They can say whatever they want to say. But once you get hip to the game, you realize that the majority of white women are a bunch of liars. They are never truthful about how they really made it. Because they don't want to. Because they have to always live this myth of, I'm this white girl who just could do da-da-da. Go somewhere. Elizabeth Holmes, another one. Okay? But she had the Indian man. But she also had some white men too, though. She did, because she had Mr. Kissinger, right? He was like, what was he again? Yeah. So Kissinger, he was the one. You know, this old man right here, at one point, I think he was, what was he? I forgot. Oh my gosh. Henry Kissinger, at one point, he was, or what? Yeah, he was the Secretary of State. So at one point, he was Secretary of State. And it's true, because having him on the board, it gave her a lot of legitimacy. So she was able to recruit more people because of him. It wasn't even just him. Even she had another guy who worked at another guy who worked at the CDC, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. His name was William something, because he also gave her credibility. Hold on. Is that his name? Oh, well, I guess she got a white man to stand behind her. You see? She got a man to stand behind her, and she's pregnant by somebody else, or I guess that's him. But there's another man. Oh, my gosh. Will something. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Child, please. Rubbish. What was his name? But see, look at all the people who invested in her. Bunch of white boys. You even have the CEO of Oracle. That man is so rich, it makes no sense. Hold on. Where's this picture? Oh, subscribers only. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Oh, this one. There you go. Here's the man. Right? Let him load the picture real quick. Let me see. You see? And who's standing by her now, too, with her legal trouble? This white man, her white daddy, bunch of white mans. Okay? Hold on. Where's the picture? This whole thing was a lie. This was her Indian boyfriend, another man, who was helping her to put up her scam. So the Indian man, he helped her to put up her scam. Who they got also a bunch of white men coming to defend them right there. There's one black man over there. I see him. Hold on. Let me see if the pictures come up. Okay. She was surrounded by men. Now look at all the white men who helped her. Look at this. The patriarchy. Look at this. Henry Kissinger, former U.S. Secretary of State. Jim Mattis, former U.S. Secretary of Defense. George Shultz, former U.S. Secretary of State. So she has 2 Secretary of State on her board. Okay. Richard Kovicevich. Okay. He's the former CEO of Wells Fargo. The whole CEO of Wells Fargo was part of this scam, right? Former William Perry, former U.S. Secretary of Defense. And this guy right here, William Fogey, he used to also work at the CDC. Director, like, I think he worked at the CDC. Yeah, I think he did. Or, yeah, I think he worked at the CDC. Let me see. This man has like all kinds of PhD. Hold on. Okay. You see this? This white man? He went to Harvard University and he put all that behind her. And then when he was working, I'm gonna tell you what he did. Career. Okay. Look at his career. Look, it's really impressive. He was the director of the CDC, just like Dr. Fauci. Just like Dr. Fauci. That's why these people cannot be trusted. These people cannot be trusted, right? But look, president of the Task Force of Global Health, senior of Global Health Program with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, advisory board member of Emory University, professor emeritus of Rollins School of Public Health, health policy fellow at the Carter Center, executive director of the Carter Center, advisory medical board of Toronto's. You see? And like his education, he has a PhD or something. So he went to medical school at University of Washington. Okay. He was interested in public health, right? Then he got a PhD in something. He was part of the Epidemic Intelligence Service of the Center of Disease Control, right? He had this man is highly educated, right? So when he comes and he supports her too, it gave her a lot of legitimacy. It gave her a lot of legitimacy. That's why she had so much. That's why she had so much clout. That's why people were just giving her money like crazy. It's not because she's impressive or the girl dropped out of her first semester at Stanford. Like first semester, you're doing like English, math, like basic stuff. She dropped out because she couldn't take it. Okay. She's not that brilliant. All right. But my thing is, when you have all these powerful white men behind you, you cannot sit here and be like, oh, I'm self-made. I don't need the patriarchy and the no. The majority of successful white women, the majority of wealthy, successful black white women, it's a man who opens the door for them. It's a man who writes a check for their business. They don't do anything by themselves. Hold on. Who else? Even the CEO of Facebook. Hold on. This white lady too. Cheryl, like her too. Connections. She did not get her job because she worked so hard and what. No, she got her job due to connections. Bunch of white people, bunch of white men decided to let her be the CEO. But it's not because she's deserving. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Hold on. Let's even see if she's married too. Hold on. Okay. See, born in DC, she's a Jewish family, right? Just like Mark Zuckerberg. All these people, I'm telling you, it's all connection. Going to Harvard, Phi Beta Kappa, right? And what else did she do? Went to the business school, earned her MBA, right? Then she worked at McKinsey, right? She what? Larry Summers, like it's a bunch of connections. She got this job based off connections. She didn't get this job based off merit. Okay. And in late 2007, Mark Zuckerberg, the co-founder and chief executive of Facebook, met Sandberg at a Christmas party held by Dan Rosewig. So you see, bunch of Jewish people, okay, gathering. You see, it's connections. It's all connections. But she knew all the right type of men. So her Jewish patriarchy put her in a position to be powerful. I'm like, what the heck? You're like, oh, I don't need a man. I don't want a man. We don't need men. No. The majority of white women will not have what they have without the white patriarchy. They need to go sit down somewhere. Okay? So Dan Rosewig, who's this man? All right, here he is. An American business executive who is chairman and president and chief executive officer of the student service company named Chegg. You see? You see? So one Jewish man introduces her to another Jewish man, right? And by the time they're done with the Christmas party, she's chosen to be the CEO. You know, but it's not because she's the most deserving. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, absolutely not. And I'm telling you this, like, for me also, when I realized that this world is not about how hard you work, it's not about how smart you are, it's not about your degree, I was like, you know what? I was lied to. Oh, get this degree, work so hard, be an honor student, you know, graduate magna cum laude, have all these scholarships, right? I was Phi Beta Kappa too. But these things not gonna happen to me because I'm Black. You know, I'm a Black woman. I'm not Jewish. I'm not white. I'm not this. It's not gonna happen for me. So you're like, yo, this is a lie. Because this life is not about your degree. It's not about how hard you work. It's not about how smart you are. It's about who you know. It's about what school you go to. It's about your connections. You can spend money on a degree, but if you don't go to the right school and get to know the right people and have the right complexion and have the right religion, because being Jewish, it helps a lot, right? You're not gonna make it. Doesn't matter how much you try. You're not gonna make it. Huh.
This man really curled his lips to say when women had more babies than thoughts. Your physicist mother must be so proud. And your wife. To think that all she is to you.
But apparently this isn't the way to practice Christianity.
The NFL does not share his view. Personal capacity, and the NFL does not share his views. So, you know, listen, I like when people say what they need to say. He's at a Catholic college. Yeah. He's a staunch Catholic. These are his beliefs, and he's welcome to them. I don't have to believe him. Right. I don't have to accept them. The ladies that were sitting in that audience do not have to accept him.
But again, if you're going to call yourself a Christian, then you kind of have to, right? You can't say that you're Christian and then just say, well, I just don't believe what the Bible says about the role of women. Like you can't have it both ways. Outrage.
The same way we want respect when Colin Kaepernick takes a knee. Right. We want to give respect to people whose ideas are different from ours, because the man who says he wants to be president, you know who? Yeah. He says the way to act is to take away people's right to say how they feel.
That's Joe Biden. That's not Trump. That is Joe Biden. And I know Gemini gonna tell you can't say how you feel. That is Trump says. You got the wrong person.
We don't want to be that. We don't want to be those people. So I'm okay with him saying whatever he says. And the women who are sitting there, if they take his advice, good for them. They'll be happy. If they don't, good for them. They'll be happy a different way. That's my attitude.
So I agree with you and I disagree with you.
That's okay.
So I agree with you that freedom, in the spirit of freedom of speech, I don't want people shut down or fired for things they're willing to say. Yeah. I will break with you on the comparison to Colin Kaepernick for this reason. Colin Kaepernick was standing up for the rights of many and saying in a social justice moment, this is a reminder that we're not there yet. What this man is doing is not just a devout Catholic. This is someone who's practicing something called the traditional Latin Mass, which is divergent from the majority of Catholics. It's compared.
So it's like, so this is what she wants to say. It's divergent from the majority of Catholic. I don't know what Catholic people she's talking about. It is true that today, to not be called homophobic, transphobic, this type of phobic, the Catholic Church, the new Pope that they have, you know what, the Catholic Church is also very political. The new Pope that they have, he's very woke, he's very liberal, he's very like, everything is okay, everything is cool, everything is whatever. But I'm like, just because these people are under political pressure to say certain things doesn't mean that they truly represent the core Catholicism, right? I'm like, Catholic people who are Catholic have always been very, very conservative. They are anti-abortion. They are pro-family. That's why most Latinos do not have abortions. That's why most Latinas have a lot of babies, because they're Catholic. Okay. And they don't believe in like deleting their babies. So they're going to keep their babies. So I'm like, no, don't, oh, this is extreme. This is extremism. I'm like, in the 1940s, in the 1950s, the 1960s, the 1970s, the 1980s, the 1990s, right? If it's not until like recent, like the last, like the 2000s, right? Most women were at home. Like, so was that extreme, right? You had less promiscuity. You had less children born out of wedlock. You had less violence. You had less foolishness, right? So I'm like, you call that extreme. But when you have TV shows that promote all kinds of perversion, when you have artists who talk about all kinds of perversion, you're not shocked. And I'm like, this is what's so sick about society. Like, this is so sick about American society today, is that when people hear filth, they're actually okay with it, right? They're actually okay with it. But when they hear somebody talk anything that has to do with morality, they get so triggered because honestly, right? They don't want to be, they don't want to be called out. Right? People don't want to truly be reminded on what truly matters. They know they need to step up and do better. Right? When Meg Thee Stallion, let me show you this, right? When Meg Thee Stallion dropped this music video, nobody was shocked. You know, you don't see all these girls go on essays about how as a woman, you should not do this to yourself to please the gaze of men, right? No one was shocked. Hold on. Right? When Meg Thee Stallion comes out looking like this, nobody is shocked. Like, this is normal. This is empowerment. This is reclaiming your own body. This is like you sticking it to the man. This is you standing up to patriarchy, right? No one is shocked by this. Like, do you see how filthy society has gotten? That they're not triggered by filth. They are triggered by actually you having a standard, right? But I'm like, when I saw, and it's still, you see, it's still on YouTube. YouTube has not taken this video down. It's actually trending, right? But I'm like, what does this have to do with music? What does this have to do with any, like, what is this? What exactly is happening here, right? Right? But look at this. This is the image of a woman in 2024 in order for her to sell music. But this is aspirational. This is empowerment. This is okay. This is motivational. Like, seriously, I'm like, this is, they say she got like 6 million views or whatever, right? This doesn't shock anybody. We can have songs where people sing about murder. They glamorize murder. They do all kinds of weird stuff. It is perfectly okay. But when you start to talk about, oh, a woman should be in the house with her family, loving on her children, that maternal role matters. Now, this is where you are an extremist. Okay. So I'm like, my thing is I really have, and I'm like, and people wonder why these kids today are so weird. We wonder why these kids today are so cold. These kids today are capable of unaliving people. There's a 15-year-old, she stabbed someone in New York. She stabbed a 17-year-old, right? Children today don't even bat an eye when it comes to committing murder, when it comes to doing all kinds of crimes. They don't care. And I'm like, are we surprised that today children are so callous? Because children today are an afterthought. Because if you say to a woman, you need to be at home helping raise your kids. Oh my gosh, how dare you say that to me? But she'd rather be at her job, right? Suffering, laboring away, slaving away, staying up all night to cater to her job for a paycheck. And I wonder why so many of these kids today too, they don't respect their parents because they have no emotional connection to their parents. They don't feel wanted by their parents. These girls run nothing but their own self-destruction. They run nothing besides their own self-destruction. The majority of them have a therapist because there's so much confusion in their heads. The majority of them are on medication. Okay? But I'm like, let that sink in though. It's an outrage to say, oh, you should be at home taking care of your children. When the majority of the women who have an issue with it, they grew up with a mother who stayed at home. The majority of my life, my mom stayed at home. And it was quite a blessing. It doesn't mean that she's less than. A lot of us, we had mothers who stayed at home. And because we had a mom who stayed at home, you made sure you went home. It kept you from doing silliness. It kept you from being outside. It kept you because you knew your mom was at home waiting for you. So you had to bring your butt home. Right? We knew what it was like to actually have a mom that cooked for you, actually have a proper meal being made for you. Right? But today, kids are being raised on fast food. Kids are being told, when you come home, take care of yourself, feed yourself, provide for yourself, because I have to work, because you're not a priority. Kids are having like sex at such an early age, nobody knows about it because they're home. Kids are coming to YouTube to learn about their period. Kids are coming to YouTube to learn about sex. They're coming and waiting for influencers to teach them how to take care of their yoni because their mom is too busy with her career to teach her daughter how to have proper vaginal care. You look at motherhood with contempt. You look at motherhood with resentment. When you growing up, the reason why you're so successful, because you had a mother who looked after you. You had a mother who was there for you. You had a mother who checked your homework. You had a mother who took you to activities. You had a mother who made food for you. That's why you were not fat, because your mom was cooking your meals. But we think we have arrived. Oh, I'm too educated. My career. Looking at children is beneath me. Your own child. You have contempt for raising a person that came out your own body. But you got time to overkill yourself for a job. Are people okay? Are you okay? And you wonder why at 12 years old, 14 years old, 15, they already think they're grown. Because there's no parental supervision. Because nobody wants to make a sacrifice for the children. But they'll sacrifice everything for a job. Go work 100 hours a week for a job. But God forbid you stay home or you prioritize your children. Oh my gosh, how will you live? Like, that's just crazy.
Cult like an extremist, like some.
And you people are not extremists, you're not a cult. When you band together, you call yourself hotties and thotties, that's not a cult. And promiscuity is your cry of heart. Like, please go sit down somewhere, weirdos.
Religions in the Middle East and Asia. So this is a very extreme religion.
Now you see this, and this is where her racism is coming out. This is where her Islamophobia is coming out. So now she's saying that Muslim people are extremists. I'm like, do you practice Islam? Have you ever read the Quran? Do you even know what's in the Quran? But you're gonna use your Western gaze to judge somebody else's religion, right? You think the kind of sex crimes y'all be having out here, you find the same stuff in the Middle East, even Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is a safer country than America. Okay, they practice Islam. Okay, they practice Islam in Saudi Arabia. And a lot of these women over there, they're way more beautiful than most women in America. They are way more feminine than most of the women in America. They are safer. Everybody talks about how clean and safe Saudi Arabia is. You know nothing about Arab people. You know nothing about their religion, right? You people, you pick and choose, but you always felt to see their own evil in your own religion, in your own mind. You Islamophobe. I'm like, she is full of Islamophobia. You hate Muslim people. Do you even know these people? Have you ever read the Quran? Do you even know what the Quran says? You have no idea. You're going to sit here with your American butt, your ignorant behind. Like, seriously, I'm like, what do you even know about? Like, what do you know about the Middle East? Okay, everybody talks about how safe Saudi Arabia is. You can leave your iPhone, you can leave your money, you can leave your iMac, your MacBook Pro. No one is going to touch it. They don't steal. Do that here in America. The young girls out there, they're not promiscuous, but they're super smart. They're very intelligent. So they cover up, and because they cover up, they have to prove that they're intelligent. Here in America, you meet a woman, you can see everything. The front, the back, the inside. I mean, it's exposed, right? And because of that, most people here are not bright because they're constantly showing like they're constantly depending on their bodies. And you don't think that's a form of extremism? You're highly promiscuous. You sleep with men within 2 hours of knowing them. Okay, we have videos of girls. They meet a boy. That you meet a boy for 2 minutes, and next thing you know, she wants to suck his peen. A boy you only know for 2 minutes. You drag him into the bathroom. Hold on. What's that boy's name? Right? What is our history? Let me see. Remember this boy? And Cardi B was upset. Within a few minutes of knowing this boy, she grabbed him, dragged him to the bathroom. Don't even know this man, right? But you have the audacity to call somebody else's culture extreme. Girl, please. You wish. Let me find this. I will find this footage. Hold on. We had this. Hold on. I did this. Right? I think I'm almost there. I'm like, how this gonna be your culture? And you're gonna talk about somebody else's culture. Are you sane? Are you crazy right now? Do you have it all together?
To get started in data analytics, you don't need previous experience or a degree. The Google Data Analytics Certificate.
The best model. Top five best model.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta put the volume down. Okay. Right? This is the culture here. Right? Little girls come around little boys they barely know. They twerk. They do all kinds of weird things. Huh? I'm like, what is going on? What is going on? Right? But you want to talk like you will never see this in an Arab country. And if that makes them extreme, then so be it. Maybe we gotta bring some of that back over here. But this right here, this is what being advanced looks like. I'm like, these people swear you are the biggest. I'm like, this is what savages are. They have no control of their sexual mindset, their sexual habits, their sexual attitudes. You are the real savage. Imagine that. Imagine a country where you live and young people don't value themselves. The majority of young people today have all kinds of STDs. They're sick. Okay, look at this. The culture. What is you doing? There you go. Right? This is the culture. This is the culture. And like you said, where's the mama? Where is the daddy? But nobody prioritizes the kids. So they're here doing this on the YouTube. No belts. Nobody's getting spanked. Nobody's getting disciplined. There's no mothers in the house. Nobody's teaching young girls etiquette. Nothing. Right? But this right here, oh yeah, America, we're so much advanced. We're so much better than other people. Everybody else is behind us. They're extremists. They're archaic. Yeah, right. Bring shame back. Bring morality back. Bring tradition back. Bring it all back.
And what bothers me about that as a Christian is that when people abuse Christianity, they often not only cherry pick from the Bible, they misinterpret and lie by omission by taking out parts that
you don't even know what's in the Bible, sis. You don't even know what's in the Bible. You don't even know what's in the Bible. Like, what are you even talking about? What are you talking about? Genesis. Go and be fruitful. God said, go and multiply. What are you even talking about? Where did he misrepresent anything? What are you talking about?
That would have explained something a little better. So what?
Wow. Do you guys hear this? Now, this woman, again, claims to be a Christian, but yet she's calling what Harrison is saying extremist and that he's abusing the religion.
Oh, she's an idiot.
Essentially what the argument is, right?
Really encourage him to find the best parts of faith and not diverge into extremists.
So because he doesn't agree with you, he doesn't find the best part of faith. Girl, you even a believer. You a secular witch.
But if this is his belief system, if there are many Catholics who are staunch this way and don't
actually a small percentage.
Fine, no, they're not small. Just because you don't know them does not make them a small percentage. Just like I've even said, for a lot of black people too, a lot of black people are conservative. Okay, Just because you don't know them does not mean they don't exist. And my thing is, of course, if you don't agree with that type of view, because you want to live your way, you want to redefine what it is to be a Christian, you want to be a boss Christian, whatever, of course, you're not going to be around Christians who are really about what the Bible really says. But the Bible never says, go pursue a PhD. The Bible does not say, oh, as a woman, pursue your doctorate, your bachelor, your master's degree. These are the things of society. Where in the Bible does God say, oh, in order for me to approve you, go get you a PhD, a doctorate, a master's degree, da, da, da. No, we as a society, we create those metrics for ourselves. These are self-imposed, right? But I'm like, as a Christian, you should know when the Bible says, women, submit to your husband. And husbands, love your wives as Christ has loved the church, right? The Bible talks about marriage. The Bible has a lot of parables about farming and the seeds and multiplying the seeds. In the book of Genesis, the people are ordered, even God said it's not good for man to be alone. So he's going to create him a helpmate. The woman is meant to be a helpmate. So if you truly want to talk about today's standards, right, based on the woke people, God himself is a misogynist. God himself is sexist. Because the Bible describes the woman as a helpmate. She's there to help the man. She's not the first creation. She is the last creation. And she is created to be a helpmate. Now, if you're not a Christian, I mean, go do you. You know what I'm saying? Like, but if you are a Christian, that should be clearly understood. Right? Your job is not to lead your husband, bully your husband, be the boss of your husband. If you decide, if you are a Christian, you understand that as a wife, you are a helpmate. If you struggle with that, then you're not a Christian. Carry on. You don't have to be a Christian. Like, what the heck? People, I don't know why people do this. You don't have to be a Christian. You're not forced to be a Christian. Go be an atheist. Go be something else, right? But to be a Christian means something very specific. Y'all want to, people want to belong, people want to be Christians by force when they don't want to do anything that it says to do. You don't have to abide by these things. You don't have to believe in Jesus. You don't have to believe in God. You don't have to believe in the Bible. Do your own thing. Create your own set of beliefs. I don't know, make up something, right? Do what makes you feel good, but don't call that Christianity because that is not true. The woman is the helpmate. The man is the leader. The Bible says, wives, submit to your husbands, and husbands, love your wives as Christ has loved the church. Bam, 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 bam. The Bible says, children, honor your parents that your day might be prolonged. But parents, do not trigger your children into sin. Okay? The Bible says, do not sleep with the wife of your neighbor. Okay? That's it. That's that. But like the Christian moral code does not have to be your code. You can do whatever you want. But you can't be a Christian. You can't call yourself a Christian and then try to redefine what it is to be a Christian. No. God has clear lanes for a woman and a man and children too. It talks about what the man's supposed to do. It talks about what the woman's supposed to do. And it talks about what the children are supposed to do. That's it. It is very clear, but you don't have to abide by it. Do what you want to do. And I hope it brings you peace. I hope it brings you joy. If you don't have to abide by it, I'm like, why do people who are not, I don't know why people who are not believers want to question somebody else's faith. Like, how is that okay? But if somebody else questions your sexual identity, if somebody questions how many people you sleep with, if somebody questions your I don't know, your whatever, you're going to lose your mind. But you feel entitled to judge Christians. Just like they feel entitled to mock Christians. They feel entitled to dress up as nuns and do all kinds of sexual acts. They feel entitled to dress like priests and perform all kinds of same-sex, whatever. It's like in this country, it's like people are so allowed to disrespect Christianity. But when it comes to their stuff, you can't say anything. No, Christians will not be your doormat. Like, no.
Let's go into the Latin Mass.
I'm just telling you, there are many people who believe this way. And I'm simply saying, rather than write a petition to get him fired because
Don't get him fired.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Discourages it, just so you know, in the Catholic Church, the Pope diverges from this.
Because I'm like, when Rihanna did this, there was no outrage, right? Nobody was saying, "Oh, that's excessive, that's disrespectful, respect people's faith." Because she would not try this with the Star of David. I promise you that. She would not try that with the Muslim people, but it's okay to do that with the image of the Catholic Church, with the image of the nuns. It's okay. Because in this country, it's okay to put down Christians. It's okay to put down people of faith. It's okay to be against the Arab, the Muslim people. Anybody that has their faith, it's okay to make fun of them, to bully them, to make fun of their clergy people, take the I guess like sacred outfits, right? And then do all kinds of weird stuff with it. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. But when it comes to anybody else and their promiscuity and their gender identity and their gender pronoun and their gender expression and their whatever, their abortion, you don't have the right to speak on it. You don't have the right to speak on it. No. And a lot of Christians are going to have to learn to stand up for what it is to be a Christian. Stand up for your faith and stand up for your belief. The same way they want you to say him, jem, jer, and use all these different pronouns, you also have the right to stand up for what you believe. And if you believe that the Bible says this and that, you have the right to stand on business, stand on your Bible, stand on your faith, stand up for family, stand up for marriage. And don't let anybody try to make you feel any type of way. Because when it comes to them and what they choose to do with their promiscuity, you can't say nothing. So why do they want to speak on you? Why? Because people are so triggered to hear that, oh, you have different morals than them. You have different standards than them, right? You know what I'm saying? But you're not allowed. You're not allowed to stand up for what you believe. Nobody went off. Nobody had an outrage. Nobody went and did all these think pieces on Rihanna when she chose to dress like a nurse. That's like having an orgy, whatever this is. I don't know. But this was so unnecessary. You know what I'm saying? You can't say Christ is king. You say Christ is king, you lose your job. Like, because that's considered to be anti-Semitic. It's like, what is happening here? What is happening? Like, no, they're not. Exactly. They're really not. And not everybody wants to be a liberal. Not everybody wants to adopt the ways of this world. Like, you want to live like this. You want to think like them. You want to embrace their ways. More power to you. A lot of people want to live their conservative lives and they want to have their conservative values. And they have the right to do that. People have the right not to agree with everything that's going on in mainstream society. Because a lot of it truly is sick. And why is it sick? Because it's rooted in so many lies. Like, please, hold on.
Believe.
It doesn't change the fact.
If I may add, there were things I agreed with. There was a lot I disagreed with. Galatians tells us the whole of the law is fulfilled as this: love your neighbor as thyself. He chose to target the LGBTQ community. Yeah. He thought he.
And how did he target them? Well, how did he target them? People have the right to say they don't agree. People have the right to say they don't agree. Like, what? People have the right to say, just because the Bible says that you have to love people. You can love people and not agree. The Bible says love the sinner, hate the sin. So you don't have to agree with someone's lifestyle. You're not required. You cannot be forced to agree with somebody's lifestyle. Somebody has the right to say, for me, when I look at this union, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't agree with it. Like, for them, they don't agree. And they're going to force you to do. No, it's your life. Do what you want. But you cannot compel someone to put their faith down to embrace you. I remember one time I was on TikTok and this girl said to me, well, if you're a Christian, she said, if you are a Christian, then inherently you are transphobic. I said, well, that's the way you want to see it. That's the way you want to see it. Right? Because for me, Marlene, I will never be okay with somebody cutting up their body pieces. You know, like to me, it's just, like, what is going on? I don't find that to be normal. I really do not. When I see a lot of women who are becoming trans men and they cut off their boobs and I see these scars, those scars are huge. I'm like, oh my gosh, what have you done? Right? There's not a world, there's not a place where I can ever see someone have a double mastectomy and the efforts of having the chest of a man and be like, oh wow, that's so impressive. I'm so happy for you. I'm thinking, like, what the heck? How is this even legal? Right? Because the women that actually do have cancer, who have to go through a mastectomy, they are completely devastated. And you are actually joyful about cutting perfectly healthy organs. There's nothing wrong with your organs. Like, you don't have issues with your breast. There's no cancer in your breast. There's no lump in your breast. And you're just cutting your breast away for an aesthetic. That's crazy to me. And there's never going to be a world where in my mind, I can make sense out of that. I don't know how. You understand? I don't know how. I don't know how somebody can take a piece of their arm, piece of their vein, just to go construct an artificial penis. And then you have a hole this big into your arm. I'm like, that is not normal. Because if anybody was out here like saying, oh yeah, I want to cut off my arm for the sake of it, we would all be like, something is wrong. You need to be evaluated. Because why do you want to cut off your arm? If someone wanted to cut off their legs for the fun of it, we're like, oh yeah, go ahead. Amputation is cute. Okay. Like, why would you cut a perfectly healthy leg? This makes no sense. But once again, when you are rooted in the lies of this liberal society, they will make you think that cutting parts of your body that are perfectly healthy in order to achieve whatever type of look is perfectly fine. I'm like, no, it's not fine. It is not fine. It is not okay. This is weird. If you decide to go like, oh, I want to poke my eyes out because now I want to identify as blind, people will call the police. They will call people to lock you up in a cuckoo home. Because why do you want to hurt yourself? This is not normal. If a person wants to sit here and start pulling out every single tooth out their mouth, nobody be like, oh yeah, that's so impressive. Let me see how that goes. You will be scared. Like, what are you doing? Because you're self-harming. People are self-harm. Like, we pick and choose when self-harm is empowerment. Like, I'm like, this is madness. This is pure madness. You will never be like, if you see someone right now trying to cut off a perfectly fine leg just so that they can be amputee, you're not gonna be like, oh my gosh, amputee movement. Okay, power to the amputee nation. Like, why would you do that? Like, people who are amputee, something really bad happened. Okay, so I'm like, stop the madness. So I'm like, no, just because you're a Christian does not mean that you have to co-sign everything. No, we have the right to rebuke certain things also. And even Jesus also, he rebuked a whole lot of things. I can't hate you for the way you live your life. I mean, you know what I mean? But I don't have to accept it. But I pray for you though. But you can't bully people into accepting your life. But when it comes to how they feel, you don't want to accept it. No, it got to go both ways. And that's the thing about them too. Like, they want a whole lot of understanding, a whole lot of compassion, a whole lot of mercy. But when it's the other way around, like, oh no, we got to sign a petition. He needs to lose his job. Why would he lose his job? What has he done? Has he hurt anybody? Has he touched anybody? Does he assault people? No, he expressed how he feels. And the thing is, he didn't lie. All these degrees, the majority, I would love to see 10 years from now, 20 years from now, the school runs a survey to see how many of these girls who actually graduated are actually going to be using their degrees 10 years from now, 20 years from now, because time will tell. And most likely he's going to be right. Yeah. So I'm like, most likely he's going to be right. If 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, they run a survey on these young ladies who graduated in 2024, we will come back and see that the majority of these young graduates, these females, are no longer using their degrees. And he did not lie. And the majority of them will be stay-at-home moms. He would not have lied. Come on, please stop.
There was a way that you could speak with humility about your beliefs that you stand for, but you can't alienate certain parts of scripture. I have this.
Nowhere in the scripture does it say it's okay to be a homosexual. But so alienate. No. Nowhere in the scripture does it say homosexuality is okay. Nowhere. Like, let's be so for real. The Bible is very clear. Homosexuality is a sin. That's what, like, when you're a Christian, that's what you know. That's what's written. Homosexuality is a sin. Fornication is a sin. Adultery is a sin. Alcoholism, it's a sin. Stealing from people, it's a sin. Murder, it's a sin. That's it. That's why you can't say that you're homosexual and you're a Christian. I'm like, how? Like, it's not possible. I guess you could be working on it, I guess. Right? But it is very clear. And that's why, like, every time, I don't even know why, like, Oprah does this every time. Like, Oprah will go ask, like, Joel Osteen, or she'll ask, like, Bishop Jakes about homosexuality, and they're always so afraid to answer the question. Like, why are you afraid to answer the question? Is you a Christian or not? It's in the scripture. It's in the word. So it's like, if you're a Christian, that's part of your belief, that homosexuality is a sin. It is a sin. The Bible does not condone same-sex relationships. The Bible does not condone doing sex in the behind. Okay? The Bible does not condone two women doing weird things to each other. No, it is a sin. And that's a fact. Like seriously, I'm like, you cannot. No, you cannot. And people are like, oh my gosh, no. You have to fear God. I mean, I don't know what, I mean, if you are a Christian, And I'm assuming it's the same thing with the Quran. I'm assuming it's the same thing with the Torah, right? But it's like homosexuality is a sin. And people have to stop like trying to walk on eggshells, like, oh my goodness, no, it's okay. I'm a Christian. These people say, oh, Marlene, do you believe that homosexuality is a sin? Yeah, I do. I do. Even if I didn't have the Bible, I'm gonna be real honest. Even without the Bible, the way you have to perform intimacy, it doesn't look right to me. Because that thing back there is not meant for that. And when you go back there, a lot of bad things can happen because it's not meant for that. And people have to learn to stand on their beliefs. Now, you are free to play with that if you want to. It's at your risk and peril. Play with it if you want to, right? But ultimately, there's a reason why in order to do it back there, you have to clean. You can't eat for a few days. You have to cleanse yourself. You got to do all kinds of stuff because it's not meant for that. You know, doing it back there requires more preparation than do it from the front. And also, the behind does not lubricate because it's not meant for that. The vagina lubricates. Back there, it doesn't. And when you and when you do it back there, and when you do it back there too, you're more likely to get cut. That's why when you do it back there, you're more likely to be exposed to HIV. Because it cuts more, because it's tighter and there's less lubricant. Because that's really how you spread HIV. It's friction of open skin, right? When there's an open cut and the skin goes like this, that's when that's how you really spread the virus, right? Because there's no lubricant. It does not self-lubricate. And on top of that, it's a one-way street. It's not a two-way street. See? Like me, I'm pregnant. When it's time for me to go into labor, my vagina is going to open 8 centimeters. That's pretty big. I can push a whole human out of my vajayjay because it's meant for that. And after that, within 6 weeks, it goes right back to normal. Right? That's the thing. I'm like, it's very like, it's just not meant for that. And also, let's say the majority of the world's population was into that type of stuff. Humanity will stop existing because you can't reproduce. Right? So it's like, but human beings will always push the envelope. Human beings will always be rebellious. Human beings will always have their curiosity and they're going to want to do what they want to do. But just because you do something doesn't make it right. Just because you have desires for something, it doesn't make it right. Just because you feel attracted to something, it doesn't make it right. Just because you have an attraction to someone, it doesn't make it right. You can't say no. But the thing is, in America, especially with the liberal people, it's like, oh, no, I'm born this way. Okay. So in this case, too, then we have to make a claim for the pedophile that he's also born this way. Maybe the pedophile also can't help himself. Okay. So I'm like, there are people also who want to sleep with their children. Right. So at this rate, oh, you can't help who you love. Well, okay, but what if a father loves his daughter? Like, where do we stop this? Where do we stop this BS? Just because you have a carnal desire for something, it doesn't make it right. You have the power to say, I don't want to do it. But when you live in a society that tells you, oh, give into your desire, give into your flesh, give into your lust, well, there you have it. Right? But at this logic, why are we stopping people from sleeping with children? Because maybe they were born that way. Maybe they have a natural attraction to children. Just like you have fathers who have a natural attraction to their daughters. Why stop it? Let's embrace it. There are people who are also naturally attracted to dogs. Why are we stopping them? Let's also allow bestiality. Let's allow everything. Because after all, let's not make people feel bad. If you follow this ditzy white girl right here, right? Let's not make people feel bad. If somebody wants to come in somebody else's house also at night because they feel like, oh, well, I deserve this house, so let me go kill the people in there. Go ahead and do it. Why even bother to have morality? Because that's the problem. If you take 5 people, or you have 10 people, or you have 20 people, 100 people, if one person has morality, everybody else will be shamed, right? When there's no morality, everybody feels good. But if you take 2 people, if one person has morality, if one person has standard, of course the other person feels shame because they have none, right? You take 100 people. If only one person has morals, has standards, the other 99 will feel shame. So if we want to go according to her, let's have no morals whatsoever. Let everybody do as they please. If you feel like this car belongs to you, go ahead and take it. It's not stealing. right? No. As a man thinks, so shall he become. It's simply manifesting. If I see my neighbor's car, if I see my neighbor's car and I want my neighbor's car, why could I not take the car? I want it. Why are you calling me a thief? That's shaming. You're shaming me on my aspirations. Why are you cramping my style? If you see a house that you like, go in there, kill the people, kill them. Kill the man, kill the woman, kill the children, and take ownership of their property. It's yours. Right? You're not a murderer. No. You're doing what must be done. You're taking what you want. Like, I mean, let's live like this, right? Let's do it. Why do we just stop at the, oh no, we're just gonna stop at LGBTQ? No. Why? Let's shame no one. Let people do as they please. You see a woman that you like, she says yes, she says no, who cares? Eminent domain. Have your way with her. You're not a rapist. No, you're just seduced. Okay, let's keep going and see how ridiculous this type of mindset gets, and see how violent it's going to get, and see if she's going to feel safe. Oh, you don't want to exclude? Shut up. Shut the hell up. You make no sense. Because you're too afraid to have an opinion. She's a coward. She sits on that platform and these ladies, they bully her so badly. She don't even stand up for herself. Coward. You're not a real Christian. Because if you were a real Christian, you would never take shit from Whoopi or like that weird Johann Behart and her non-comedic behinds of having self, right? It wouldn't be me. Yeah, you're not a rapist. What? You're easily, he was seduced. He's not a rapist, Your Honor. Let's start saying this in court. Your Honor, I don't think my client is a rapist. He was seduced. I mean, after all, she's a beautiful woman. He did her a favor. Right? I mean, why shame them? Open the doors of the prison. Stop shaming people. Stop giving people criminal records. Okay? They're just people who are looking for something to do. Yeah. The Bible says love everybody. Open the doors to the prison. Open the door to the mental facilities. Let everybody out. Right? Let's live in a world where we truly have no morals. And we just say, oh, whatever you want to do, I support you. Yes. Yeah, she did. They were really, they were scared of her when she came. They were so scared of her when she showed up. They know who to try this chicken business with, right? But I'm like, well, like, what are y'all, like, what are you really about, like, right now? Like, what is this? Bunch of cowards, right? Because you're too afraid. Because this is what y'all want to do. Yeah, that looks fun to do. Yeah, they're like, but Miss Marlene, your client stabbed the witness. He stabbed the woman. I'm like, he was just being an artist. This is art, Your Honor. This is art. Look at all this blood. Look at this. It's quite beautiful, actually. The splatter of blood perfectly landing on her face, right? She should be grateful. He performed art. She is living art. Okay? Do you know what Van Gogh did? He cut his own hair. So, like, my client was just in the same artistic vein. Now she think he should be praised for this. This is beautiful. She will have the scar forever. It's unique. If I was her, I would put that on eBay. Could sell this scar for $50,000. My client did you a favor. Your Honor, my client is not a butcher. He wasn't just stabbing her. He was performing art. This is what you call art. Oh, yes. Let's do it. All kinds of BS, and people go see if this stuff is cute, right? Oh, this is not a stabbing. This is art. But Marlene, Miss Marlene, yes, this was a murder scene. I said, oh, is that what it looks like? It looks like Jesus' 12th supper. It looks like the Last Supper of Christ. I see a body here, a body there, a piece of bread. No, I think they were having a divine communion in blood. Yes. This is so poetically beautiful. Oh, Your Honor. My client is a visionary. Did you know that growing up, he studied Michelangelo in the Sistine Chapel? Okay? So he always grew up with the desires to replicate the scene. Now, you could say it's a bit gruesome, but we are living in a time of contemporary art. Okay? Paint. Who wants to use paint? How ratchet? Blood. It is more connected. It is alive. It has soul. Your Honor, my client is innocent. Okay? Matter of fact, my client should be asked for an autograph because I think he is quite spectacular. He might want to do it again. Should he come to your house, Your Honor? I heard you have so many kids and grandkids. Okay, maybe for Thanksgiving. How about that? The supper of the night of darkness. It excites me already. Okay? Like, what the freak? Okay? What the freak? I'm like, seriously, let's start calling murder scenes like the Last Supper of Jesus. Okay? You got 12 dead bodies. Oh, yeah, the apostle shall is given. Ooh, you could be Peter, you could be John, you could be Andrew, you could be Matthew. You look like you favored Judas. Ha 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 ha, Judah. Ha ha ha. Okay, and let's see if people find this stuff to be cute. You're not gonna find this stuff to be cute. It's insulting. Imagine someone, the person's in the court, and the person that is murdered their baby, stabbed their baby, and you say, "Oh no, this person was just being an artist. This is art." Picasso, Van Gogh, Matisse. Okay, no, you're insane. Like, you are truly insane. But you know, the unfortunate thing is, the more you keep becoming, the more you allow insanity, it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop. It's going to morph into something else. It is not going to stop. It ain't going to stop. Like, what the heck? I'm like, seriously. No. You have teachers who are going into school, touching children. Let's not prosecute them. Okay? No. Your Honor. Okay? Your Honor. Your Honor. Would you rather these kids touch themselves, or would you rather have an adult properly guide them into their sexual exploration? Okay? You see what I'm saying? Because do you want him to sleep with your 12-year-old daughter? I don't think so. But if you have an older woman guiding this young gentleman into his sexual exploration, I do think that it'd be safer and better for society. Yes. And plus, guess what? He gave her such good head, she gave him an A+ in his exam. Ooh! He used to get D's, you know? D's, you know what I'm saying? Throw them D's, okay? Like what? Like, what are we, what? Right? But let's allow all types of stuff. Why stop there? Why are we stopping? That just makes no sense. Yeah, exactly. That's all she's doing. She's not trying to be hurtful, Your Honor. Okay? She's not trying to be hurtful at all. No. She's simply helping the student understand what an erection is and what you do when you have an erection. I mean, after all, why would you waste all this good semen? Okay, the sperm in there is very young, it's very youthful. I've even heard that some people in Malaysia use it for a facial. Smooth out your wrinkles. Okay, like what in the world? What in the world? I'm like, seriously, what in the world? Let's really live in the world where anything goes. Oh, just let anything go, and nobody's gonna feel safe. No one's gonna feel safe. A world where we don't shame anyone. Okay, you don't shame people, then okay, let's go. That's why we see, and that's why we see all these liberal cities are going straight to heck from like people just stealing. People don't care no more. There's a lady, she stole $60,000 worth of product out of Walmart. She don't care. People walk in there, they steal, they rob, they stab, they do all kinds of stuff because we say, oh, let's not shame people. Let's not make people feel bad for being a bunch of idiots. Okay, sure, whatever. So I'm like, girl, please. Girl, please. So like you see all these women here, they want to act so. What she say this one?
This is probably one of the most controversial things I will say on the internet today, but that's okay. I completely agree with Harrison Buckner. I understand why everybody is so pressed. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of TikTok videos to that viral sound hating on him. Listen, if this speech were given at a public college, I completely understand why you would be upset. This is a Christian man encouraging Christian women to lean into their Christian values at a Christian school. In his speech, he is calling out Joe Biden for saying that he supports abortion, but being a Catholic at the same time. That is so hypocritical.
Our own nation is led by a man who publicly and proudly proclaims his Catholic faith, but at the same time is delusional enough to make the sign of the cross during a pro-abortion rally.
He's also calling him out for his terrible policies. There is nothing wrong with a man getting teary-eyed, thanking his wife for the woman she is today and for all the sacrifices she has made for her family.
I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation.
I think women have been brainwashed into giving their lives to corporate work so that
Yep.
the government can raise your children. But he never said to not pursue a career or that women can't have jobs. He never said that. He's also not wrong to say that this world needs more masculinity because it's true.
It's
And
very
he is
true.
calling for men and women to live into their God-given roles. And let me point this out to you once again. This is at a Christian college. These are Christian values. And that's just my opinion. It is your right and your prerogative to agree or disagree with what Harrison Buckner said. This is probably one of the most controversial things I will say on the internet today, but that's okay. I completely
restore traditional manhood.
Right.
Their answer is to almost take advantage of the failures of the system. So be as promiscuous as you want, nail as many chicks as you want, you know, go out there and experience life and never settle down, never have kids, never take on obligation. Because
Yeah.
after all, that's what the world wants of you. Now, what do you make of the state of men right now? Because it is true that across the country, men are in crisis. I mean, they're not going to school as much as women. They're not in the workforce as much as women anymore. They're not getting married. They're addicted to pornography. I mean, these are serious crises.
Yeah. And part of that is, you know, when you take manhood and try to look at manhood in isolation, you've already got a problem. The God who created us, he created us male and female. And so you cannot understand maleness apart from femaleness, right? You have to understand what it means to be a man, first of all, by what it means to be made in the image of God. And second of all, by what it means to be made as this counterpart to a woman. And this idea that God created us to be priest and prophet and provider and protector. God designed us that way. And when you take us away from that, like, you know, we're bigger than women, we're stronger than women. You know, we have all of these things that allow us to take advantage of women. They get pregnant, you know, we can just walk away from it and, you know, leave them with that. There are so many things that if left unchecked, they do allow for this toxic version of masculinity. And so what we have to call men back to is this understanding of manhood that is outside of themselves. And you being a man is not just about who you think you are or even who you want to be. It is about you pointing back to the one who made you. It's about you pointing back to the purpose for which he made you. And it's about you pointing back to the relationship that he intends for you to have with the opposite sex. And, you know, one of the things you mentioned is men not wanting to be married. That's an incredibly important part of the picture of what it means to be a man. This idea that we would be in a relationship, that we would be the head of a household, that we would be, like I said, priest, prophet, provider, protector within that context. All of that gives us not only purpose, but it gives us greater understanding of what masculinity is all about. And it also keeps it in check and it protects women. That's the irony of all of this. You know, people are fighting against the patriarchy. People are fighting against marriage. People are fighting against traditional roles. And the result is you leave women unprotected and you leave men unchecked to do whatever they will with those women.
So let's say that you've talked to many, many young men, obviously, across the nation. And let's say that you're faced with a young man who's been brought up in a family without a father, just by a mom, somebody like you when you were young. And that person is saying, listen, I've had a rough life. I haven't been able to get ahead. My opportunities are limited. And now you're asking me to take on all of these burdens. Make me the case that I should take on these burdens.
First of all, that's what you were created to do, right? Secondly, it's what you yearn to do. Like, if a man is honest, men don't yearn to just sit in their mother's basement and play video games. In fact, when we sit in the basement and play video games, we like to play those kind of video games that simulate, you know, the actions and activities of masculinity, right? And so that's the first thing I want to say to them. You were made for more than this. There's a God who created the world and a God who created you. And so I want you to come back to that. The second thing that I want to say is that, you know, don't buy the lie that says you have to have it all figured out before you can begin to exercise any kind of manhood. Nothing could be further from the truth, right? I don't have it all figured out. You know, you don't have it all figured out. But this process, even this process of growing as a man, is part of what God has put in place for us to figure it out, right? The other thing that I would say is you're not called to do this by yourself. You know, the Bible says, like, iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. We need each other. We need other men. We need other men in our lives to mentor us, to disciple us. We need men when we're younger, you know, to corral us, to check us. You know, we need that. So those are some of the things that I would want to talk to a young man about, and ultimately to point them, again, to the God who made them, and to point them to Christ, who wants to redeem that manhood. Christ, who is the ultimate picture of manhood.
All of the stuff that you're saying, the feminist movement says, obviously, this is antiquated. It's not worth it. It's patriarchal. It's discriminatory.
Amen.
When you're calling on men to do all these things, what you're doing is you're taking away female initiative. You're robbing them of their individuality. How do you respond to the feminist movement that makes claims like that?
I respond by saying that kind of manhood is a protective entity. It's a protective, force, if you will, that allows women to flourish. Listen, if men are unchecked, women are not going to flourish. They're going to be victimized. And that's exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing women being victimized by
I even feel like part of the movement also that probably led a lot of women to want to work, to want to make money, et cetera, because, a lot of those men were unchecked and these women were not flourishing in their ministry. They were not you also have the war too. Wars have put more women into the workplace, especially World War II. Okay. Because when there's a war and the men are at war, women do have to work. But I do feel like a lot of women too, they probably didn't have the safety. They couldn't flourish as wives. They could not flourish as mothers. No, I want something more for myself, right? Because these men were unchecked. Because otherwise, if men are doing what they're supposed to do, right? If men are truly supposed to do what they're supposed to do. If a man says, I truly understand that my job is provider, prophet, protector, right? And I need to provide an environment, a healthy, a kind, a sound environment for my wife to prosper in her ministry of a mother. I don't think most women would really have a problem with that. You know what I mean? I don't think so. But if a man is crazy, yeah, if he's a degenerate, if he doesn't fear God, if he's an alcoholic, then yes, she's not going to feel safe to provide because she's like, well, what if this crazy man comes and tries to whoop our behinds in the middle of the night? I got to be able to have a car and run from here. So it's like, I can understand, but I'm like, I feel like the desire, the need to work and be in the workplace and right? It comes from a society where men are not checked and men don't truly understand what their real purpose is, which is to provide a safe environment for a woman to thrive. I'm like, that's exactly what Pastor Vody is saying. Because I'm like, if you have a man who understands and knows what he's supposed to do and he's okay with doing it, I really don't see how this girl's like, oh yeah, but I still want to go get the career and wear heels and wake up in the morning and do my makeup and run and be stuck in traffic for 2 hours and go to the work and check in. And I don't see that. I really don't see that. Because I'm like, this is a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure.
Men whose masculinity is unchecked.
Yes.
They're not being trained. They're not being discipled. They're being told that all of the things that real masculinity is about are the things that they need to jettison. And as a result, they live more like animals.
Obviously, I agree with all of this. I come from a traditional religious background.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm an Orthodox Jew. We take all of this, what we're talking about right now, incredibly seriously.
Yeah.
And my religion essentially tells me that practice precedes belief, right? I mean, we are big into you perform these commandments, and whether you believe in these commandments or not, you are going to perform them, and then the belief comes later, right? There's whole sections of the Talmud that are devoted to this idea that basically before you believe, you got to practice. You got to do the things. And then when you find yourself walking in the ways of God, then you realize that the ways that you're walking are in fact God's ways. And then it means something to you. We're a society without patience, though, and that wants the belief very often to precede the actual action. And so what we forget is that if you're not acting in a godly way, you are acting by definition in an ungodly way.
Yeah.
And so if you do that, then you will end up in that belief system as well.
It's not just impatience. It's also arrogance. We don't believe that we need anybody to teach us. And as you were talking about that, I was thinking about in the New Testament, Ephesians chapter 6, right? Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and your mother. It's the first commandment with a promise that it may be well with you and you may live long in the land, right? And then verse 4, fathers, do not provoke your children to anger, but bring them up in the discipline and instruction of the Lord. What's interesting about that is before the text talks about the relationship between husbands and wives, and it's pointing, to the gospel. It's assuming, that you're Christian. But that section right there, it really points to law. The idea that children, when they're being brought up, they have to be taught how to behave before they believe. Exactly what you're talking about here. And in order for that to happen, you've got to have a structure, and not just a structure, but that structure of the family actually has to have a direction. Otherwise, children are just sort of left to their own devices. So again, this goes back to what we're talking about with the idea that we need structure, that we need order, that we need leadership, that we need mentoring, that we need discipleship, but that we also need a standard.
One of the things that is so odd about sort of the current moment is that we constantly say what we pursue is diversity. We want diversity, and we have to recognize other people's diversity. But what we've actually done is we've flattened human beings into androgynous widgets who apparently have the same level of development from the time they are one to the time that they die. Yeah. And so we treat children like they are adults, but they are genderless adults who can make full decisions about everything on their own at the age of 5 without any sort of previous roles or structures. And that's not the way that life actually works. I mean, as you are pointing out correctly, in my view, life is a series of roles, and those roles are provided to you by your biology, which was implanted in you by God. And that is the way that society works. And when we sort of arrive on this earth and we're told, make your own way without any of those structures, you're no better off than, and there's an actual phrase that's used in Hebrew called Tinoch Shenishba, a baby born in a forest. The idea is that a baby born in a forest has no actual moral obligations because there's no structures around them. It's literally the biblical excuse for not being responsible for your own sin. And we've created an entire society of babies in the forest by deliberately removing the parents and the home and the church and structures from around them. And then we wonder why people are wandering around aimlessly.
And they're insecure, and they have more problems with mental health than any other generation has ever had before. You know, I'm sure you remember the famous experiment. It's been done a number of times. You take children out for recess, you know, and there's no fence, and the children all stay huddled closely together by the building. But the minute you put a fence, the children wander all around the yard and play. The idea there is those boundaries make children safe. And it makes children feel safe. And we have a bunch of children growing up without boundaries, and they don't feel safe. And here's a newsflash. If they don't have boundaries, they're not safe.
Our friends over at GenuCell sold out of their dark spot corrector, and our listeners have been begging for a restock. Well, great news. Just in time for summer, it's back in stock. GenuCell's famous dark spot corrector has not one, but 3 cutting-edge treatments on behalf of the values that we're talking about right now. And now it seems as though if you do, you're immediately labeled a bigot or terrible. And so religious leaders seem to have almost abandoned the field. They instead talk about vague ideas about tolerance and niceness, and they'll talk about human dignity, but not in any sort of deep and abiding way. They use buzzwords rather than actual hard-nosed rules. And you know, what do you think happened? Why is that happening?
I think there are a couple of things happening. Number one, I think the people pointing the cameras like to point the cameras at those people, right? There are, you know, many out there who have not bowed the knee to Baal, but people don't like to point the cameras at them. I think that's number one. I think number two, there are a lot of people out there who are enamored with success. They read their own fan mail. They like to be liked. I mean, we all like to be liked, right? And so you just sort of start carving off the edges of the truth at first, until eventually you're doing things for clicks and for likes and not for your calling. I think another thing is the academy. I think for, you know, over a generation now, we've had people, you know, people in the ministry, people in our churches. It's not like, you know, they're born and dropped into a theological training institution, right? No, they're born, and the overwhelming majority of them are educated by the government all the way through university, and then maybe they'll go to seminary. But the worldview that these guys are taught from, you know, beginning almost to the end is this, you know, sort of Gramscian neo-Marxist, you know, worldview. And it infects the way that they view the scriptures. It infects the way that they view their calling. And then I think the other thing is there's a lot of pressure out there. And a lot of people just, they can't take that pressure. I don't like it. You know, I don't like being, because people think that I like being called names, or, you know, that I like, you know, whatever. I don't like that. The only reason I do it is because there's something that's more important, right? There's a calling that's more important. And I think people are struggling because of this and suffering because of it. Now, back to what we talked about earlier with social justice. You know, Christians hear things like social justice and, you know, racial justice. And it's like, yeah, you know, of course, you know, we're for that. Marriage equality. Well, am I for marriage inequality? And when you have weak and faulty worldviews, and then seductive language, and then you have leaders with unclear voices, you end up in the mess that we're in.
I wonder also if religious leadership, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot recently, if what religious leadership started off by doing was worrying because there were kind of members of the flock who were on the fringes of the flock, and they started wandering away. And so they followed those members of the flock into the mountains, and they worried so much about making sure that they bring those people back in that they decided the only way to actually keep these people members of the flock is to broaden essentially the fence. Like keep expanding the fence, and then if you definitionally change the fence, then even though this member of the flock is way the hell away, they're still part of the flock because the fence is now 5 miles wide. And so the idea is that they're so focused on the exceptions to the rules, they forget about the maintenance of the rules. And in the process, what they end up with is being able to titularly say, we have lots of people who adhere to our version of the church, but nobody who actually goes to church, nobody who actually follows any rules, no actual interior coherence to the ideology. I see so much focus in the religious leadership community on what in Hebrew is called kirutz, or the outreach, and so little
Nickels
focus.
and noses.
Yeah, exactly. So little focus on here's the rule, and we stand by the rule. And listen, we want to help you understand the rule and understand why the rule is not changing for you, and why maybe you'd be better off conforming to the rule. And we understand everybody sins. We understand we all fall short of the grace of God, and all of that. But the rule doesn't change just for you. But we're so concerned with if we say that to somebody, the person may run. And we forget that if you get rid of the rule, everybody runs, and then there's nothing to adhere to. In the first place.
Exactly. And eventually, we have nothing that we're standing on. Right. We're just on shifting sand. And again, I want to say that there's thousands who have not bowed the knee to Baal. And there are, good, solid folks out there. Unfortunately, most of them don't get cameras pointed their way. But there was a movement really in the 80s and the 90s, the church growth movement. And you just basically described it to a T. It was all about doing whatever was necessary to get people into the doors, to keep people in churches, were growing like gangbusters. All of a sudden, you've got churches all over the place, that are running thousands. And, they're saying, whatever you do to get them is what you're going to have to do to keep them, And so the compromises just continued.
And then he has this one video here. Hold on, let me show you this video.
She could potentially lead a country, but she'd be banned from leading many congregations. So why does Sarah Palin seem to be winning over so many evangelicals? Let's bring in two people who may have some answers for us. Woody Bauckham is a pastor at Grace Family Baptist Church in Spring, Texas. And Margaret Feinberg is an evangelical speaker who lived in Alaska for 5 years and saw Palin get elected to governor. Good to see you both.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Margaret, let's start with you. I want you both actually to touch on this quickly. Why does her faith matter?
Her faith matters because it says a lot about who she is as a person and her outlooks on life and the policies that will come to play in our nation.
Reverend Bauckham?
I agree completely. Political ideology is really an outgrowth of our religious beliefs. You can't separate what a person believes from how a person will govern. So I think it's incredibly important that we know where people stand on religious issues.
So, Margaret, why do you think she's winning over these evangelicals that have been so skeptical of McCain?
I think on one hand, she's known for her conservative values, and that's translated in her leadership and her time in Alaska. But I think also for younger evangelicals, there is a hunger to see a more exciting ticket. There was kind of a ho-hum factor for McCain, but when Palin came on board, she added the vavoom that was so needed in order to garner the attention and the excitement for young evangelicals.
And here's what's interesting, Reverend Bauckham, she's winning over church members, church leaders that don't even allow women to preach at the pulpit, yet she could be leading the country. What do you make of that?
Well, it's interesting. The bottom line on that is people look at this ticket and their fear is that we will have Barack Obama as our president, that we will be moved toward a socialist agenda, that we would have the most radically pro-abortion candidate ever to run for president to serve in that office. And that is an untenable position for evangelicals. And so they look at this and they're trying to decide this based on what's best for the nation in the here and now, and oftentimes overlooking some of those other issues.
Do you think that that's something that, are you saying that shouldn't be overlooked? I mean, do you think that women in evangelical circles where women are not allowed to preach, let's say that Palin and McCain do win, and here you have this woman that could possibly be leading the free world, and yet there's evangelicals voting for her that don't even believe that a woman should preach at the pulpit. Could this change the face of how evangelicals believe in the woman's role?
I don't think it'll change the way evangelicals believe about women's roles. I think it has sparked a discussion. And quite frankly, feminism has gained a foothold in many evangelical churches.
Do you think that's a good thing?
No, I don't. Not at all.
Why not?
Well, because we're about the gospel. The culture doesn't dictate truth. The gospel dictates truth. My job is not to be a political pundit or political activist. My job is to be a pastor and proclaim the truth of the gospel as clearly as I possibly can.
Well, wait a minute. What about the Old Testament and the prophet Deborah? I mean, she was a political leader. She was a wife. She was a mother. She was one of the biggest forces in the book of Judges. So that's the gospel right there.
She certainly was. And the fact that something happened doesn't mean that it's normative for the church. In Isaiah chapter 3, for example, one of the signs that a culture is under judgment is that women are in leadership in their nations. So Deborah was actually a sign that things were very bad in Israel, not a norm for the church.
Margaret, I'm curious to see what you think about this and what the Reverend's saying.
I think that that's a fair perspective, Odie, but I think we also need to look at Ephesians 5, which describes, it's saying that husbands are to lay down their lives for their wives, just as Jesus Christ laid down his life for the church. And in the same way, I think Todd has done an incredible job opening up the opportunity for Palin to use the gifts and the talents and the passions that she has been given in order to make a difference in her community and possibly in our nation and world on a significant political landscape and effect.
Margaret, is the Reverend sounding a little sexist, or is it just me?
I would have to say the Reverend is sounding a little questionable there, but in the sense that I believe that everyone, despite gender, has an opportunity to serve, to give, and to play a role in making a difference in their communities, in their churches, and around the world.
Reverend, this could be an exciting time. I mean, this could break through. We're becoming progressive in so many ways. We're seeing a black man possibly winning the presidency. We're seeing a woman here that's on the Republican ticket that's rousing up evangelicals possibly to think twice about the woman's role in the church. I mean, this is fascinating times.
They are fascinating times, and they're also frightening times. When you see Margaret Feinberg use Ephesians chapter 5, which clearly says that a husband is the head of the wife, in order to justify somehow with this sleight of hand that Palin's husband is laying down his life by allowing her to do that. Number one, she's playing fast and loose with the text. And secondly, she is also ignoring the fact that Palin's responsibility as a wife and mother is governed by scripture, not by whether we feel it's progressive in our culture.
Margaret, final thoughts there.
Vody, I believe that's a narrow interpretation and a boxy interpretation of the text, as well as the role of women, who in today's working families, many families in the United States need both the man and the wife in order to work outside of the home, in order to support the family, and to put that kind of burden on the family, whereby a woman must stay at home. I just don't think that translates into many working class families today.
You know, my job is not to translate into working class families. My job is to be honest with the text. And the text says in Titus chapter 2 and verse 5, a woman is to be the keeper of her home. Now, I will not violate the teaching of the text in order to somehow sound more appropriate for the culture. I am a herald of the truth of the gospel, and my job is to teach the gospel according to what the authors have said, not according to what I think the culture wants to hear.
I think Vody, being a keeper of the home can be translated.
Pastor Vody, when I tell you Pastor Vody had time for this goofy ass white woman, he said your culture, F your culture. I'm not here for your culture, okay? I'm here to herald the truth of the gospel. I said, ooh, 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 ooh. Oh my, you guys, when I tell you Pastor Vody is not the one. He's not the one, nor is he the two. This goofy stuff, this goofy culture stuff, the feminism stuff, he don't have time for it. And he stays very calm because, you know, they're white women. So they'll be like, oh, he was aggressive. So that's why he just let them talk. He stayed very calm because he understands these people. He knows exactly what they're about. And then he knows why they had him on the show. To call him sexist, to call him a misogynist, a black man that hates women. So he already knew. So he was very strategic, and she intentionally keeps calling him Vody and Vody. Like his name is like, he goes by Pastor Vody, but she intentionally calls him Vody because she's trying to trigger him, right? Oh, I'm gonna take this man's title. So he's like, girl, what the heck are you doing? Okay. So it's like, girl, bye. You are careless. Okay. A woman like, he's like, oh, we are here for what the word of God says, not what you say, not what your culture say, not what your whatever, because you people in your culture changes every 2 days. We can't keep up. We can't keep up. And if we have to keep accommodating how we read the Bible based on the culture, one day after, why even have a Bible? Why even have the Quran? Why even have any holy books? Because it's like, it doesn't matter because they can't keep up. Because human beings, they just wake up to sin. They wake up to be crazy. They wake up to try all kinds of perversion. Why would you keep up with that? That's the whole purpose of having a religious text. Is that it inspires people to want to become better. But if the religious text says everything you do is okay, then why even bother having it? Why even bother having it? Right? Like, what in the world? Hold on. He's not done with this girl.
In so many different ways. And that means that if a woman happens to be the breadwinner, shouldn't they have the opportunity to step out and take care of their family in that way?
Listen.
All right, what about the text that says the man and the woman should submit to one another? I think I'm just going to leave it right there, folks. And I'm going to be studying the Bible tonight. And I promise to bring you two back, especially as we see this go forward and seeing how evangelicals vote. Thank you so much, Margaret Feinberg. And
good job, Pastor Vody. He didn't back down. Pastor Vody is something else. He is like, he does not back down. Like, he is just like, he does not back down whatsoever. He stands on his position. And you can like it. You can dislike it. I mean, it's up to you. Do whatever you want to do. But, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm like, this culture right here, this culture of filth right here. And then imagine the people who eat from the trash can. Like, imagine that. Because that's how I see people who just adhere to culture, right? It's a bunch of people who eat from the trash can. They'll eat rotten food. They'll just eat anything from the trash can. Like, they just eat whatever. Because they want to be liked, they want to be cool, whatever. Like, they just eat from the trash can. And you're someone who actually eats at a table. You wash your hands, you eat at a table, you have a proper meal, you have a fork, you have a knife, you have a spoon. And the people say to you, oh my gosh, come eat with us. I'm like, why would I listen to you? You eat out of a trash can. Your culture is trash. I don't eat out of a trash can. See, I have a house. I sit at a table. I wash my hands. I sit upright. I eat my meals. You devour from the trash can. We are not the same. We are truly, truly not the same. That's why I tell them, like, we're not the same. Right? And I'm like, oh, but you shouldn't judge. Of course you don't judge because you eat from the trash can. You eat trash. You eat debris. You eat carcasses. You eat whatever's thrown at you. You have no standards. Like, you eat from the trash can. I don't. So you and I are not the same. And I think that's the part that like that really triggers them. It's like, oh wow, like you're really gonna say that? I just did. Did you not hear me? Did I stutter? Did I stutter? Just like my other friend, like when she sent me the thing, she said, oh, I'm not gonna judge how people meet. I said, I am. Tinder is giving you were looking for a sugar baby. What else you got for me? Right? We're not the same. I'm like, especially, and the funny thing is people be like, oh yeah, people are so upset about what he said, right? That, oh, women have their education, they should use their education. Okay, fine. And the moment you use your education to decipher that the world over here is disgusting and you want to speak your mind about it, oh my gosh, how can you say that? I say it because I'm educated. Okay, I'm not an imbecile. I'm educated. So using my education, okay, this equation right here is letting me know that your answer is a whole lot of BS. I don't want it. Right? I don't want it. You have the right to have standards. You have the right to judge. You have the right to say this is not okay. You have the right to have values. You have the right to have traditional values. You have the right to say, I stand by my faith. This is who I am. Yeah, you don't have to like me. I don't have to like you. Matter of fact, you not like me doesn't change anything. The sun is still gonna shine, and the moon is still gonna get up. Like it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I think like society too, they put too much emphasis on the fact that you have to be liked. People have to like you. People have to agree with you. No, they do not. They need to go find themselves. Go find yourself. Go find your real purpose. Go find your real identity. Go find what you really stand for. Go find your values. Okay, go call Dora and El Mapo. Okay, and I hope you find your way. But don't come over here and try to confuse me because I don't want your culture. I don't want to eat out of a trash can just like you. You eat out of a trash can. You accept everything and anything. You allow people to just bamboozle you, lie to you, mislead you. You derive your sense of purpose and identity from other people, from the things that you buy, the things that you wear. I feel sorry for you. I don't want to be like you. And I feel like sometimes even like being like worrying yourself about being liked also, I feel like it's excessive pressure. It's slavery. Because human beings at their core are a bunch of heathens. They always want more degeneracy. Always want more degeneracy. Very seldom do human beings actually seek salvation, peace, wisdom, and sound understanding, right? It takes something really bad happening to them for them to be like, you know what? Maybe I should be a little smarter. Maybe I should be a little wiser. Maybe I should consider God in everything that I do. It's like the majority of people are godless. The majority of people do not fear God. The majority of people do not consider God in their decisions. They do not. They consider money. They consider status. They consider their pride. But it's like you don't even really consider God in your everyday life. So why would I concern myself with you? Why would I? I feel like for me, that's just me. I feel like the more you think like that, you become free. Like you're like, oh, I'm actually free. Because when it's all said and done, these people don't really matter. Because if something really bad happened to you, you would cry out to God, not to a human being, because they will never come to your rescue. They will not rescue you from anything. They can barely rescue themselves. Okay? So busy trying to be part of this culture. That's why I've always loved the story of Daniel, because Daniel was never trying to fit in. He never tried to fit in. And because he never tried to fit in, God always had his back. God always had his back because he was never trying to fit into the culture. He said, I'm not eating your food. We don't have the same God. I don't eat food that's given to gods and all kinds of weird things. I don't eat that type of stuff. I don't put that in my body. I'd rather eat some fruits than to eat this. What's so special about eating meat that I will soil my body to have access to meat? It's never that serious. So he went and started eating fruits, and God was with him. He didn't lose any weight. He was just fine. They tried to throw this boy in a pit of fire. God protected him. Then they threw his butt in a lion's den. God protected him. Do not fear these people. And the Bible says, do not fear those who can take the life, but fear God, because God is even bigger than these people, right? So like, why would you be embarrassed of what you believe in? Why would you be embarrassed of what you know to be right? If you feel like this is what God will want me to do, this is what God said I have to stand on, you stand on that. And if they want to go crazy, they want to cancel you, do this, do the whole petition. I'm like, y'all signing petitions? There's so much crap going on here. There's so much filth going on YouTube. These entertainers are promoting all kinds of perversion, right? But you're not going to sign a petition against that, okay? The whole pornography is taking over the internet. People are so addicted. It's all over the place. You're not going to sign a petition against that, right? All the student loans out here, you're not going to sign a petition against that. Like the stuff that's actually meaningful, they don't take a stand. Okay, they're sending all this money to Ukraine and to Israel. These people won't take a stand. But let one man stand up and say how he feels about what a woman should do. Oh my gosh, cancel him, cancel his career. Always being fake outrage and putting their energy into things that truly do not really matter. But the stuff that truly does matter, they're nowhere to be found. They're always quiet. No, please be quiet. No one cares. Let's see what this lady says. Ooh. Hold on. Good job. I mean, my thing is he told the truth. Hold on. I wanted to play this video for you guys, right? This one. Hold on.
Like you said. And I think that because I am young, but I do have like a more traditional mindset in a sense of how I carry myself and like how I carry myself in my relationship. So it's going to be interesting. I'm 25.
She's 25. My daughter's 27 years old. And so I feel like I'm talking to my daughter, one of her friends. But what caught my attention was a video that went viral. Explain to people what happened in that video.
Okay, so basically the video was me explaining my love story, but more so how I got to where I am right now. So I was just like, it was one day, it was this little trend going on TikTok of like, tell the girls, give the girls some hope. The girls need some hope, okay? Because it's looking ghetto out here.
Yeah.
So they were just like, tell the girls, an encouraging story to, show us that love still exists. So I'm like, you know what? Let me tell the girls what I've gone through. So basically, I was just telling my listeners how I got to Dallas. So I went to college in Virginia. So you want me to tell my whole story?
No, I want you to talk about the video and then we'll unpack all that. So the video that they witnessed was you telling your story about what?
About how my boyfriend moved me out here to Dallas.
Okay. He moved you to Dallas. How? What happened?
So I was literally at work. I was working at the Omni Hotel in Richmond, Virginia. I hated my job so much. I was working overnight.
Omni Hotel, if you ever like to sponsor the Dear Future Wifey podcast.
So once again, right, as you listen to this young lady, her name is Erica, right? So she shares her story about how her boyfriend moved her to Dallas, like he paid for everything. Now, if you listen carefully, she said she went to school where? She went to school in Virginia. So she has a bachelor's degree, right? I think she said she studied psychology or something like that. I can't remember, but she has a degree, right? Even though she had a degree, graduated, guess what? She ends up working at a hotel, doing something that has nothing to do with her degree, and she ends up being miserable. Okay, let's keep going.
Make sure that I'll show y'all love. Don't listen to y'all former employee.
Look,
yeah.
I'm sorry. This don't got nothing to do with him. This don't got nothing to do with Unc. Okay. He supports y'all. But me, no. I used to work overnight and sometimes they'll call you in the morning and be like, can you come back in at 3 p.m.? I literally hated my job. So I used to complain to him all the time, like, babe, they called me in again. Somebody called out again. I got to blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm here overnight by myself. I'm 105.54 and I'm sitting at a hotel overnight by myself. Are you crazy?
Wait, so you work with the front desk?
So it was just like this. It was just a safety hazard. Like it just sucked. So I used to just always complain to him. This is what I was saying in the video. And there was a day that I went into work after complaining to him that morning and he literally called my job. And my manager was just like, Erica, like your husband is on the phone. Like come get the phone. And my manager already was sick of me just because I used to just always complain. So he's like, why is somebody calling his daggone place? So I went in the back and I'm just like, hello, like, babe, why are you calling a daggone job? And why are you not just calling my cell phone?
Yeah.
So he's just like, do you want today to be your last day at work?
Okay.
Baby, he didn't have to tell me to.
So she said she's very petite, she's very small, and she's working the front desk and she works overnight. So even she was afraid for her safety. Okay. So degrees and all that stuff, she still ended up getting a job with something that has nothing to do with her safety. She's with her degree, with her degree. She's up there late at night by herself, working the front desk. Anything can happen. She's very small. Okay. So then one day her boyfriend calls and he's like, you know what? Would you like for this to be your last day at work? She said, ooh, what you mean? He said, I'm giving you freedom, sis. She said, let me run off the plantation. Okay, hold up.
twice. I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and clock. I will literally walk out of here right now. Like, tell me you not for real. Are you playing? You for real? And he was just like, go ahead and clock out. So I literally left. I told my manager I had a family emergency. And I literally left. I didn't even know what his plan was. I just trusted the man. I don't know. I was about 22 at the time. Look, please comment, spare me. Okay. But I literally was just like, whatever this man plan is, I trust it because he got him so far. So I trust him with my life too. So yeah, I literally left. He got me a one-way to Dallas. There were movers at my apartment. I was emergency. And I literally left. I didn't even know what his plan was. I just trusted the man. I don't know. I was about 22 at the time. Look, please comment, spare me. Okay. But I literally was just like, whatever this man plan is, I trust it because he got him so far. So I trust him with my life too. So yeah, I literally left. He got me a one-way to Dallas. There were movers at my apartment. I was packing. I was just ready to go.
How long did it take him from the moment that he made that phone call to you moving? How long was that process?
I was in Dallas a week after. Like literally, I was in Dallas the next week and I was like, this is the life I'm supposed to be living. But we're going to get into that too. But when I didn't, I said this in the video as well. We did kind of have an expectation conversation. It was just like, okay, if you are going to be living here, this is what I need from you. I really want you to figure out what you want out of life. Like, who do you want to be when you grow up? Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me play the video for y'all. Hold on. This is the video. They got like all the views. Please play.
If you're in a healthy relationship with a man, can you stitch this video and talk about it?
Let me give the girls some hope and tell y'all my testimony, okay? So my boyfriend and I met when we were in college, but we got into a committed relationship after we both graduated. After he graduated, he moved to Dallas for an amazing job offer, y'all. An amazing job offer that is like his dream job. But me, on the other hand, I didn't know what I wanted to be when I grew up. So I'm still in Virginia at this time, working job after job.
So you see this? She has a degree. She graduates, and she still doesn't know what she wants to do. So pretty much she just majored in something just for fun. Okay. All right. Okay.
Changing my career about 10 different times, trying to figure out what the heck is my passion. So y'all, one day I was on the phone with him getting ready for work, but I was also just venting to him about how unhappy I was, y'all. Like I was just like, babe, I need to change the speed. I need to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. I have so much more to offer to this world than to be working at this 9 to 5. Now I'm at work doing my everyday duties and my manager tells me to come to the back because my husband is on the phone. I'm thinking in my head, Boogie, I don't have a husband. So I go to the back to answer the phone and it's my man. So I pick up the phone. I'm like, babe, what's wrong? Like, I'm at work. So he's just like, do you want today to be your last day at work? Child, the man didn't have to repeat himself. He didn't have to say it louder because I was already with it. Okay. The answer is yes. He was like, so go ahead and clock out for me. This man got me a one-way ticket to Dallas, got movers at my daggone apartment, shipping my stuff over to Dallas. Baby, the man wasn't playing. He paid the fee for me to break my lease. Like, he just had everything taken care of. I felt secure in making the move because, for one, I had a great savings account and I also have 2 degrees. So if all else fails, baby, I can do better by myself. So I'm all settled in now, and we just decided to have a sit down just to talk about our expectations of each other now that we live together. And he literally just told me, the only thing I expect from you is for you to find what your passion is in life. You don't got to cook. You don't got to contribute to anything financially. Just figure out what you want out of life. So I told him, like, babe, I think I want to take content creation serious. I might have told him that on a Monday, and I promise y'all that Friday, I had a vlogging camera, a new phone, ring lights, vanity sets. Baby, he was not playing. And the biggest thing of all, I complained about the lighting in our old apartment because we didn't have like a lot of natural light. The man moved us into a high rise. Like, I really cannot make this up. I say all that to say, this man knew how unhappy I was. So he changed my circumstances. And he also knew my potential. So he invested into my passion. And now I get to wake up every day and talk to a phone and make money. That man wanted to alleviate all my issues so I can just focus on me and what I want out of life. And that's a beautiful Black king right there. It's been 4 years now. We've gone to couples therapy. We're constantly working on the quality of our relationship, and we just are obsessed with each other. And I just love my man. Do not lose hope, baby. Your person is out here somewhere, and he gonna come get you. He gonna come get you, Rookie.
Okay. So then she also made it to the Tamron Hall show. Hold on. If this decides to start playing.
Come with me to be a guest on this Cameron Hall show. I cannot believe my life right now. What the heck? Her team had a driver come pick me up from the hotel. I had an 8:30 a.m. call time, and when I got to the studio, baby, I just could not believe it. I had my own dressing room with my name on the door. Baby, I was gay. There was a gift waiting for me in the dressing room. So sweet. This is what the full dressing room looked like. Also offered for somebody to do my hair and makeup. But girl, I am too particular, okay? I'm about to be on national TV. I need to look too good. Her team mic'd me up, and now it's time to go on stage. Look at me before we started taping. I was so nervous. But I'm telling you, as soon as the camera started rolling and they started playing my content on the screen, oh baby, I was comfortable. I had Tamara in her audience crying, laughing the whole time. There was not one dull moment, baby. I was having a ball. I was just being 100% myself. Here is one of my favorite moments from the interview.
What do you want to do?
I want to have your seat right there.
I want to be on TV.
You see, she says she wants to be on TV. So it's like you would have thought that she would have majored in something that would put her on TV. But she probably thought, oh no, I'm never going to make it. Let me get another degree. Da, 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 da. But her passion is like, she wants to talk. She wants to be seen. You know, so she got all these degrees. She had a degree, couldn't find a job in her career field because I'm sure you have to go get a master's after that because I don't think you can just work as a psychologist with just a bachelor. She ends up working in a hotel. She's working front desk. Meanwhile, the young man, he's 25. So when all this happened, he's 25 years old, right? And he gets a job in Dallas, whatever, yeah, in Texas, right? He gets an amazing job. I'm like, it's probably tech. He probably got a tech job, right? So he knew what he wanted to do because most likely he was passionate about it, right? So he's actually using his degree. Because he's using his degree, he get a whole big old check. And I'm sure the money he used to move her, maybe it was his woman, maybe it was his like salary money, or maybe it was his bonus. Because I'm telling you, like people who major in like software engineering, computer engineering, moolah, okay? Especially if you have a master's degree, right? So he said, oh, quit this goofy job. How much you making anyways? She said, oh, the freedom? He paid for movers from Virginia all the way to Texas. Like if anybody who knows about moving is expensive because they charge you for mileage and they also charge you for the weight, right? Boy, he paid for that, paid for the apartment. He paid for all her equipment. He said, I want you to find what you're passionate about. You see what I'm saying? Goes to show you the majority of girls will not use their degrees. It is the truth. Like, let's stop with this fake, goofy, outrage crap. Okay? It's okay to tell the truth. It's okay. It's okay to say, you know what? I got this degree. It's like a life jacket. Like when you're on a plane and then you have a life jacket, you have the oxygen mask, right? Like it's okay. You know, a degree is a life jacket. You know, it's an oxygen mask, but is it really what you want to know? You're hoping the plane makes it safely. You know what I'm saying? It's nice to know to have security, but you're hoping if I'm going from DC to LAX, you know, even though I know I have a safety jacket under the seat, there's an oxygen mask that can drop in case there's a low cabin pressure. You know, I hope I don't have to use it. And that's really what a degree is. For most women, that's really what a degree is. It's a life jacket. Okay, it's the oxygen mask. Like you like, just in case I don't have no money and the oxygen drops in here. Got to make sure I got some moolah. Okay, but do you really want to use it? No, not really. I don't want to use it. You know? But the young man, look, he said, I want you to do what you're passionate about. And she really likes talking. She likes creating content. She likes talking. I'm telling you, the majority of women are quitting their job to create content. They're giving up jobs at law firms to spray perfume on the internet. Okay, what does that tell you? They never really wanted to do it. They did it just because they wanted to say, I could. That's it. But that's not really what they're passionate about. And I said 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, if we survey all the young ladies who graduated, like whenever he made the speech, the majority of these young ladies will not be using their degrees. And a lot of them will be at home with their kids and very content and very happy. Like, oh, I love motherhood. And when my kids are at school, here's what I do. Womp. Okay. She said, even Kelly Stamp quit her YouTube channel to date a finance bro. Okay. Living her life like it's golden. Exactly. Woman, if you're being honest with yourself, if you're a woman, you don't want to work. You really want to pursue a life of hobbies. If you work, it's because you really want to, not because you have to. Like you really enjoy what you do, no problem. But it's not like, oh, I got to do it because I really want to. I have to do it. Or I'm not going to eat tonight. No. And that's the truth. right? The majority of women would love to have a life of leisure. The majority of women would love to have a life of hobbies where they wake up every day and pursue the things that make them happy. The majority of women would like to be at home and watch their children grow and be involved in raising their children. That's feminine energy. That's what the majority of women would like to do, right? Because they don't want to fight these wars. It's too much. Look at Hillary Clinton. All this masculine energy. Where did they get her? Husband cheating on her, embarrassing her. You know, she's always running for power and it never suits her, right? I'm like, you see, had you been maybe a bit more chill and less so much of a career power hungry type of woman, probably done better. Yeah. But I'm like, that's the truth though. It's all over YouTube. It's all over TikTok. They talk about that. How much student loan, they have so much student loan debt. And for a degree, they're not using. These girls, they say it every day. Working is ghetto. I don't want to work. I want a soft girl life. I want to be a Pilates girl, right? They say these things all the time. But then when a man says exactly what you say, oh my gosh, he's being so misogynistic. No, he's telling the truth. You don't truly want to work. And you wasted all, and most of y'all, you wasted your money going to these colleges. You wasted your money. You wasted your time and you wasted your money. Sometimes you think about all the money you put in student loan debt. Had you invested that into something that you're passionate about, whether it's like doing hair, doing makeup, being a content creator, right? You might be like, you know what? That would have been a better use of my time. You know, look at Marcus, even the boy Marquez, who does the tech reviews or whatever. Mark has been doing this tech review since he was a baby. Now look how much money he makes. Okay, even Mark Zuckerberg dropped out of college. I'm just saying, like, a lot of them, Bill Gates dropped out of college. A lot of these billionaire people don't drop out of college. So it goes to show you, like, sometimes a college degree is worthless. Okay? You have a lot of people who have a lot of college degree. They have a lot of education, you guys, and they end up working for people with no degrees. Okay? How many people have PhDs and they work for someone with no degrees? How many people have a master's degree and they work for somebody with just a bachelor? Sometimes the employees are more qualified than the CEO. Well, who cares? Right? Because just because you have a lot of degree, it don't mean that you can run a company. You know, success is different. Success is not really measured by degree. You got to have grit. You got to have passion. You got to have connections. You got to have money. Like, but there are a lot of people who are very, very educated and they work for idiots. They work for dumb people. They work for college dropouts. They work for people who used to be in prison. You know, what the heck? Right? Because another thing too, a lot of people also who go to college, many of them don't believe in themselves because academia teaches you to be very risk averse. And sometimes you notice that the people who stay the longest in school are less likely to take risks. They're less likely to bet on themselves. They're less likely to believe in themselves. But people who were never expected to be successful, people who were never looked at as being smart, they have nothing to lose because nobody expects them to be successful. So they don't have decision paralysis. They don't have imposter syndrome. Whatever. If I fail, I'm so used to failing anyways. Who cares? Yeah. Nobody expects them to be anything in life. So that gives them the freedom to do whatever they want to do until they find something that actually works. You know what I mean? You know? But it's like, that's the truth though. Yeah. So like Lori Harvey didn't go to school. I don't think Sophia also went to school. You have a lot of people. Jeannie Ma didn't go to school. She's out here stealing cars. But somehow she ends up on TV. She ain't got no education. Adrienne Bailon ain't got no education. And these people have crazy followings. They make all kinds of money. So it's like, child, this whole notion of, you got to have a degree. The world is so different nowadays, y'all. It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. But this young lady here, she didn't want to work also. She didn't want to work. And now what she's doing is she's doing more of her passion and like an actual, like, you know, this is not, I mean, I guess it's work, but it's not like, she does it when she wants to, how she wants to, she charge whatever she wants to charge. But I'm like, the majority of women do not want to go to work. The majority of women don't want to work. Okay? They don't want to work. The ones who do because they truly have to. But if they could also have a way out, they sure will take it. Because it's ghetto. It's exhausting. It's tiring. You know what I mean? I feel like if you have a worthless degree, like, just make peace with it and just do what you're really passionate about. See, maybe me, if I had been talking for the past 12 years, only God knows where I would have been. Oprah, you better watch out now, right? I gotta be this. And then I'm like, it is what it is. But I'm like, nah. Even now, like the way I'm like, I really love beauty. Now I'm like, my new thing is hair care. James was like, wife, you spend too much money on hair care, Jab. I'm addicted, y'all. Right. But I want to make videos about hair. I want to grow my hair. These are things that go through my head. I can't wait to read a book. No, the only time I do like math is if I have to help my son. Right. Then that's not a problem. I'll do mommy boot camp. That's not a problem. But I'm like, I really want to grow my hair. I want to lose weight. I want to wear nice dresses. I want to grow my hair and take care of my skin. Okay. You see, here goes CJ. She said, my degree's, you know what I mean? She said, my degree isn't worthless. I just decided to leave the profession. Well, at least you're honest. You're not passionate about it. It's the truth. A lot of people are quitting their jobs. They're not fulfilled. They're miserable. They don't like it. So why are we sitting here pretending? Because he said motherhood. Oh, please. You're not lying. Every time you see, for the most part, every time you see a woman give birth to her baby, she's crying. We see so many like videos on like giving birth, like, delivery videos and stuff like that. Have you ever seen a mom who's upset, like, oh, why is this baby here? Right? Like, oh my God, my baby. Oh, you're so beautiful. Okay. They're obsessed with their babies. They spend all day with the baby. They change the baby. They make the nursery room. They do all that. Like, babies are just so freaking adorable. If somebody had to choose between going to a job, clocking 9 to 5, dealing with the weird colleagues and the weird conversation and the passive aggressiveness and the code switching versus you at home with your baby, beautiful nursery, you having fun with your baby, you feed your baby, like, you're so cute, okay, which one would you choose? Being at home with your baby, playing in your beautiful nursery, okay? Then you put the baby down for a nap, then you take a shower, you make your tea, you wear your big old robe and stuff like that, okay? That's it. The majority would. And also, even being a stay-at-home mom, you can work also, but you can create content. You can start a blog. You can start I probably would have. I probably would have got the Candace bag. I probably would have. You know what I mean? Mothers say they prefer to be out working instead of caring for their baby. I don't know which mother says that. I had never heard that part. I never heard that. Okay. Most mothers, they have PTSD when it's time to go back to work because you only get like 6 weeks or 9 weeks of maternity leave. That's a small baby. You're going to drop that baby at the daycare. Every day you go, your baby's sick. Every day you go, your baby's sick. You have to pray they're not abusing your baby. You got to pray they're changing your baby's diapers. A lot of women too, when they do the math, they'd rather stay at home than to go work. Yeah, exactly. That's what we should be saying. This is the part, like Fresh is saying, right? It helps to have a good husband. That's the part. She's not sure that he's a good man. That's the part. Otherwise, you don't truly want to work. That is the real fear. I'm like, we gotta stop having the fake outrage about what's said, as opposed to let's talk about what's not being said that's really causing you anxiety, right? You don't really fear motherhood. You probably want it. If we're being honest, maybe when you were since you were a little girl, you wanted to be a mama, right? But when you grow up and you see society, or maybe your parents got divorced and you hear all this negativity, the TV shows, the drama, you're like, this thing sounds scary. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I really want this because it seems like everybody has a bad experience. So I understand the anxiety because sometimes the negative voices are louder than the good voices, or the bad testimonies are more abundant than the good testimonies, right? But I'm like, the majority of them, the majority, what's it called? The majority of women, if they had a good husband who was serious and honest, they would stay at home. Because sometimes you do the math between you going to work and paying for daycare. It's like you're working just to pay for daycare. Like, what am I going to work for? I'm going to work just to pay for daycare. Child, please. Especially in places like California, New York City. Oh my gosh. Daycare can be like $5,000 a month. Yeah. But yeah, you know. And when you're able to make your own food, you control how much you gain. You know? Yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's like, child. She said a lot of stay-at-home moms complain about doing chores and have trouble running a functioning household. Well, I think like it depends too, though. I think for people who have a harder time, you know, being a stay-at-home mom, I think sometimes they have to work on discipline. I think they got to work on the discipline and discipline the kid, and the father also has to help the mommy. You can't leave all the discipline on the mommy. But at the same time, like we say, if he's a good man, he should know that, huh? Right? But he should come home also and help her with the kids, like give the kids some discipline, give them some structure, right? Don't baby them too much also, because if you don't teach them how to pick up after themselves and do that, they're going to put everything on you. And time management, you also going to have to learn time management as a mom. You have to. You got to learn time management as a mommy, but you got to make the little people clean up. You make the little songs, clean up, everybody clean up, okay? You got to play with these people, right? And some people too, people who have a lot of means, like even though the mom stays at home, she can take the kid. Like some people still do daycare. You have people like they'll be stay-at-home moms, but because they do have the money, the child might do like daycare part-time, especially when they start talking, so they can learn to talk with their friends, etc., etc., etc. Right? So you have some kids, they'll do daycare, or they have like places where kids can go and dance. They have like gyms for toddlers, you know, to get them around like other kids and stuff. So there are children who do other activities. They're not at home all day with mom also, you know, so she can do other things also. Like, so some people have a hybrid situation, right? You know, like it's the people who do that because they have money. That's why we're saying if your husband's a multimillionaire, it's very different. But there are people who'll do like half and half. So he might go like Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and then she'll have like Tuesdays and Thursdays to herself. So he can have like learn how to talk, how to, you know, pick up after himself, how to make friends, work on his social skills and things like that. With Jack and Jill, it's not like a clothing brand. Okay. You'll have those situations too. But I do think as the babies get older, you have to teach them how to put stuff away. That will definitely gonna help you. Right. And then also like part of being a mommy too, you got to have time management also. You have to. And you do have to put them on a schedule. You have to force the babies to get on the schedule because once they get on the schedule, it's a lot easier for you to do what you have to do. Yeah, they have all types. Yeah. Like my little nephew, he's in LA. Like he goes to like a dance class. Them little girls be trying to move a little too fast on him, huh? I'm like, you need to back up. Oh, hey, OG. So, you know, I just feel like that's the thing. You know, but you got to teach the little babies how to be, you know, how to be responsible within their age. But definitely putting them on a schedule, it really helps. You know, got to have a little schedule for them because once you have the little schedule for the babies, it gives you more time to yourself. But if the baby doesn't have a schedule, does whatever he wants every day, you're going to get tired. You will be drained. You know, but you got to teach babies discipline. I'm not saying spank them now. I didn't say that. Okay. But they need structure. Right. But I'm like, besides that, and you have some moms like they run with their kids, like they put them in the stroller to wear them out. They'll run like, you know, before lunch, they'll go out on a run with the baby, or they'll go walking with the baby, or the baby's going to have lunch. Then they'll go walking with the baby and it puts them to sleep in the stroller. Right. So you come up with things like that to do. Yeah, exactly. So you can make babies do a little bit of things. They can do it. And sometimes they even think it's fun. Like it amuses them. If you do it right, they'll think it's fun and they'll be like, mommy, here. They'll help you clean up. You know, because they think it's cute. And not too much sugar also, because that's too much. Yeah. But they're like, you know, it's like they're like they can help you. They know how to help because they have to help in school. They have to help at daycare. They pick up, they put their stuff away, they put stuff in their cubbies and things like that. So I'm like, you can teach kids how to put stuff in their cubbies. You can teach stuff how to put things away, how to put things back, and things like that. And they'll do it. They'll even think it's fun. And after a while, then it becomes a habit for them. You know? But I'm like, yeah, the majority of women do not want to work. They don't want to work. And that's why many of them, as soon as they get pregnant, they ain't going back to work. As soon as they get pregnant, they are not going back to work. They are not going back to work. They are not going back to work. You know, but and then there are a lot of women too. There are a lot of women who flourish in motherhood. Like it suits them very well. You have a lot of women out here who are very motherly. Like even me, I don't even think I'm that motherly. Like you have a lot of women that are very motherly. Like they're very maternal. Like, you know, there are ladies out there like that's their thing. Like it really makes them happy to take care of babies. Like it just makes them really, really happy. You're like, wow, that's beautiful. You know, I'm like, that's crazy. Some people, it really is a gift for them. And they really flourish in that sense, right? But I think the thing with most women is like the fear of like having a good man that's reliable, you know, and that's serious and that really values family. And he's not gonna wake up one day and be psychotic, you know, and just turn his back because you know the movies are telling you, oh, how Stella got her groove back and this, that. Like, you know, there's a lot of movies that promote negativity, you know, oh, the woman helped the man and one day he woke up and he just left her. Meanwhile, there are also men who stay, but I guess that doesn't make for a good storyline. But, you know, so society tends to show you more negativity than good. So after a while, maybe you start to believe it. You start to be afraid. Like, you know, this is crazy. But I do believe that most women, if they could really be with a good man, a trustworthy man, a God-fearing man, a man who says my yes is yes, my no is no. If I vow to marry you, I will stick beside you until God do us apart. You know, I don't think most women will have a hard time. Even submission. I don't think most women will have a hard time submitting. If they really felt safe, I don't think they would have a hard time. Because I don't think most women want to lead. They're tired. They want to be safe, protected, wake up, know everything has been taken care of, that they're, you know, okay, they try to do all this. They don't want to do it. But maybe you feel like if I don't do it, who gonna do it? You know what I'm saying? But I feel like if a woman is not really submitting because there's something that's missing, right? But I'm like, I don't think most women want to sit here and plan and think and this and this and that. Is like, no, why do I have a man for if I gotta do all that? So our real problem in today's society is not so much like, oh, you should be afraid of motherhood or you should be afraid of like, you know, that you might not use your degree. I think the real problem here is like men are in crisis. That's what Pastor Vody was saying. We don't have enough supply of good men. They're running away. They're running away from their God-given duty. But we're saying, oh, don't use religion. Don't talk about God. Don't shame people. So people out here unchecked. People are really out here unchecked. We don't have a lot of men stepping up to be like, you know what? I want to be married. I want to lead a household. I want to provide this. They don't want to do it. So when men are wicked, I will say, when men are wicked, then women have to go fend for themselves. But I don't think I don't think they truly want to fend for themselves. You know? So that's the thing. You know, and all the things also that could, like, I guess, like before, make a woman feel like a prize. Today, those things have been bastardized. Sex is all over the place. Vagina is all over. Vagina, boom, boom, the pum pum, the booty, it's all over the place. $5 over here, free over here, half price over here, buy one, get two off. Okay. It's been so demystified. So it's like that was the thing also that made men want to step up because the cootie cat was not easily available. But today, cootie cat, you can have it for $5. You can get a BJ for $10. You know, you can have two girls for $100. Sometimes you can have two girls. I mean, there's a price. Everything's out here for a price. And there's always cheap. There are discounts. Buy one, get one half off. Okay, so that takes away from the woman. That takes a certain drive away from a man because no matter if he's accomplished, not accomplished, he can have access to it. Right? You understand? Also, what else is out here? You know? Yeah, women are cheap. And it's the reality of it is it's the women themselves. Like women themselves have destroyed the market for other women. That's why I say I don't approve of sex work, because I understand how, if you want to be a wife, how can you approve of a sex worker? She's messing up your business. You will never see a drug dealer allow another drug dealer to sell drugs in the next street. No, somebody has to win. We're gonna have to fight. You know, drug dealers are very territorial. They're like, oh, it's okay. He's trying to also make money. We get it how we live. No, that's not how it works. If somebody has a territory, you cannot come here and sell your drugs. Like, it's not possible. Like, that's not how life works. Okay? But when it comes to women, they're like, oh, no, it's okay. I don't want to shame her. She could be a sex worker. But the problem is, by her doing the sex work, she's taking away your prestige. Because then the man is like, well, you're pretty, she's pretty. You got a big butt, she got a big butt. You want me to take you on a date. You want me to court you, get to know your daddy, read your Bible. This girl will do everything for $100. You see? So it's like, there ain't no sisterhood with no sex worker. That's not possible. Because she's diminishing the product. Right? That's it. Also, when it comes to having children, any man now can have a child. Broke, rich, dusty, inmate, prior inmate, no inmate, right? Because there are so many women out here who will give their uterus, who will give out their womb for people who are seriously unqualified. A man can be a whole bum. He'll have 5 kids by 5 different women. Then you'll look at these girls. Every single one of them is very pretty. How did he get y'all pregnant? So then you tell the next man, oh, for me to be the mother of your children, you have to marry me. You got to do this and that. You're like, girl, bye. He can find himself a pretty girl. She'll have a baby in 2 days. You see, when you don't put a price on something, you don't put a value on something, when you don't hold things to a certain standard, it diminishes the marketplace. You know what I mean? Yeah. It diminishes the marketplace. If women were making their box rare, you know, even going on a dating app, like I said, dating app to me, how is that different than a Shopify storefront? Because when you're on a dating app, you're saying you're desperate. Because why are you there? You're saying you're desperate and your box is open. Right? Think about it. If you were really in high demand as a woman, would you be on a dating app? No. You're there because you're desperate. So now you've turned yourself into a Shopify storefront. Right? And your product is your box, your time, and your desperation. Now it's up to a man to swipe left, swipe right. But they're like, oh, but I'm against the patriarchy. But by doing that, you just put a man in position to accept you, deny you, like based on some foolish stuff. Like he could just say, oh, no, I don't want her. Oh, no, I don't know. Right? Because you're on these dating apps. So I'm like, women themselves, they talk so loud about their degrees, but it's like when it comes to what it takes to actually be successful in the dating world, they have no clue what they're doing. They have no clue what they're doing. And in the process of not having a clue of what they're doing, all they do is diminish the product. And when you have a product and you keep doing sales and sales and sales and sales, after a while, nobody's in a rush to buy it, right? If Chanel was doing sales every weekend, if Chanel was doing sales every other weekend, people would not be in a rush to buy. The first sale might impress the people, but after that, oh, don't worry, don't do another sale. Girl, don't stress yourself, don't do another sale, right? So to preserve a brand, you can't do that many sales. Like you can't have that many discounts. Right? You see what I'm trying to say? But women as a collective, they're always putting the vagina on sale. Their time is on sale. Their vajayjay is on sale. Their uterus is on sale. Always putting a discount on the product. So after a while, it's like, what's the rush to buy this? So you'll take the milk, but you won't buy the cow because there's no rush. There truly is no rush. Right? There's no rush. If a man doesn't have a date tonight, he can just come home and watch Megan Thee Stallion and then play with himself. That's it. You know what I mean? If he needs food, it's like, well, I don't even want to cook. I can just call DoorDash. Or he can do Blue Apron. You know? So it's like you start thinking about, like, you know, I can see why men are like, I don't know, dragging their feet, or they lack the leadership or the desire to get married because the product has been bastardized. So it's like it doesn't mean what it used to mean. Doesn't mean what it used to mean. And that's really sad. Because even they themselves, they need a wife. Because men who are not married, they don't age well. They don't age well. Even in their careers, they don't go far in their careers because people are not going to trust you if you don't have a family. Because that's the ultimate sign of leadership and sacrifice. It's like, you don't have a family, you don't have children. You can come over here and steal our money, do all kinds of stuff, right? But they do need it. It's good for them. It really is good for them. It truly is good for them. Most men who are married tend to live longer and they have better lives. And they tend to have more joy and fulfillment because they also need family. Men also need family. You know, I think Harrison also said that, like, when his wife started, like, you know, was committed to being a wife, it helped him to become a better man. He said that, right? Because men also need wives. They need that feminine energy. Yeah, that's easy. They go and they sleep. So it's like you take the mystique away. You know, there are so many sex workers now. There are so many sex workers. When I tell you, pornography is everywhere for free, for 50 cents, you can go from any type of price point. A man can have the sickest fantasy. If he has enough money, he can make it happen. Because there are girls out here who are willing to do it. They'll do it. You have girls who probably even have the intercourse with a dog for a man to pleasure himself because he has the money. People like Carisha said, you can pee on me. Like, a man can really come and just urinate on her body. And for money, she'll do it. So when the fellas are constantly hearing this type of degeneracy from these women, it's like, how do you take these women seriously? Yeah. I remember that story too. Yeah, just like a man she barely knew. That's why I said like Tinder is a dating app. Tinder is a hookup app. A man she barely knew, she brought him to her apartment. I'm like, you lucky all he did was steal your shoes. What if he had choked you up? That's why I say, any woman who has a profile on a dating app, she's advertising her desperation. She's advertising desperation, her time, and her box. Because if you are really in high demand, you're not going to be on no damn app. That's crazy. But I feel like, to me, when you finally give in to opening a profile on a dating app, yeah, you've reached the lowest of lows. You don't know how to play this game. So now you're going to allow somebody to turn you into a token. Hush, head. Swipe left, swipe right, like you're crazy. No, we're not doing that. We are truly not doing that. So I was like, so that was my take on it, you know. I was like, child, please, leave that boy alone. He said nothing wrong. Because I'm like, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15, 20 years from now, the majority of all these beautiful young ladies who graduated with these expensive pieces of paper, okay, they're not going to use it. Even the kids at Columbia, they're walking on the stage. They're like tearing up their degrees. I'm like, oh, there you go. Okay. So I'm like, you got young people who went to Columbia, spent all this money. They so mad. They tearing up their degrees because they're upset. You know? So I'm like, I just don't feel like 10 years from now, 15 years from now, I don't think these girls are going to be using their degrees. They'll be doing something completely different. And whatever they thought the life was going to be, the career world, like the career life, the corporate world was going to be, they're going to be so shocked. I'm like, and he's right. You are in for a rude awakening. What do you think? All this Drake thing. Oh, Drake is crazy. Right? But I'm like, yeah, it's all over the place. I'm telling you, corn is all over the place. And a lot of people are sick. A lot of people are addicted to it. They'd rather lock themselves up in a room and play with themselves than to get dressed, go outside and meet real people and actually have social skills. Right? How many guys today even know how to walk up to a woman and talk to a woman properly? They don't know. They only know how to talk to a woman behind an app in the DMs, swipe left, swipe right, right? But like the actual like skill of like sitting there and talking to a person face to face and knowing how to make conversation, that skill is like disappearing. You know what I mean? You know. I think like for me, what I would say when it comes to women, I would say women should date by doing activities. whether it's like going to a very bougie gym, right? Whether it's like, you know, trying stuff out during the weekend. Maybe you can go, I don't know, hiking. You can join like a marathon group, like stuff where you actually have to do activities where you can see a person's character. You know, I will do more activities based stuff, not just going to church now, because there's some sick people in church also, huh? Because that place, it's a hospital for the sick. But I will do more activities. I will do more stuff like where you actually have to go outside, get to know people, get dressed, be presentable, know how to carry yourself. You know, because sometimes like in your city and stuff, they could have all kinds of events, like wine tasting events. They could have mountain hiking. They could have, you know, the stuff where you do stuff outside. And also try things you would not normally try. Like try activities that you would not normally try. Because you might meet people that you're like, wow, I didn't expect you to meet you here. That's pretty cool. Right? That's that. But I'm like, a dating app? Well, no. Stay away from them things. No. All right. So that's that, my peoples. I gotta go. I'm getting tired. I'm like, oh, I need to go lay down. This belly of mine. Okay. So that's that. But it's like, do not be offended. If you were offended by what he said, don't take it the wrong way. Don't let the outrage, you know, infest your mindset. Don't take it the wrong way. Because honestly, he's not lying. The majority of women do not want to work. The majority of women don't even want to use their degrees. The majority of women want to go into content creation. Okay. The majority of women, once they have babies, their entire outlook on life changes. You know, like the things that used to drive you don't drive you the same. The things that used to motivate you don't motivate you the same, because it's like, now that I have children, like I really got to start thinking differently. And a lot of people too, once they start having kids, they become more mature, they become more focused, you know, because like now they truly have something to fight for, which is very different than just doing stuff for yourself and for your career and for your status. Like it's very different. Yeah, people used to be outside. Like people really used to be outside and meet people outside, you know, but today nobody goes outside because people don't know how to properly talk to people unless they're doing it through a phone or an app with filters on. I'm like, what is wrong with y'all? This is just weird. This is really weird. Okay. So I love y'all. Oh, Lord. I will try to be back tomorrow. It's not easy, but I'll try. All right. So I hope you enjoyed today's show, but don't be upset, y'all. Don't be upset. We pray that more men out here, you know, take charge and take leadership and understand that, you know, they have to step up also and be husbands and be providers, you know, and give their wives or give the women that they're in love with, like, you know, the safety and the comfort and the reassurance they need, you know, to really thrive in motherhood and to thrive in their feminine energy, because it's a beautiful thing, you know, because I'm like working and waking up early and fighting in this world, and child, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It really, really is a lot. You know, if you're doing something that you want to do from home, or like, you know, you even go to work, but you decide on your schedule and stuff like that, that's a lot better. And also, like, you work with people that you really want to work with. You enjoy your company. You love your team. You love your manager. You know, that's one thing. But to have to work just to pay the bills, just to survive, just to take care of yourself, you know, it's not easy. It really is not easy. And if more women had the choice to do what they truly wanted to do, to make money and take care of their families, I don't think they'd be working the job they're working now. I don't think they could. Yeah, you know, I don't think they would. I think some people, if they could, they would even have a non-for-profit, you know, there's something that they're really passionate about. They would try to be an agent of change and not just be somebody who's just working just to make money, you know, because it's not fulfilling. You know, it really is not fulfilling. Just working just to make money, giving your time away just to make money, like, it really is not fulfilling. It's not fulfilling. So, you know. Oh, Lonnie, so you bought some Olaplex? My Olaplex packaging also came today. I was like, oh, I can't wait to use it. You know? Yeah, just misleading all these girls. It's true. I'm like, I don't even know why we're being upset here. You know? I don't know why we're being upset. They lie to us. They celebrity culture, it's a lie. Like climbing the corporate ladder, it's a lie. Oh, if you work hard, it's a lie. Okay. There are so many lies out there, but when you're young, you buy it all. I remember when I was younger and I buy the book Girl Boss from Sophia Amoruso. I was like, oh, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want to make all this money and da 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 da. Child, then you start running a business. You're so miserable. You become so miserable. You're always stressed. You're always under scrutiny. Like people complain more than they congratulate you. People will complain more than they'll give you like compliments. You know what I mean? You're more likely to get bad reviews than to get good reviews. Because people expect you to do good. So when you do good, nobody cares. But when you do bad, oh my gosh, they just come and roast your behind. I was like, my Lord. You know? Because even me too, I had to really think, yeah, it's garbage. All these movies about, oh, you're gonna meet somebody and go shopping and shopping and shop. You get older, you're like, nah, what's the real meaning of life, you know? And I do feel like even with the quarantine too, like the quarantine, it made people really reassess a lot of things. Like, what the heck am I doing with myself? Do I really like look at all these girls like who are selling their celebrity, like all these YouTubers, like these what's it called, luxury influencers who are all selling their bags. They're selling their bags. They're selling this. Like, I'm like, I feel like quarantine is like, plus the economy right now too. Like the economy, it's really making people reassess everything. Like, you know what I mean? What does success really mean? And is it really centered around money? And it's like, I don't know. And I think like since the quarantine, people are really valuing their time. Because people didn't see it before, because we were all caught up in this rat race. Like we didn't see it. But when the world shut down and you had nothing but time, you're like, wow, like I actually enjoy having my time. I truly enjoy having my time. Like I like having my time to myself. Like you become very selfish over your time because you're like, wow, like that's the most important thing I have is your time. And you trade your time for money. But sometimes it's like, is that even enough money? Yeah. So it's like, you know, you grow up and you realize that you were sold a lot of lies. Hey, Abby, you were sold a lot of lies. You know, even like when it comes to friendship, when you grow up, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to have all these girlfriends and we're going to dress up and go out to eat and do all this. Child. You grow up and like, you know what? I'll be grateful if I only have one good friend. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, all these, like, I think so. If I don't get a copyright stuff, I will. Yeah. So it's like, child, you get older and you just see life differently. When you were younger, like the stuff that used to excite you when you were younger, it's like, now it's like, child, this thing just bores me. You know what I mean? I need more substance. Like you need more substance. Like you need something more. And so if you're really young right now, you might not see it, but eventually when you get older, you'll see it. Like, you know what? This is crazy. You know, is this what life really is? You work so many, like you work like what, 9 months or 10 months out the year or 11 months out the year, and you only get 30 days of vacation. Can you imagine? So you're going to work 330 days. Well, 335 days. And you only get 30 days to yourself. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Is that a fair trade of your time? You know? And every year you repeat the same thing. Like yeah. You know, it's like, I mean, you think about it, like, you know what, is this I don't know. You think like, you know, even being entrepreneurs, like, is it even worth it sometimes? Like the stress, the money, the hours you work for, so many hours, like you just work and work and work. And then you see another person who doesn't even work as hard as you, but she's white or she's Jewish. She got connection. You know, she gets a check just like that. You're like, what the heck? How is this fair? Like, what the heck? You know, you guys, I was like, wow, this is some BS. You know, I had to deal with some really harsh truths in my life. I used to be so into like, oh, if you work hard, if you have the best product, if you have the best packaging, want. That's not true. It's not true. You could have the best product, but if you're not popular, you're not going to sell. Right? You could have the best lashes, but if you're not as popular as Lily Lashes, because she was on TV and she got all the hair and the makeup and the fake boobs and the this and that, people like fake. People like people who look plastic. People love celebrity culture. So even if you have a better product, they're not gonna feature you because They don't see you as a status. I'm like, I had to learn a whole lot. And at first it's very hurtful. But then you're like, you know what? It's the world, Marlene. Like, it's the world. People are not going to appreciate you because you're intelligent or because you're smart, because you're hardworking. No. People love foolishness. People love girls who walk around with big BBLs and bleached skin and bunch of fake weave and bunch of fake nails and sleep with a bunch of rappers. I'm not going to go sleep with a rapper. Like, for what? I'm not about to go get divorced my husband and go be a baby mom to a rapper just so I can grow my following. I'm not doing this. Like, this is pure madness. Yeah, Kevin, it's too much. Am I not doing this? It's too much. You know? Or you have to like spend so much money on your appearance. You got to act like you're always successful, but it's like running a business is expensive. You know, it's expensive. But you got to run the business, keep up your appearance, you know, wear a bunch of luxury stuff. And it's like, but how does this even help? How? Like, well, how does this work? You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. And so I learned, you know, I learned everything they told you in school. It's a lie. Work hard, do your best, stay consistent, keep your head down. No, and no. Go viral. Go viral, be an idiot, make a fool. You know what I mean? Make a fool of yourself. Huda Beauty also had white investors. She had the people from TSG, because whatever the people, they gave her like almost $50 million. So how do you compete with that? You know what I mean? How do you compete with that? When you're black, who's gonna give you money? The majority of white people are racist. I keep telling y'all this. And you know they can say whatever they want. But it's like, go ask a white person to invest in your business. They're not gonna do it. That's how you know they're racist. They don't mind if you become a LGBTQ. They don't mind if you want to cut off your limbs. They don't mind that. They don't mind if you want to have an abortion, right? But go raise money and have a business plan. They're not gonna listen to you. But if a white girl comes with the same idea, they'll give her money, you know, because they don't want to help black people get out of poverty. White people will support you when you want to self-destruct. You want to go do gangster rap? Want to go be a thotty? You want to abort all your babies? You want to drop out of school? You want to get into all kinds of loans to get their goofy degrees? They'll support you. Ask a white person to help you get out of poverty. They ain't gonna do it. We don't really quite understand, right? But when it comes to somebody else, oh, we perfectly understand, because they show color they don't like. And that too, I had to accept that as well. Like, you're black, Marlene. And I always said, like, if you see me up, if anybody read my resume, you would think I was a white woman. I'll be very successful. If I was white, I'll be very successful. I'll be crazy successful. But I'm not. I'm black. Right? I have like the perfect resume for a white woman, but I have black packaging. And white people can never get over the fact that you're black. I don't care what they say. They can never get over the fact that you're black. They're racist. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say. Look at how easy it is for a white woman to get $50 million to go sell like clear lip gloss like Vaseline. Like Glossier, when they first came out, the stuff they were selling, I'm like, how is this different than Vaseline? It really ain't different. They package it differently. They brand it differently. But it's like, it's Vaseline though. Okay. Yeah. So it's like, you make peace with it. You know, make peace with it. That's how America is. America is a racist country. And success, money, all that kind of stuff, it's reserved for white people. And even that too, it's usually who controls it. It's the white man. And the majority of white women who have money is not because they're self-made. They have a whole bunch of white men who have opened doors for them, who wrote checks for them, who have supported them, etc., etc., etc. Right? And those things don't happen to black women because, you know, I guess there's no enough black leadership, or black men don't value putting their money into black women. You know, but you get older and you make peace with stuff. You know, you make peace with stuff. Even Candace, maybe that's why Candace felt like she had to get a white husband, because if she had the white husband, some doors would open for her that would not open if she had, you know, a black husband. I don't know, maybe not, right? But it's like, you get older, you just make peace with stuff. Like, this is how it is. Oh, really? Well, I'm here, baby. I'm fine. I'm really fine. You know? So that's the thing. You know? Exactly. That's where they throw their money at, you know. Exactly. So it's like, child, these people are crazy. But I'm like, so you make peace with that too. It's like, you know, child, like it's a lot. But ultimately, you recognize that society honestly does not care about your degrees. Okay. If you go to corporate world, it's gonna be a rat race. No matter what degree you have, when you start a new job, they'll treat you like you have no degree. Because sometimes between what you learn in the classroom and what you actually have to do on the job is two different things. You know, you can have great grades in law school, but you start this law school, they're gonna treat you like you know nothing. You know, humiliate you, like just abuse you and stuff like that, so they can build you up according to their corporate culture, right? That's the way it goes. You go into the, like, I guess, social media world. Nobody cares about education out here. Here it's all about views, going viral, being loud, being ratchet, being crazy. You know what I mean? But just because you had a dream does not mean it's going to happen, boo-boo. Like, I don't know why you want us to be afraid. You can dream of many things. It doesn't mean that it's true, right? So we don't have to be afraid of nothing. But the Bible says in Deuteronomy 28, you're blessed in the city, you're blessed in the field. You're blessed when you go, you're blessed when you come home. So you can have a dream. It doesn't mean it's going to make it true. So people don't have to be afraid, right? Nobody has to be afraid. You can sit here right now, the roof can fall on my head. Right? But I do feel like God gives confirmation to the prophet. So he will talk to me. I talk to him almost every day. People don't have to be afraid. You know what I mean? And also, you don't have to be afraid. Maybe you watched something before you went to bed and then you thought about me, so all that together. Or maybe low-key, high-key, you don't like me. So maybe because you don't like me, therefore you had a bad dream about me, right? Or maybe I said something that made you upset. So low-key, high-key, you resent me. Because sometimes your dreams are a reflection of your subconscious. So maybe you don't like me. Did you ever consider that also? So it's not so much that it's about me per se. It could be about you and how you feel about me. So that could be that. So dreams can be many things. But we don't have to be afraid because you had a dream. Right? God is faithful. Yeah, you can watch stuff and then it can go into your sleep. Sometimes you can watch stuff before you go to bed, and you're like, I've had all kinds of cuckoo dreams. What the heck is this? But then the TV was playing. It could be many things. You know, it could be many things. You know, so who knows? But it's like we don't have to be afraid now, sis. You know, it's just a dream. You know, but God is faithful though. But you, I'm saying, like, but you get older, you're like, man, this stuff is like. Oh, well, I mean, the majority, but not when it comes to me. I can't tell you that much, right? I can tell you that much. But, you know, that's the thing. Not when it comes to me, bro. I'm going to live to see my grandkids, my great-grandkids. I'm serious. That's one thing I'm convinced of. I'm going to live to see my kids, my great-grandkids. They might even get tired of me because I sure will be around. You understand? Like, that's the promise God has made me. Remember, I used to be on the planes with my mom. Like, every time there's like a turbulence, like she used to pinch me and stuff. Oh, girl, I ain't about to die on a plane. That's not my destiny. Okay, I will live long, a long life, a protected life, a covenant life. The Lord protects his anointed. You know, I'm safe. God is God. God is good. God is very faithful. You know. But I'm saying just because you're scared does not mean we have to be scared. Just because you had a dream does not mean that I'm like, oh, she had a dream, so I don't even know your first name. So imagine me being scared because you tell me you had a dream. I don't even know your first name. Wouldn't that make me foolish? Right? That'll make me quite crazy, huh? And that don't sound like me. That don't sound like me. I don't even know your first name, but I'm gonna take your dream and be scared. Come on now, boo. You know me better than that. You know me better than that. I know myself. I know my God. I know I'm safe. He that had begun a good work in me shall continue until the coming of Jesus Christ. And that's for me to stay here and run my mouth every day until I push this baby. Yeah. You know, I'm like, child, But it could be that you don't like me, though. You might say it could be that you don't like me. So because you don't like me, you put me in a car and you want me something bad to happen to me in the car. My Lord, my Jesus. Child, the things people will feel about you because you express your mind. That's crazy. This is really, really crazy. This is crazy, y'all. I'm like, it could be your subconscious. You could be snitching on yourself. You could be snitching on yourself. You like me? Are you sure you like me? Or maybe you watched the Beyonce video and got upset at me. No, but it's true. No, I'm very open. Yeah. Oh, you think I'm very open because it could be her subconscious. Maybe I said something that made her upset and she went to bed thinking about what I said. And so she put me in a car and sent me straight to hell. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I won't be surprised. Like you get me so mad at somebody, you go to sleep, you so mad about what they said, then you sleep, you put somebody in the car, like you're not coming out of this damn car. Okay. So I'm like, you know, so maybe I said something that made you upset. But you don't always agree with me. Yeah. So did you watch a video? You can be honest. You don't always, okay, cool. But did you watch a video recently? Did you watch one of my videos recently that like I said something that really made you upset? Because maybe you watched a video recently and I said something and it triggered you. Yeah. So you don't always agree. So that means I've triggered you before. Yeah. That's why you put my ass in that car. That's why you put my ass in that car. Release me from your dreams. Okay? In the world. What in the mighty name of Jesus? What about tomorrow? I was going to do a Beyonce video for y'all today, but I was so tired. That was like Beyonce Giselle. I ain't go, you see? You see? This is why you put me in the car. What did I say that made you upset? What did I say? I knew it. I was like, no. That's her subconscious. I said something she didn't like. And she went to bed and put my ass in the car and drove me straight to hell. I don't deserve this. That's maybe why I couldn't sleep last night. I had to turn left and turn right the whole time. Queen has me in a car. I was like, why I can't sleep? Somebody play with my spirit. Queen, I rebuke you. You are crazy. This is y'all too much. You people are just way too much. Y'all crazy. You gonna be that upset at me that you put me in a car and sent me straight to hell. I don't deserve this. I'm a good person. I really am a good person. You're like, what I do, Queen? Because I was oh Lord, you got even Abby used to get so mad at me. One day she just, you know what? I give up. She gave up and gave in. So Queen, what did I say? Entertain me. Yeah, you really are wrong for that though. Like seriously, you gonna go to bed and put me in a car and send me straight to hell because you in your feelings. You're so damn mean. I swear, I need to pray for a hedge of protection. I said, Lord, a hedge of protection, Jesus. This is crazy. You people cannot be coming over here and trying to snatch my soul, snatch my spirit. No wonder was it on Wednesday? Wednesday I couldn't sleep. From Tuesday to Wednesday, I slept really. I had my doctor's appointment. Come to find out, it was Queen doing all kinds of weird stuff to my spirit. Girl, I rebuke thee in the name of Jesus. What is this? This is crazy. You see, this is why I used to put my videos on Patreon. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. God, forgive your daughter, God. She was playing with the spirit of your anointed. Okay? Because I talked about Beyonce's hairline. Unbelievable. What did I say? Tell me what I said that made you so upset that you put me in that car. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Don't put my black ass in the car. For what? Oh, my gosh. I don't deserve this. I am truly a good person. Oh, Lord. Queen, if I made you upset, I apologize. Okay, please stop putting me in your dreams. Okay, thank you. Release me from your heart. Release me from your subconscious. Yeah, y'all too sensitive. Y'all just way too sensitive. Yeah, I couldn't sleep, and then I had to then I started falling asleep, and I was like, then it was time to go get ready for the doctor. Oh gosh, I'm so tired. We're like, what? Because one thing about dreams, right? One thing you know about dreams is that dreams are a true reflection of your subconscious. You know, that some of your dreams can really tell you how you feel. They can really tell you how you feel about a person. You know, that's why I was just like, what? That's why I didn't take it serious. I'm like, Chad, she just mad about something. Oh, maybe. Yeah, because they love Beyonce, Chad. No, you can have dreams and vision and they do come true. Yeah. I've had some that actually came true. But the only one who can say like, oh, most of my dreams, a majority of my dreams come true. Like now that has to be God. Right? Because that's some crazy type of power. Understand? You know, and also if you tell somebody, oh, I had this dream about you, and they actually believe it, you know, especially if you're saying a scary dream, you know, and they believe it, their own fear is going to make it come to pass. Right? Because if you say, oh, to somebody, oh, I saw you in a car, like, oh, you had a car accident, and they let that go into their head, the anxiety of the car accident is going to lead to a car accident because they've accepted it. Right? Because when you said it, I did agree with you. I read what you say, because the Bible says like 2 or 3 have to agree. I don't agree. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Like, you know what I'm saying? But if you agree with what's being said, then there's a covenant. So I can see how if somebody says something and you let that scare you, the fear that you've accepted, it's about to happen. But I said, no, I don't think that's what it is. I think you were upset about something I said. So I feel like you probably watched a video recently that I said, because that's the only thing that's been different is like I've been posting more on YouTube. So most likely I said something you didn't like, you know? And it's like you were kind of struggling with it. Like, I don't know, I like her, but I don't like her. But why would you say that, right? And like that pensive mindset, you went to sleep with it, and you put my black ass in that damn car. Child, what in the world? What in the world, queen? This is just too much. I don't deserve this. I'm a good person. Okay, I don't deserve this. Like, let me loose in the name of Jesus. Okay, cut me loose in the name of God. I can't breathe. I was like, Lord, what did I say? Because I must have said something that triggered her. And when she went to bed, she put my ass in that car. She put the seatbelt on me like, Mark, I'm locking you in here. Go. No. Okay. So it could be that. Child. I remember I used to not like somebody so bad. Yeah. I used to not like this person so bad. I used to dream about whooping her ass. Because I think she just get on my nerves. Oh, it was too funny. It was just hilarious. It was just too funny. I was like, this is crazy. But you know, the things that, let me say this, for the things that I say, even if you don't agree with what I say, please know, I don't say things out of malice. I don't say things out of malice. I don't say things to hurt people. Like I got bigger problems than that. I don't say things to trigger people. I don't really care. Right. But my thing is, what's it called? My thing is, I just don't like people being fake. Like, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it 100. Like when I heard what that young man said, I was like, okay, y'all just mad because he's white, he's rich, and he's Christian, right? And he's privileged, right? But is he really lying though? Do most women actually use their degree? Even one time, Anton did a video on this girl. She has like $200,000 like student loan. Talk about, oh, she don't want to use her degree. I said, huh? Then why did you commit to $200,000? You're not going to use your degree. This is crazy. I don't know, because he has so many channels, so it's kind of hard. Is it this one? Because he has like the Millionaire Morning Show. He has so many shows. He has so many channels sometimes. It's hard to keep up. But this girl, she got like so much in student loans. She's like, don't want to go to school. I don't want to use my degree. I said, you don't want to use your degree. But how you going to pay for this? I have to look for it tomorrow and like show it to you guys. But every time I'm telling you, like every time I'm on YouTube, it's some girl talking about she don't want to use her degree no more. Right? Where was it? I have to look for it. I have to look for it. But even when you see the content, like you see the content that young people are making on TikTok also, you can tell that a lot of girls do not want to work. Okay. They do not want to work. They want to have a softer life, et cetera, et cetera. Even this guy too. Oh, financial audit. Is that what it's called? This guy, child. You see the woman on the show right here. They're like, these girls do not want to work. But at the same time, they don't want to stop spending money. You know? But I'm like, I watch a lot of shows and I'm like, honestly, these ladies do not want to work. They don't want to work. One girl, she was this one, no. This one, somebody, she's a model. She don't want to go to school no more. She a model. Where's the other one? This other girl was a what? Like a spiritual healer. She was in all kinds of debt. This girl don't want to work also. Oh, this one was like, no, where's the spiritual healer girl? Child, I mean, these women are so funny. But ultimately, they don't want to work. You know? They want to be Barbies. They want to be the prize. They want to be this. They want to be that. So I'm like, child. So I'm like, why are we sitting here pretending like people actually do want to work? They don't want to work. You know? Yeah. So I was like, yeah, they don't want to work. So I'm like, why are we pretending? Most women don't want to work. They don't want to work. They want to do other things, but the job, they resent their job. Like every time they wake up in the morning, oh gosh, I gotta go to work again. Can't stand that place, right? They don't want to work. But the problem is, like I said, we don't have enough quality fellas out here to help these women like achieve the dream of not working. But most women do not want to work. They don't want to work. They don't want to work. They don't really want to work. Even like during like the whole quarantine thing, they used to have a little series called "I Work for a Tech Company," and you would see they'd be out there playing foosball. They'd be out here in the coffee break room, drinking tea, coffee, playing games, recording content. It's like, I don't want to work. Then they all started getting fired because they were not working. So I was like, it's okay. It's okay. People don't want to work. So God is faithful, y'all. But tomorrow, we're going to talk about Beyonce tomorrow. Because I have a few questions. Because I asked my sister, like, what do you think about this? You know what I'm saying? But the Beehive members who do follow me, I apologize, okay? Sorry, I'm talking about your queen, chair. The queen, Beyonce. Okay? Her mom did a little podcast. And I was like, I don't understand why they don't just let Miss Tina... I don't know why the brand was not just for her mom. Like, why don't you let them, like, it should have been her mom. Like, oh, Miss Tina's coming out with a hair care line. It would have been very successful. Like this one right here. We'll talk about this one tomorrow. It's not even doing well. But I listened to this yesterday and I was like, okay, interesting. Okay, interesting. Right? But I'm like, they should have just let her mom have the brand. Because I think it would have been more believable. And her mom does not, like Miss Tina, she likes to talk. She likes to be seen. She likes the adulation. She likes to be worshipped. She loves that. She loves it. She loves it. She loves it. And then compared to Beyonce, she can really talk about hair. But I'm like, she talked a lot about the hair stuff and things like that. I mean, she was not very on point when it came to like the ingredient and stuff like that. But I'm like, it should have been a Miss Tina brand and it would have done really well because she's going to be outside talking about this brand. Yeah, she wants to be outside. Miss Tina loves the way people kiss her behind. Okay. She loves to be worshipped. She loves the attention. Like if she could have been like the 4th, 5th member of Destiny's Child, she would have done it. If age was not a problem, she would have done it. So it's like, child. Yeah, I'm like, so Beyonce's not passionate about hair, and it shows. She does not care about hair. This was a money grab for her. But I'm like, her mom really cares. I'm like, why not let your mom be like the owner of the brand or the face of the brand? You know? I don't know if she still likes doing hair, but I'm like, to make the brand successful, she's going to do it. Does that make sense? Like, you might not like to do the hair, but if that's what it takes to sell these products, she's going to do it. She's going to do it because she loves it. She loves being outside. You know? So I'm like, I don't know why they felt like they had to give the brand to Beyonce. Like, for what? She doesn't have to have everything. It's okay. I don't know. They feel like, oh, if you're a mega celebrity, you got to have this business and that business and this business. But for what? Stick to what you love. That's it. You don't see Adele out here trying to sell or start all kinds of businesses. But you can let your mom have this. Let your mom have it. You know, you can finance it, whatever, but let your mom have it. But I'm like, Miss Tina, she gonna be outside. She don't mind. Beyonce, you're not gonna do it because you're not really passionate about it. Okay. And I watched this other girl. She was like talking more about the product. Like, you would think she was there when they actually designed the product, like manufactured the product. I was like, girl, you're good. You're really good at this. Yeah. And that's okay. Like, you know, that's really okay. You don't have to have multiple businesses. And I feel like they put pressure on her. Oh, because Rihanna has something, so she also needs to have something. For what? For what? Learn to say no. Like, you know, I have what I want. I'm happy. Right? But if my mom wants to do it, though, I'll fully support her. Yeah. You know? But I'm like, I feel like, you know, Miss Tina, as the CEO, as the owner of the brand, I think it would have gone even better. Because Miss Tina, she does not mind being outside. She loves being outside, okay? She loves being outside. Like, that's her happy place. She loves the compliments. She loves the way people get scared when she comes around. She loves the way people put her on a pedestal because she's Beyonce's mother. She loves all that Queen Mary stuff. She loves it. She absolutely loves it. Because, I mean, I guess she's the closest thing, like, to being the mama of Jesus, I guess, right? So, I don't know. But I'm like, girl, it's okay. It's fine. All right? So we'll do that tomorrow. Because I want to ask you a question, too. I want you to think about that. Now, Queen, don't be triggered now. Don't put me in a volcano next. Don't be coming back tomorrow like, Martin, I saw you fall into a volcano. Don't throw my ass in a volcano, okay? But I was asking my little sister this, right? I was like, do you think Beyonce is a bit jealous of Meg Thee Stallion? What y'all think? Let that simmer and think about that for tomorrow. Because I'm like, all this cowboy fanfare, okay, trying to have her butt cheeks out, dressed like a little cowboy this, I'm a Southern girl, I'm a country girl. I was like, is it because of Meg Thee Stallion? Because you know how Meg is like, oh, Houston, I'm representing the Houston hotties. Oh, I'm from Houston, I'm from Texas, whoa. You know? Because I'm like, Beyonce, you have not talked about Texas in a long time. But now all of a sudden you want to be country. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, a lot of her fashion choices is giving Meg Thee Stallion. It's giving Meg Thee Stallion. So I was like, do you think? Because before Beyonce steals for us, she does. She really does. Because I'm like, all this cowboy stuff, her booty cheeks are out, the crazy BBL. I'm like, what is going on? What is Sean up to now? But I'm like, girl, it's giving. Yeah. I'm like, it's giving Meg Thee Stallion. Because Beyonce rips off a lot of people. Then she'll be like, oh, I was inspired. She's always inspired by somebody, girl, besides her damn self. Okay? But I'm like, because there's something like there's a dissonance. Like there's something that is not sticking for me. Yeah. Because I was like, she was not dressing like this. Like now she wants to do all the rodeo stuff. She wants to do this and that. I feel like every time somebody has a movement, Beyonce be snatching their stuff. Like look at Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie came out with It's Just One Thing. Okay, Beyonce went and stole her song. Dun, 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 dun. Oh. Next thing you knew, Anne-Marie gave up. Oh yeah, sure, boo. Just ask me the question and I'll do it. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, I'm like, educate people about what? Girl, what you talking about? But I just feel like this weird shift, because I'm like, when you think about it, going from Renaissance, like very disco, very house music type of stuff, to like this sudden shift into like whatever this country thing is, you know, I was like, I don't know. Yeah, I was like, this is very bizarre. Because Beyonce has copied a lot of people. She has stolen a lot of people's swag. You see that she wants to do rock? What, because of Billie Eilish? Because I'm like, but the way she dresses, like all that country stuff, I'm like, that's the kind of stuff Megan was doing. You know? Because I'm like, girl, are you inspired by Megan? She's always copying people. And I'm like, even if you look at her career, like she took a lot from Tina Turner also. She took a lot from Tina Turner. Like if you look at Tina Turner, how she used to dress back in the day, rolling down the river. Okay, you'll see Beyonce do the same move, like do. Okay, but I was really looking at her. I was like, Cheryl, I think this woman is like. She said, when someone is under spiritual attack, how to pray and fast to break the stronghold. Sienna, the number one thing is to not believe that you're under spiritual attack. Because once you buy into it, it's a wrap. Once you buy into it, it's a wrap. Why would you be under spiritual attack for? Right? Don't let these weirdos on YouTube make you believe about, spiritual warfare and spiritual attack. Don't believe that. Right? Don't believe that. If something is not going on in your life the way you think it should, ask yourself if honestly you don't have any personal responsibility. But don't be so quick to believe that you're under spiritual attack. Because once you start believing that you're under spiritual attack, it's going to start working in your head. Yeah. I mean, because the packaging does not feel like her. Even her mom said that. We'll talk about it tomorrow. But even her mom said that. She was like, oh, people were expecting to see bees and this. And I'm like, yeah, it's Beyonce, right? This packaging that, like the lady said, the other white woman who does like the documentary, she was like, it looks like Rhode. It looks like a Kim Kardashian line. It looks like Rare Beauty. There's nothing unique about this packaging. You know? But I do feel like Beyonce takes a lot of people's swag and she tried to make it her own. You know what I mean? So I was like, girl, like, let Meg Thee Stallion have something. My God. Because the one who really came out here with like the whole like, I'm a stallion. Yeah, I'm a stallion. I'm from Houston. You know, Tina Snow, you know, Houston, Texas, you know, like kind of like dressing like that. I'm like, it's giving Meg Thee Stallion. It really is giving Meg Thee Stallion. It's like, I'm like, I feel like she's taking a lot from Meg Thee Stallion. And I was like, girl, what is going on? What is Sean up to? Yeah, that's what she does. Because even I'm a Savage, like the remix, she just jumped on it. Didn't even ask for permission. Yeah, it's giving concrete. Like, it's not giving her. I'm like, the packaging has no soul to me. The packaging has no soul. I'm like, you would not know that was a Beyonce skincare brand, a Beyonce hair care brand. I'm like, yeah, I was like, John, what is this? You know? I'm like, girl, this whole Texas stuff. Yeah, but because you bought into it. Because you bought into it. And if you believe that they're that powerful, it's going to work. Because you yourself will go like, you will have a self-like fulfilling prophecy. They can't do nothing to you. No one can do anything to you. You got to tell that to yourself every day. No one can do anything to me. Everything works out in my favor. And my thing is also, just because like certain things right now, I don't know what it is, but just because certain things right now are not working for you, it does not mean that it's them. Okay, don't give people that much power. If they had that much power, they wouldn't have to steal the land. They could make more land, but they can't. Okay, all right. Don't give anybody that much power. Right? If certain things are not working out for you, it could be the economy, right? Maybe the economy is just bad. You know, a lot of bad things are happening to people now. It's not because they're bad people. It's just the economy, right? Sometimes also there are seasons like that. Like, you know, you have a season where everything goes well, and then you have a season where like things are a bit different, you know? It's happening to a lot of people. Don't try to overread into something and give these random people over there any type of power. They have no power over you. You understand? God protects you. Nobody has power over you. But in life, you know, like the Bible says, you know, listen, many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers. God delivers, right? So make sure you're looking at things objectively and you're not allowing like, you know, religion and voodoo and all that black African stuff to get to your head because it's fugazi. If they were so powerful, why don't they evict all the white people who are over there stealing their land and taking their money? Okay? Do not let these weirdos get into your head. They have no power. Yeah, they know how to do voodoo, but these white people come and take their land every day. Yeah, go somewhere. Bunch of crap. They can't do nothing to you. Okay, the first thing to fighting spiritual warfare is to rebuke this. Like, I refuse this. This is not, no. You have no power over me. It could just be the economy, or it could even be God who doesn't want to have certain things because it's not the right season. So don't give people that much power. Don't give anybody that much power. You're a child of God. What the heck? Why would God let people like do something to you? They have no power. They were exposed for stealing the land. They're a bunch of thieving asses. They a bunch of thieving asses. And the more they try to curse you, they're going to curse themselves. The Bible says that a curse without a purpose, it goes right back to sender. Okay? Not every curse can take root. Because when you want to curse somebody, you need to have just cause. Why are you cursing the person? Okay, you can't just curse people now. Can't just curse people. Because what you speak over a child of God's life, it's going to come back on you double portion. And even God, and the Bible said that even God will commend the devil to reinstate you. Like he will have to restore you, okay, times 7. So don't be worried about it. If they say bad things about you, they curse you, they cursing God. So, and in my fight, it's God's fight. You can't get to me. You will not get to me. Everything works in my favor. Everything works in my favor. But don't let people get into your head. You understand? Nothing's going to happen to you. The stuff that's happening now, it could be a coincidence. Causation, correlation, it's not always the same. Right? Just because there's something happening to you right now, it does not mean that it has any relation to what's happened to what they said. It could be a coincidence. But because you're scared and you have no reason to be scared, they can't do nothing to you. If they're so good at voodoo, they need to spend that voodoo evicting all the white people who are taking their land. How about that part? Start there. You know? But these people don't have no power. All the people who are dead in the cemetery, why don't they go rise up their bodies to show us they're powerful? They are powerful nothing, bunch of clowns. Because they know African people were like, if I don't feel, maybe you're Haitian or whatever, but anyways, the same thing, right? But they just know that Black people are very superstitious. They know that. So when you know that your people have a very superstitious culture, it's very easy to scare them with curses. I'm going to throw a curse on you. I'm going to throw a curse on you. You're not going to throw a curse on nobody but your damn self and your children. Play with me if you want to. You know what I'm saying? That's it. People already know like we have a very superstitious nature. You know what I mean? And if you look at history, that's always how white people have been able to bamboozle us because they know we're very superstitious and it works. The whole time, there's science that can explain it. There's a formula that can explain it. You know what I'm saying? You understand? But they feed off of fear. Don't allow anyone into your brain. Don't allow anyone into your mind. You see, even Queen told me that she saw me in a whatever she saw. I was like, girl, you are crazy. I started laughing. I was like, you're funny. Okay. Ain't nothing happening to me. All right? Because I don't let people into my head. Nobody gets into my head. I told you, I don't even watch sex scenes. Like when I see a sex scene in a movie, I fast forward. You're not about to put that stuff into my head. I don't want to see it. I don't care if it's a woman with a man with a woman, a man with a man. I don't want to see nobody humping. Thank you. I'm not interested. I don't listen to like violent music, degenerate music. How's that? I protect my mind. I protect my thoughts because that's all you have is your mind. You know, when you allow anybody to have access to your mind, you will suffer. And then you'll do things and then you're going to start manifesting. You know, oh my gosh, look, they were right. They were right. They were not right. Well, and they did wrong. And what does the Bible says, right? God said what? That you have to protect the widows and the orphans. So you did the right thing. You stood up for the people that God said are the most vulnerable. You're going to be just fine. They're going to get that behind locked the hell up. Okay, they're going to be locked the hell up. It is God who told you to stand up and speak up, and you did the right thing. So he who has begun a good work in you shall continue until the coming of Jesus Christ. Fear nothing. How you say it in the how you say it in Swahili? How'd it go? Hakuna Matata. Yeah, that's the thing. Hakuna Matata. Okay, everything's gonna be well. Do not worry. Okay, do not worry yourself. Okay, it's gonna be all right. Have the spirit of a Maasai warrior. Do not let these people get to you. They can't do nothing. All these British people who have all these fancy safaris in the Kenya, these fancy hotels in Kenya, they can't go curse them and take the land back from them people. Rubbish. They're full of crap. It was raining. It was raining really bad. It was raining really bad in Nairobi. Like there was floods in Nairobi. Why did they not put their hands up and make the sun come out and stop all the rain from afflicting the people? These people are clowns. They are serious clowns. Do not let people get to you. They are serious clowns. All that flood. Yo, it was raining so hard in Nairobi. Like it was flood. There was water everywhere. Okay. Why didn't you come out and be like, oh, I'm so anointed. I will bring out the sun and dry out the land. Couldn't do nothing. Shut up, you idiot. Have the spirit of a Maasai warrior. Okay. Fear nothing. Fear nothing. Come against me and you'll see I will stick you in your eye. You demons. They're so dumb. They're so stupid. They can't do nothing to no one. Charlatans. Bunch of empty words. People have words because God puts breath in their lungs. That's why they can say foolishness to people. If they didn't have breath in their lungs, could they even have the strength to curse you? Because God puts air in their lungs. He needs to deflate their lungs like a balloon. They'll lay down and be quiet and give the land back to these kids. Shameful people. They're so shame. Imagine you get caught stealing and you have the audacity to curse someone. What you look like? You stupid. You so damn stupid. They can't do nothing to you, Sana. Most likely the stuff that's happening is just because of the economy. The economy is really bad right now. Everybody's scared. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the economy. So fear not. Trust yourself. Trust your gifts. And if you have to pivot, just pivot. That's it. Don't overthink stuff, right? Because right now people are getting laid off. They're like the economy is bad, and that's why we say they have to stop this war. Stop all these damn wars. People need money. People are tired. So that's it. But people can curse you. People can have dreams about you. Yeah, we don't care. Okay, we are safe. We are protected. The blood of Jesus. Archangel Michael protects us. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Put money in the U.S. No, go fight wars. Go fight wars. These people have money. I saw a video today from Tupac. Talk about these people. They have money for wars, but don't have money to feed the poor. I was like, you know what? Go ahead, Gemini. Oh yeah, but it's the thing is, I feel like it's because African people are just draining. They're just draining. And usually also when you come back from a funeral, you know, they're just exhausting. It's an exhausting people. Everybody, they're just exhausting. They're draining. They are seriously draining people. So if you need time off, block them. Stop picking up their calls and stop looking at your WhatsApp, because these African people, ever since they have access to WhatsApp, nobody can sleep now. Okay? So that's about it. But whenever you want to tap out, just tap out. But mentally, do not believe that, oh, they can do this to me, they can do that to me. No. None of them could pick your birthday. None of them knew your mama's due date. None of them could predict the time you were going to be born, okay? So your whole life, your destiny, and so many other things like that, it is a mystery to all these people. It's even a mystery to yourself. So they have no power over you. They truly have no power over you, okay? But it's like all these wars over here, war over here, money over here. I'm like, what the heck? But these people, they have money. They have so much money, but the people are not a priority. They're just lining up their pockets. I'm like, politicians are a waste of time. Politicians are corrupt. I feel like if we got rid of politicians, the world would be a better place. The world would be a better place. Things would be more efficient, and things will actually work out so much better because you don't have politicians. But you add politicians in the mix, everything becomes more complicated, convoluted. Things take a lot longer, okay? Hey, Maggie, what's up? You know, everything drags out. When you like, politicians make everything worse. They overcomplicate everything. They make everything super expensive and things like that. They're just so worthless. They are absolutely worthless. They're worthless. It's about democracy. No, it's about bureaucracy. It's not democracy. This is nothing but bureaucracy. This is not democracy. Okay, they are really inefficient and they waste so much money. Okay, they waste money. So no, we don't have time for this. We don't have time for this. Okay. So yes, y'all. So tomorrow we'll talk about Beyonce, child. There's so much to talk about. We'll talk about Beyonce. But this was this topic was interesting. You know, so these people are crazy. The world is really losing it. The world is losing it. People are really losing it. People are truly losing it. The world's a crazy place. But I will try to be back tomorrow. Yeah, we're off to bed, you guys. Get some rest. Hope you don't. I mean, if you have to work, it's okay. Hopefully, we'll get to a place where we don't have to work and we'll just do our passions. Okay? So I'll see y'all tomorrow. Love y'all very much. Hopefully, this video can stay up. They're losing it. And it's sad. Like, you see how much, like, China's not out here doing all these wars. They're investing in technology and electric vehicles, transportation, you know? And it's like they're so far ahead. Over here, we don't invest in education. We don't invest in paying our teachers more. We don't invest in building more schools, better schools, where kids can be challenged into like engineering and stuff like that. No, we rather spend money on war, right? And when you see the kind of tech that comes out of China, it's really impressive. It's seriously impressive. We don't have that over here, you know? So I'm like, it's really sad. There's no innovation. Like, there's no passion for nothing. You know, kids just want to play video games all day. Like, I'm like, where are your priorities? Like, America used to be a place that was all about like inspiration, innovation, creating, you know, but now it's like, war and war and war. It's like, it's going to cost us eventually. Because if you don't invest in education, you don't invest in teachers, you don't invest in like transportation, you don't invest in infrastructure, it's going to catch up to you. And before you know it, you become a second world country. But I'm like, when I see like other countries, like their cities, their airports, I'm like, damn, that's a fancy airport. My gosh, this is nice, right? We don't have that over here. You see the kind of stuff they do out there in Dubai and stuff. You're like, oh my gosh, you know, Japan. Like you see stuff on social media. Yeah, it really is not. And I'm like, eventually it's going to cost us. Like, you know, because I'm like, you should be investing in things that truly matter. And I'm okay, baby. But you're not even investing in the American people. You're not investing in education. You're not investing in making these young people smarter. You know, make these young people be critical thinkers. They have degrees, but they can't think for themselves. Like, make it make sense. It's sad. You know, nobody's leading innovation. A lot of the tech startups are closing. They've lost all kinds of money. You know, like right now we're depending on who? Like Google, Alphabet. I think you call it Alphabet, right? Meta, Amazon. But it's like, who else do we really have? Yeah. You know, like there's no real competition anymore. Like there's no real drive. Even with Apple, there's really no innovation at Apple right now. It's the same phone, just, I guess, more memory, I guess. I don't know. You know, but it's like there's nothing to really be passionate about right now. Even the president, It's not inspiring. Like he has like it's not inspirational. You know, there's like there really is like I'm like it's sad. It's really sad. But you guys, yeah. It didn't used to be like that. Like America used to be the place of innovation and then people would copy. Now it's like there's no innovation. Even the president does not inspire anyone. Nobody's inspired to vote for him. Even the people who say they're going to vote for him, they don't really want to. They just feel like they don't have a choice. I'm like, oh my gosh, how sad is this? They're not even excited to go vote for him. You know? So it's sad. It's not what it used to be. And even the money's not what it used to be. The American dollar is not what it used to be. Not now. It's like it's pretty much worthless. Yeah, just wokeness, a bunch of weirdos. You know, all we do is do all kinds of identity politics. We fight identity wars all day, but there's really no innovation. There's really no competition to like, you know, compete with like the Chinese, the this. There's no innovation. We have Amazon, we have Alphabet, we have Meta, we have Tesla, and like that's about it. Who else is really doing something great? Even Teslas. I even think those cars are mediocre. When I saw the Don Lemon interview with Elon Musk, I was like, this man is not intelligent. Elon seems slow. And on top of that, he's on pills. I said, they trust you with all this money and you take pills? Oh my gosh, we're in trouble. I'm like, we are truly in trouble. But I'm like, Elon does not seem bright at all. He's not eloquent. He has a hard time explaining himself. Then I'm like, seems like another white boy who was just propped up to be this billionaire icon. But I'm like, this man don't seem smart. You know, he had a hard time explaining himself. He had a hard time expressing like very basic ideas. I'm like, I thought you were a genius. Like, why are you struggling like this? This is weird. Okay, a whole deadbeat. He got like 11 kids. They trusting a man to run $1 billion company with 11 children. Child, the ghetto. Oh, thank you, Sana. Okay. Yeah, he gives Kanye. And you know, somebody did a picture of him in black. Oh, no, they found a black man who looks just like him. I said, ooh, he looks like Terrence Howard. Like, if he was black, he would favor Terrence Howard. They would favor each other. Yeah, he's just another. Yeah, that's all he is. That's it. Because I'm like, why you struggle to speak like that? Like, he has such a hard time. Yeah, oh, thank you, babe. He has such a hard time, like, explaining himself, like what he meant. And I'm like, well, how do you have these strong positions and you have such a hard time expressing yourself? He's not eloquent at all. I'm like, how does he manage his meetings with the board people? Like, I don't get it. Oh, another white boy just propped up to be like this mega rich Iron Man type of stuff. I'm like, oh, it's all a scam. Yeah, exactly. He definitely is a diversity I hire billionaire, right? So I'm like, he's so slow. I'm like, this dude is remedial. He got like 12 kids. He's a deadbeat. Look at all them kids. What a mess. That's ratchet. And you see these cars. And think about the Tesla, you guys. I don't know if you ever saw this like similarity, right? If you look at the Tesla, the model, whatever this is, the white one, right? When you look at this one, doesn't it look like the army in Star Wars, the people who fight with Darth Vader? You see? Doesn't it remind you of this? Every time I see the Tesla car, I always think about these what they call the Nendoroid. How do people call? Okay, but the soldiers of Darth Vader in Star Wars, right? That's what the car reminds me of. That's what I don't know, but the car reminds me of the car reminds me of this. I was like, what is going on? Every time I see that car, I think of this. I'm like, what the heck is this? I'm like, this car, huh? You see it too, Kevin, right? I'm like, it looks like the little soldiers in the Star Wars movie. Right? I don't know. That's what I see. Every time I see a car, this is what I see. I don't know. Yeah. I'm like, this car reminds me of the little soldiers in Star Wars. Like, I don't know. You know? And I'm like, all these people on the road have the same car, driving the same car. It's so unoriginal. I'm like, it's so unoriginal. Like, oh, child, please. I'm like, child, he's not that bright. He really isn't. All right, my loves, let's go to bed, child. I'm getting tired. I'm going to go lay down. Queen. I know you're still here, Queen. Back up off of me spiritually, okay? Or next time you see me in your dream, we'll have to tussle. Like, girl, I said what I said. Get over it, okay? So, Queen, you've been warned. Don't have me showing up in your dreams. I'm about, girl, don't put me in no car now. Don't put me in no car. Don't push me into no volcano. Don't drown me in a swimming pool. Don't have me choking on a fufu, okay? Have my little behinds eating fufu and then choking. Don't you dare. Have me choking on some rice. You know I love rice. Don't have me choking on no damn rice. Okay. All right. So let it go. All right. God is good. Go, Queen. I see you now. Now, if I can't sleep, I'm going to call your name. Queen, get the fuck out of my house. Okay. Release my spirit in the name of Jesus. All right. Good night, everybody. Love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye, Nessa. Bye, Kevin. Bye, Lonnie. I'll see y'all tomorrow. And Queen, you better behave. Behave. Control your dreams. Control your thoughts. So next time I see you tomorrow, you better see me walking in a prairie of like sunflowers and beautiful things. Hey, Mary. Oh, you're still here. Okay. You better see me in a prairie of sunflowers and roses. And I'm sucking on some honey. Okay. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Not the